Good morning, Wroclaw. How are you all doing today? Good to see you all again. Did you all sleep last night? Okay, we're going to do a poll because apparently me doing like 5-6 hours of sleep was way too much sleep. Who here is riding on like 10 hours of sleep or more? You lucky bugger. Wow, okay. 8 hours or more? All right, more hands. 6 hours or more? Okay, all of you are clearly doing well. Who's got 5 hours of sleep last night? Ooh, 4 hours of sleep last night. Okay, 3, 2. Who didn't sleep last night? My people. My people. There we go. You have a talk coming up. Jeez. It's going to be a dangerous day. It's a pleasure to be back. Great to see that we've still got people here on day 2, and we've got a full auditorium. It's always fun. I want to say a special welcome to everyone who's on the stream as well, watching us remotely. We wish we could have you here in person, but we hope that the live stream is some sort of consolation prize for you not being here in person. Jokes aside, we're very glad to have both people here in person and remotely, and to be able to share these experiences and these talks with you all. So, we've got another exciting day filled. Is everyone ready to get going? Energized? There we go. Make the most noise that you can make, because today we've got some special talks. On 3, 2, 1. Are you excited? All right, so let's go to the agenda and see what we've got lined up for you folks today. So, we've gone through the breakfast. Hopefully you've had some good snacks and some good coffee to start the day. Then we go into the React world. We'll look at some of the stuff around use clients. And then we're going to have talks by Evan Bacon and Dan Abramoff back to back. What a morning. And then we'll go into the coffee break. We've got a Hermes talk. Ooh. Was that someone whistling at me? How dare you? Nah, keep going. All right, and then we've got some more great talks going on, and then we'll go for lunch. And then later on in the day, what we have is we have another set of great talks. We'll have a coffee, and then a slightly shorter day in terms of talks. We'll have a panel at the end of the day, and this panel is being moderated and hosted by Chris Tragg from the Amazon developer team, and we'll have a few panelists there. One of them just talks nonsense, by the way, one of the panelists. So whenever he's talking, just tell him to shut up or whatever. And then we'll close at around 5 p.m., so we're closing slightly earlier, hopefully. We'll give you all a chance to go home, freshen up. For the folks who haven't slept, Dan Abramoff, you can go and sleep for about 2 hours. And then you can come back 2 to 3 hours, and then you can come back, and we'll have the after party happening at, I believe it's 8 p.m. Do we have a slide to go on to? No? Cool. So we will have the after party at around 8 p.m., and you can all come back, and this is going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be karaoke. There's going to be some good food. You'll actually get like a proper dinner, and again, you'll get a chance to meet all of our speakers, speak to all of the other attendees here, make the right connections that you've come here to make, and hopefully leave Wroclaw with a massive bang at the end of the conference. Awesome. Let's move on to sponsors, because, again, conferences like this would not be possible without all of the support of these lovely sponsors. So one by one, again, I want to mention them, and if you can give them a round of applause, even better. Thank you to the folks at Amazon Developer, Ditto, Infinite Red, Code Magic, Open Mobile Hub, Expo, and Halion. Now, you may have been using Twitter over the last day and looking at some of the tweets coming from the React Universe Conf page. So I'd highly recommend you go out and tweet. You can see all the shit posts that I've done over the last day. But if you do tweet or take some pictures and you want to share them with the world, you can tweet and tag React Universe underscore. That's React Universe underscore. And make sure that you've got all these photos and share them with us so that also the remote folks that are watching this can get a sense of the vibe that we have going around. I've been told also to mention that yesterday the folks at CallStack started a competition. So that's the React Universe Conf meme competition. So what you have to do is take some pictures, make a meme out of me if you want to. Honestly, I'll have a lot of fun. And then post those to #RUCmeme, #RUCmeme. And apparently there's a prize, so they'll be choosing a winner sometime around lunchtime. So you've got all morning to try to come up with something funny and use your best stand-up comedian vibes and put on the comedian hat to figure out if you can win this competition, and there will be a prize that they will be giving out later on during the day. Cool. So let's get moving and get started with our day. Now, to start off the day, we are going to be going deep into Next.js and into the website around what the use client directive means. And for that, we're very grateful to have Delba doing her talk. Now, unfortunately, Delba, due to some personal circumstances, wasn't able to be here in person today. However, she's recorded a recording of her talk, which we'll be playing for you folks, and she'll be doing it remotely. So, to get us started off with the day, please give a warm round of applause for Delba de Oliveira from the Vercel team.
Hello everyone, I'm really sorry I couldn't give this talk in person. I had a family emergency, so I had to do this recording instead. I realize it's not the same experience as a live talk, so I ask for your understanding, and I hope you will still find this information useful. The Use Client Directive introduces a new dimension to bundling, allowing you as the developer to use the same language in JSX component model for UI concerns that span both the client and the server. It replaces network synchronization code in multiple languages, routing systems, and frameworks. Instead, you use simple components in props. This change has sometimes been dubbed as complex and difficult. But I want to challenge that notion because I think some of the confusion comes from the lack of familiarity and also understanding the kind of problems that Use Client solves. In this talk, we'll explore what Use Client is, why it exists, how it works, and how you can start using it. First, let's quickly define bundling. During development, we optimize our code for developer productivity, breaking it up into separate files or modules. We export and import code as needed to compose more complex functionality. Then, when we build and deploy our application, we optimize it for the computers it will eventually run on. We follow a module dependency graph and reassemble related code into a single piece. We call this process bundling. During bundling, we may also choose to slice our single bundle into smaller chunks. For example, we might code split by route and tree shake unused relationships. This means that when a specific route is visited, only the code needed for the route is loaded on the client. But a web app doesn't solely run on the client. It's a program that runs across two computers, the server and the client, separated by what we call a network boundary. So we might also choose to break up the bundle by environment and distribute code to either computer to take advantage of its unique capabilities. These capabilities are determined by when and where code runs. The server usually runs on the computer the developer controls. It could either be a runtime server that processes every incoming request, or as an optimization, a build time server that runs ahead of time and serves cached results. This means server code can efficiently access data, for example, reading files from the file system, directly connecting to a database, or minimizing latency by positioning a server close to its data source. Server code can contain sensitive information like API credentials or authentication logic. Run exclusively on the server, only sending the computed result to the client. For example, if you use a heavy markdown parsing library on the server, you only need to return the rendered result as a string to the client. server code can perform tasks in advance before the user's initial request, like pre-rendering a page and caching it. These capabilities mean that certain tasks are better handled by the server rather than the client. On the other hand, the client runs on the computer the user controls, specifically their web browser. This means with client code, you can access the browser's DOM and APIs, for example, to observe if an element has entered the user's viewport. You can also access user state to open or close a dropdown, or browser state to check the user's current scroll position. Client code allows you to respond instantly to user interaction. Let's say the user wants to expand or read more. That can be done instantly without having to do a round trip to the server. Again, this means that some tasks are better handled by the client rather than the server. Ideally, if we had complete autonomy, each tiny unit of functionality will be moved to the most appropriate environment and phase. But in reality, this can actually be quite difficult to implement in a single application, especially in traditional architectures where the server code and the client code use a different programming language, routing system, and ecosystem altogether. Any functionality that crosses the network boundary requires synchronization code to manage the handoff between both sides. It becomes even more complicated, verbose, and less type-safe when you also have to cross a technology boundary at the same time. Even in Next.js, which uses the same language and router on both sides, there's still a lot of ceremony to wire up the Next.js server with the React client world. Passing information from server to client involves creating an API route, syncing types, requesting the data, updating local state, and more. Abstractions like get server-side props, React Query, and TRPC help, but they all exist to bridge the gap between different models. The latest changes in React aim to address this problem. By extending its component model and JSX syntax to the server, React can now manage both sides of the network within the same paradigm. Passing information from server to client becomes as simple as importing a component, nesting it, and passing props. Similarly, if you want to send data from the client to the server, it becomes as easy as importing a function and calling it, also known as server actions. And since we're using JavaScript imports, crossing the network boundary is type-safe by default. We can hover over a function from the opposite world, see the inline documentation, and quickly jump to its definition. Just like how JSX helped break down the artificial boundary between HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, React is now breaking down the barrier between UI concerns that cross the network. Using the same language for both environments means our bundler now needs a way to distinguish between server and client code, so it can produce an optimized bundle for each environment. But how do we tell our bundler about the server-client boundary? Well, since every web app's lifecycle starts on a server computer, either a build time one when you deploy, or a runtime one when the user visits your application, a server-first framework like Next.js might logically also start route entry points in the server environment. This means that any routes created by the developer will be imported by the framework into the server environment. And if the route imports other modules, they will also be brought into the server environment. However, we also want to take advantage of the client computer, so we need a way to mark where the server code ends and the client code begins. In React, the useClient directive serves this purpose. By adding the directive to the top of a file, we're creating a boundary between server-run code and client-run code. You can think of useClient as a doorway from our starting point, the server world into the client world. We simply choose at which point in each import chain we want to open the door. This leads us nicely to some practical examples of how to use useClient. First, it's a common misunderstanding to believe useClient must be added to every file that should run on the client. There is nothing wrong with this, but in practice, we only need to mark each entry point once. For example, adding useClient to page.js marks the module as a client entry point. Importing the myComp component into page.js brings it into the client environment. Adding or removing useClient in a.js has no additional bundling effect on myComp because it's already part of the client environment. So in summary, modules become a part of whichever environment they are imported into. Now, let's explore what happens when we import from a client module into a server module. We'll start by importing a simple numeric value from a.js into page.js. As a reminder, both files are currently client modules. So if we console log myInt in both modules, it logs the same value twice. This is expected since JavaScript is typically used in a single environment. But now let's change page.js to be a server module by moving useClient down the tree. This means we're now importing from a client module into a server module. If we console log again, in the client environment, myInt logs 123 as expected. But in the server environment, myInt logs something about react.client.reference with an ID that points to the file and export name. This is an internal React detail, but it shows that code imported across a useClient boundary is a reference pointing to something rather than the actual thing. In the same way, when we import a client component into a server module, we are importing a reference to the component. The component itself is only rendered once we get to the client environment. Now let's talk about useServer. We might naively assume useServer is the opposite of useClient, a way to mark server components. However, in reality, it serves a slightly different purpose. After the initial response from the server, you may wish to allow the user to change or mutate data. Traditionally, we would create a server-side API endpoint, privately connect to a database, securely process the change, manage the communication between the client and the server, and share types. This can be simplified with useServer, which can be used to mark server-side functions that can be called from client-side code. Behind the scenes, React will internally handle the communication layer. So while useClient and useServer are both doorways into the other world, they are different because of the request-response lifecycle. So when you're going from the server to the client world with useClient, React runs all the server code in the server environment, maintains a reference to any client components it finds, and serializes any props that have to travel to the client world. Then, once in the client environment, it picks up where it left off and runs the remaining client code. On the other hand, when you're going from the client world to the server world with useServer, React keeps code on the server, but exposes a way for the client to call it. Just like how React abstracted away updating the browser's DOM, React now abstracts away crossing the network. Next, let's discuss nesting server components inside client components. As we learned earlier, importing a module into the client environment turns it into a client module. This makes it impossible to import a server component into a client module. Theoretically, perhaps we could use the useServer directive to opt a client module back into the server environment. However, React doesn't support this because it would create a server-client-server rendering waterfall. For example, React on the server renders server component myPage, but leaves the reference to client component A for the client. Then React on the client starts rendering client component A, only to discover that it has to go back to the server to render server component B. This behavior means rendering the page could take multiple server round trips, which is going to be very slow to render. So instead, React supports passing server components to client components as props. This way, React can render all server components, including those passed to the client components, in a single render pass on the server before handing off to the client. This avoids multiple round trips, but allows us to visually place UI rendered in the server environment inside UI rendered in the client environment. For example, we can nest a card component that fetches data on the server inside a modal component that uses local state to toggle visibility. Or we can nest server components inside client-side context providers, like theme providers, without having to move the whole application to the client bundle. So far, we have repeatedly mentioned that client components run in the client environment. You would be forgiven for thinking that client components run exclusively on the client, aka the browser, and never on the server. But in reality, client components can also be pre-rendered on the server. It's confusing, I know. Let's discuss why. If client-side JavaScript is responsible for rendering the initial HTML, the browser doesn't have anything useful to show to users until the JavaScript is downloaded, parsed, and executed. So, as an optimization for the initial visit to a site, we might choose to pre-execute the client bundle on the server and pre-render the initial state of our application to a HTML string. Essentially, we are taking a screenshot of the initial frame of our page, which we can immediately show to the user while the interactive parts load. However, since our snapshot is a rich HTML document and not an image, the user can passively consume the content, scroll around, and even perform HTML native actions like clicking links and submitting forms. In the background, React hydrates the page, making it fully interactive. If content is shared between users, that is, content doesn't change, we might even choose to pre-render ahead of time, at build time, rather than at runtime for every request. So while client components are ultimately destined to be rendered on the client, they may also be pre-rendered on the server to improve the loading experience of the initial visit to a page. In conclusion, React on the client allows developers to break down complex UI into simple isolated Lego blocks that can be combined to form larger pieces. However, front-end UI often depends on server-side logic, which is usually in a different system. This makes building front-end UI more like trying to compose Lego blocks with Meccano pieces. React on the server aims to unify these concerns under a single model. Developers can use imports, props, components, in actions, and then behind the scenes, React will run code in the correct environment at the right time, produce the appropriate output, suspend and streamline the result, and then reassemble everything back together into the final UI. What happens under the hood is actually quite complex, but what we are exposed to as developers is much simpler. Of course, that is not to say there won't be trade-offs and new challenges. There's still a lot of rough edges and unanswered questions. But I think the React team is onto something here, and I'm excited to see where this goes. Now, it should be noted that React's shift to the server addresses the backend side of UI concerns. It's not trying to replace specialist backend languages and frameworks. Apps have backend needs not directly related to serving UI. This is where a lot of these tools shine. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much to Delba. Give her a good warm round of applause. Hopefully she's watching us remotely. Awesome. Cool. So I can see more and more people trickling in. There are the people on the stairs, and you know what I'm about to say. Do you need a chance to find a seat? You like sitting on stairs? Cool. There's not much I can do about that. Awesome. Well, for those of you who are just coming in, again, another round of welcome back to React Universe Conf. So the next speaker is someone who I've gotten to know for the last few years. First from interacting just on Twitter and getting excited that he was even replying to me on Twitter. And then through getting to know him through conferences and chatting around about various things on how we can build universal apps. This man has 4 things that he loves dearly in life, after me, of course. RC cars, Legos, Expo/Charlie Cheever, and live demos. He's been dubbed by some as the master of live demos, and he does some crazy shit on stage. So, it's my absolute honor to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Evan Bacon himself!
so excited to be here at React Universe Conf. This is my first time, actually. And today we're going to be talking about something that I think is actually super exciting. So let's just jump right into it. It can take about 5 to 15 hours for your iOS app to be approved for beta testing, and it's no different on Android. So it's no wonder that when developers want to validate an idea quickly with a large audience, they turn to the web. You can deploy with the web like worldwide in seconds, not hours. And this is why we see so many successful products like ChatGPT start with the web and then add native later on. But building a native app can be kind of painful, and the stacks are totally different. There are many things that make web development great, and those just like simply don't even exist on native. It's going to be things like file-based routing. And this is why React and React Native have become so popular. React Native is the #1 open source framework for building content-driven iOS applications. But anyone who's tried React Native knows it is absolutely not React for native. There are like so many massive gaps between the two technologies. It's very difficult to go from a React website to a React Native app. But it doesn't have to be, and after today, it won't be. So I'm Evan Bacon. I am the creator of Expo Router. It is the first file-based framework for building React apps that run on both web and native from a shared code base. By simply creating files in the app directory, Expo Router instantly creates robust navigation for both your native app and your website. It uses familiar web APIs like link and href to move between routes. And it's also a nested router, which means that you can define shared elements like drawers, tabs, and stacks that work across different screens. And it uses native primitives like UI navigation controller on Apple devices, pure UI kit, to ensure that transitions and gestures and optimizations all feel truly native because they are truly native. When you push a screen with React Native, there's no JavaScript involved. It just pushes that screen. So feels like magic. And we're actively working on universal React server components, which enable full data fetching across all platforms, along with static and server rendering. This means that you can partially render views on the server, all while remaining fully interactive with complex native functionality. To learn more about Expo's React Server Components implementation, I highly recommend you check out my talk at ReactConf 2024, where I did this AI live demo that we see over here. We're rendering content and streaming it down. So altogether, Expo Router bridges many gaps between web and native, enabling you to leverage all of your existing web dev knowledge to target the exact platform that you want to build for. But what about apps that are already written? I'm talking, of course, about brownfield projects. Millions of fantastic React websites already exist today. Do they have to start from scratch to become universal or truly native? What if there was a way to incrementally migrate your existing website to a universal React app without starting over? Well, that is what I'm about to show you right now, live. I'd like to just get into the live coding part as quick as possible. So let's just pop over here, change my my screen settings like this. All right, so you can see my desktop. Let's go. Okay. So I went over to ShadCN UI. If you're not familiar with ShadCN, it is this fantastic set of pre-built components for the web. It uses Radix and Tailwind, very composable. It has all these, these are just like beautiful elements that you can come in here and copy and paste. It's also kind of why a lot of modern websites look the same. So you can come in here, you can grab some of these, you can drop them into your projects. So that's exactly what I did. I went over to my Expo Router project, and then I copied in some of these elements. So things like Tailwind, PostCSS, they all work. It's very responsive. It's even optimized for mobile. Right there, we have this drawer, then we can like switch between different routes. Let's see. Pull this open. Switch between, we've got some charts in here. Even these are kind of responsive. So just a lot of functionality. Very easy to make something beautiful. And I can deploy this to my users, and I can find some product market fit and rest is history, right? But what I really want to do is I want when I hit this button, this create new order button, for it to show push notifications to the user, like truly native push notifications that are interactive and I can like send attachments. And I also want a home screen widget, and I want quick actions, and maybe I want to interact with the dynamic island. I want a lot of functionality that is only available if I'm in the App Store, if I build a truly native app. But I do have something here which works on mobile web. I have mobile web users, and they like this. Do I have to start from scratch to get that functionality? Kind of. This is an Expo router project. I have all the code here, so I can just open it here on iOS. So I've built a dev client here, got the CLI running down here, hit iOS, the I button, opens it on iOS, and voila, we get a bunch of errors, right? This error that you get right here is when you try to render a path HTML element or a div or something. We could probably make this error a bit better. Another error is that the word logs doesn't even show. Like, we have to click, OK, whatever. So yeah, that kind of sucks. The reason it doesn't work is because if I come over here to my component, my shadcn code, and I scroll through it, we can see it's just a ton of web code, like tons and tons and tons. It's so easy to copy code from the internet. Tons and tons, so much web code. So what if and if I have to rewrite all that, it's going to be a nightmare. So what if I could just go to the top here and write use DOM, save that, and then just like that, it renders. It renders verbatim. I didn't have to customize any of this from the web inside of a web view. So not great. You should have held your applause. So this is technically here, and this is nice. I can open this dashboard. I can switch over to other routes, but let me look at that navigation, that web navigation. Oh. Anyway, so I can do that. But it's also cutting off here at the top. It's not great. So let's start, unlike a traditional web view solution where this would be the end of the story and then you have to start over later, here with the use DOM in the React component model, we can just incrementally move over component by component to native. So let's do some of that. Let's go into our Expo router layout up here. So I've got, I can say if we are targeting the web, this is, by the way, some sneaky new syntax to target from the web without importing platform, then let's just render a slot. Let's just pass through and use the web's navigation. Otherwise, let's use some native tabs to show our content. So we save that, and now we have some native tabs in our project. These are nice because they're a bit more reachable. If your thumb is here, it's hard to get it over here. But let's also fix that pushing. So we'll go over to this other layout, and let's delete this slot, and then we'll use a React Native stack element here. So this is a UI navigation controller behind the scenes on iOS, and on Android it uses fragments. So just like that, now we have this header, and our web header is pushing to the top of it. If we go to the dashboard, we can click on see more, and we have an actual native push animation. We have the breadcrumb. We are not re-implementing that navigation. That is UI-kit navigation. In the future, it'll be Swift UI navigation. So pretty awesome right off the bat. But we have this other navigation right here, and it has some other elements. It has a search bar, it has this profile button, and then it has the dashboard. So we don't need the dashboard because we're using the tabs. So let's add a search bar. Super easy to do because we can just use everything that Apple builds in for us. So we can turn on the large title, and look at that. This works really well because the body scrolling of a web view is an actual UI scroll view. So it interacts perfectly. I don't know how well you can see on the screen, but the little scroll bar over here is actually resizing correctly as it's opening. And we can get a better sense for this if we open up the Safari debug tools. Let's just move that down. We can open this up, and we can see our screens right here. And we can interact with the web content. So we see if we resize it, the web view actually resizes for us, and the net size changes. And this is actually pretty sweet, too, because we could just pop in here, target, create new order, add some exclamation points, save it. We could even come into the network tab. We could reload this. Web has some niceties. I'm not going to lie. There's some pretty sweet things about it. So anyways, I get distracted. We can add a search bar with some search bar options. And now look at that. We've got a native search bar. It opens, closes, animates. And then let's add this header right button right here. And this, because it's using a UI kit, it'll do things like automatically hide that element when we open the search bar. So now we've migrated a lot of, just, it's pretty good. Like, we have just shrunk the effective area of the web view, and you can kind of see where this is going. We can keep shrinking that until it is truly native. So let's get rid of this header bar that we have here. We can go to our shad layout, and what we could do is we could just delete the header. We're not using it anymore, and it goes away. The problem is, now on mobile web, the header, if we reload the page, I guess, goes away. And so what we need is, because these are both web content and web bundles, we need a way to say when you're targeting web content that is running in a DOM component and not inside of the browser. So we can do that with this is DOM constant. Maybe that'll change to like a global. But yeah, we can change that, and now it'll come back on mobile web, and then here on our DOM component, it stays away. So now it's starting to look really good. But what we really wanted was some of that native functionality. We want to push a notification when we hit this Create New Order button. So how do we do that? I mean, it's in a web view. It doesn't have access to our native modules. Do we have to like set up an event system like you do with a website and like pass serialized objects around? It's kind of a pain. It's actually pretty easy to use with DOM components. We come back here. All we have to do is just add a notify function to the props. So we'll say notify, go up to our button right here where it says create new order, and we'll call that notify function. And now if we go to where we're actually using the DOM component instead of our index route, you notice we have a little type error here. So this component is not a DOM component. It's not a child of a DOM component. So this is running truly natively, and it has access to all of our native modules. We can use it to bind whatever Swift you want, any sort of like iOS code to the web view. So in here, we can just say notify. And I've got this pre-made function right here where it says on web, just do an alert. If it's on native, request permissions and schedule a notification. We'll save that, fast refreshes across both boundaries at the same time, hit this button, and just like that, we have native APIs that we can use from our web code. So we're able to, test our theory. Before we commit to switching over to native, we can see, does having a local notification that pop up actually make a difference for us? And if it's like the answer is no, then we can kind of back out. So we have this nice incremental pathway, and it works in lots of different. And we can also pass in any arbitrary value here that's like serializable. So we could say like index, have it be like a number or something. I mean, the functions basically demonstrate that. But you can also pass numbers. So let's see, what else can we do here? Well, actually, I think that's it for now. Let's go back over to the keynote. Actually, you know what? I want to show you how this works. So there's a lot of magic here with the use DOM directive. And a really nice way to understand how this works is to use Expo Atlas. So Atlas is a tool that we just released. The way it works is you pass in an environment variable, Expo unstable Atlas 1, and then in Expo CLI, you can hit Shift-M, go down here, and hit Open Expo Atlas. So we'll just wait for that to launch right here. And then this is the bundle that we just created. So these are all the bundles that ran across all of our devices simultaneously. And we can see all the different bundles up here as well. So we can go in here, and we can see stuff like lucid icons. Like there's a ton of code that will be included. We need some sort of like maybe tree shaking. So we'll go into filter. Let's hide our node modules. And then we can look at this dashboard component. So let's see, what do we got here? Let's go to the index, reload this a little bit, check out dashboard, just try to navigate around real quick. I'm just going to restart this because we did the web build and the native build, so it could get a little like confusing. So we'll just stop the server, do yarn start again, bundle up just one at a time so that we can get a sense for, oh man. The watcher always gets a little bit slower when you're streaming your video, which is, it's a recipe for success, I think. So we can go hit Shift-M, open Expo Atlas. We get the project here. And so now we only have the two bundles instead of like all the other web bundles. This will make it a little bit easier to follow. So filter out the node modules, go in here, and then we'll find, this index route. So this is the root component that we have. This is all bundled natively. So what we see on the left side is the JavaScript that we wrote. like the TypeScript. And then on the right side, we see the transformed output. And when we talk about like Hermes adding new language features, what that means is basically like right now we convert this to var, and that's because Hermes doesn't have block scoping. But when it does, then we'll just leave a lot of this code intact. So that's a little fun fact. So we can look at the modules that we've imported here, and we can import our DOM component. And we'll see here on the left side a ton of web code, but on the right side, very little code. So what happens behind the scenes is that we convert this. So this is like importing some code. We pull in a web view. We change the default export to be a web view, and then we give it a proxy, which tells Expo CLI to bundle that component using this file name. And now we can do something really cool. We can swap over to the other dimension, the DOM dimension, and we can see on the right side, all of our web code has been bundled for web. It's still there. And so that's how we create this interop proxy. We do it all automatically. So this is a process that a lot of people do. The purpose of this feature, streamline it. And yeah, that's Expo Atlas. Highly recommend you give this a try if you're trying to reduce your bundle size. It's pretty fantastic for understanding why things are included. So now we'll switch back over to the keynote. Let's see. Don't read my notes. They're all private. OK. Let's go right over here. Let's talk a little bit about performance, right? We're using web views, so things need to be performant. Actually, I need to change my screen mirroring settings real quick, and then we'll talk about performance. I know you guys are eager. All right. Let's talk about performance. That was the only part of the line I had memorized. So I needed the notes immediately after. DOM components are great for getting you past the make it work phase, but what happens when you want to get to the make it right and make it fast phases? Is it even possible to make web views fast? And the answer is, like kind of, but mostly no, obviously not. Web views run JavaScript on device, and JavaScript comes with some extra baggage, just like a website, right? We can optimize the JS with minification and bundle splitting, which we do pretty aggressively in Metro. But the user still has to sit and wait for all the JS to parse and compile before it can actually execute. Now, a common misconception is that React Native runs JavaScript on device, when in reality, React Native apps are running optimized Hermes bytecode in production. So that means all the parsing and compilation happens once on the developer's machine, and the app fires up super fast on the user's device, just resulting in super fast build times. The best way to understand this difference in JS behavior is to play some app startup clips and see how they behave. So in an app, all the way over on that side, it renders everything inside of the DOM. We get a white flash between the splash screen and the content actually loading. So play that right here. You notice a bit of a white flash. That's that parsing and the compilation that we're seeing right there. Now, of course, we can delay the splash screen, but ultimately this just means a slower time to first interaction. Now, even after we migrate our navigation over, kind of like what we just did in the demo, there's still a nested delay for the DOM component. So if we play that, you'll see the navigation shows up instantly thanks to Hermes bytecode, but the DOM component takes a bit of time to load. So we'll see the tab bar and the header bar that we moved over, instant, and then the content pops in. And even when it pops in, it has some extra settings, which then shift the whole layout. So of course, thanks to DOM components in this composable React model, we can easily fix this by migrating the entire initial route over to full native views, obtaining optimal startup times incrementally as we need. So, if this slow startup time is fine for you, then maybe that's OK. But if you want instant, then you can migrate everything over to native, and it just pops into place. Of course, this is like, it's showing data, so in reality, these will all be like skeleton loaders. But you do want your skeleton loaders to show up fast. So perhaps the best part of DOM components is that they work out of the box with less than zero config. A modern website just requires tons of bundler functionality to work, and DOM components are no different. Expo CLI automatically reuses all of the existing configuration across both platforms. This means that rules, aliases, optimizations, secrets, like the works, right? The part that you want to spend the least amount of time working on is shared everywhere. And any new bundler functionality that we add to Expo CLI works everywhere too. And this includes the brand new Expo tree shaking functionality, which is coming in SDK 52. Yes. So with Expo tree shaking, we can perform a recursive search on all unused dependencies. So in the case of the Lucid icons from earlier, we can search and see that only chevron left and chevron right are used. And then we will remove all other import and export code that was unused inside of the bundle. So this particular example actually has an 87% bundle reduction, which means smaller native binaries, faster web and DOM components, and then just faster native like OTA downloads, right? Everything super fast, right? We're getting into technology, getting so good that it's like feeling like magic territory. So Expo tree shaking will work on all platforms and support a comprehensive set of optimizations for ES modules. So like this isn't just a little tree shaking. It is experimental, but it's a lot. I threw like everything that I could think of at it. So like, even barrel files will like collapse and recursively try to remove themselves. So you can go crazy with the syntax so long as you use import and export. Yeah, early beta testers have just found really incredible results with this, seeing generally around like the 20 to 30% bundle reduction size. So this really makes the actual web offering much better, but it will have benefits to native as well. Just less JavaScript in production, fewer things that can go wrong. So now, with the time that I have left, which is a fair amount of time, I want to do a quick lightning round, show you guys some of the cool things that developers have already done with DOM components since I tweeted it out last week. Yeah, just walk through some of the pain points that this is solving. So let's see. I'll pull the code over. We'll do like a little bit of a side-by-side here. So let's go to our settings route. Just jump in here. And the first thing that we are going to see when I open up, I'm just going to have the simulator right here. Screen settings, right. So pesky. See, I can see it right here. It works on my machine. Like, I don't so, yeah, thanks. Oh, man, that would have been funny. So, yeah, I've got my iPhone right here, and I've got some code over here. And then we can pull in this. What we're going to be doing is just rendering some MDX right off the bat. So anyone who's tried to render Markdown on React Native knows it's kind of a pain to do, especially when you just think about this larger brownfield story of like you start with web, and then your Markdown has things like HTML inside of it, and then it's like maybe just parsing Markdown from like the ground up is pretty easy, but handling all the edge cases where things start to fall apart. So we open this. Look at that, a beautiful setting, like the modal navigation transition because yeah, using UIKit, and it's fantastic. So here we've got some Markdown, right? The Markdown all supports fast refresh. Click, add some exclamation points, save it. You can even see a little like preview of our new fast refresh indicator that we're playing with down there. And let's see, so we've got some tables. I always find it a pain to add like Markdown tables. Next thing we've got syntax highlighting. This has been just such a pain point because you can do some of it, but there's just so much of it, right? Like supporting TXT, changing the language. Maybe we want to change the language over to Swift. Maybe we want to have like GitHub style themes or Dracula style themes. Having to build all those from the ground up before you're sure that people actually want it is kind of a pain. So here we get it for free, and then we can improve the performance later when we validated the idea. Next thing, and this one's really cool, is flowcharts with React Flow. So here, these actually work pretty nicely because they have a very controlled scroll. So you can't detect, like you would expect the scrolling to not work exactly like native scroll views with all the bounces and stuff. So we can select, and I mean, you can see all these like bars moving around. This took just like a couple minutes to add. And then, we can rewrite it to something like, I guess, React Native Skia later, but in many ways, this is like it's pretty good. So you can build like various CI interactions that people can do on mobile. Another thing that we saw was this emoji picker, which is cool because we're just pulling this in verbatim. It's not even in a DOM component, right? Like any library, and this isn't how this one works in particular. It's because the wrapping parent is a DOM component. But in the future, library authors can also just push DOM components inside of their project to make migration easier for developers as well. So we can pull in this, if you want to do something like remap an emoji in particular. Like this is something that I'm seeing people doing online now. So you could do something like that. Another one which is ridiculous. I didn't know most of these web libraries even existed when I wrote the DOM components feature. People just tweeted them at me later. Is this image cropper, this React mobile crop? I mean, It's pretty fantastic. Then we've got like the rotation here, and we can like flip the content. Another one, 3D scenes with 3JS. Now, we do have Expo.gl, and there's the new React Native Web GPU, which is fantastic. But something that's really nice about using 3JS inside of something like a DOM component is that web views are controlled by the operating system. And so the operating system, when your device starts to like run out of memory or when it's in low power mode, they will automatically be throttled the frame rate down. So if you have an ambient effect, like maybe some 3D floating globe behind an authentication page, you don't want to have to like know about throttling the frame rate down of that automatically to save resources. So anything that's not like immediately important, good use case for. And then I think the final boss, this is one that we just get so many recommendations about. So many people are questioning it at Expo. Like, how do you get this to work? And that is rich text editing. In fact, React Native WebView is one of the most popular React Native libraries, and I'm pretty sure it's mostly because of rich text editing and having HTML content that you need to run. So here, we can just pass it a string of HTML inside of our component. We can like select the content. We can add whatever custom controls we want. It even supports like this, the built-in formatter, so we can turn things like bold. And yeah, not bad. Bunch of content. And then all of this is, each one of these is individually its own DOM component. So we could start migrating away from what we have here already, right? We could delete the settings route like this. And comment this other one. So what we've got here, oh, I'm going to change the import, that's nice. What we've got here is I've just changed it to be a native scroll view. So no more DOM component here, but I still want my rich text editor at least. But I also want to show like a map view. So now I can save this, it'll refresh, and I have my map view, but I'm still able to use my DOM component. So composition. I mean, I mostly just showed you how a React component works, but you get the idea. All right, so let us switch back and end this presentation out. All right, showed you all that stuff. It was all neat, and it's in this nice, cool, controlled environment. But what I thought would actually be really cool is if I published it to the App Store, that 5 to 15-hour process. So you can scan this. You can run it on test flight if you like. You can send me issues if you find them. And then I also published it to the web here, so it's on domcom.netlify.app. So you can open the shadcn version and then see what just a standard React website feels like. I don't know. So yeah, I left some of the DOM components in, so I'll leave this up for a second. People can try it out, and I'll pretend like I wrote out some other things. All right, cool. And you can also use DOM components today. So they are available in a canary build of Expo. The best way to try them is in the code base from the example, which is available on GitHub right now. We're actively fixing bugs, improving performance, so your mileage may vary until SDK 52 next month when these are actually properly released. And I want to clarify, like, I can't be clear about this enough. If you have an existing native app that is already native, you should not regress back into the web. This is primarily for having a website and migrating to native. That direction is the direction that we are trying to move you in. So just want to make that clear here. Because, web is pretty nice. It's very tempting. Anyways, if you liked what you just saw and you're interested joining my team, reach out to me on X. I'm Evan Bacon, and this has been Incremental Migration with Expo DOM Components. Thank you.
Keep your applause going. Nice job, Evan.
Yeah, thanks.
You really never fail at Amaze, do you?
Oh, so kind.
Awesome work.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cool. Give him one more round of applause, please. I must say, if anyone's worked on Expo Router apps in production, and we built a large-scale one last year, not having tree shaking was one of the biggest limiting factors, and you could see me standing on the side of the stage, just clapping at every mention of tree shaking because it got me so excited. Really cool to see this. I'm super excited. I cannot wait to try it out. So big shout out to the folks that have been working on this. A lot of people are trickling in. I'm sorry, the people sitting on the stairs, you're blocking people from actually coming and grabbing a seat. So can you just not? Let people come in. That side was getting very crowded. in the middle of Evan's talk. So please, if you can, grab a seat. I would deeply, deeply appreciate it. And if you don't, I will find you during the breaks. I have no shame. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that obviously a lot of the work that you saw wouldn't be possible without the hard work of the folks behind the React Native Web View library, and one of them is actually sitting right here in the audience, Thibaut. So can you give Thibaut a big round of applause for all the work that he's done? So, off to our next talk, and I'm sure you're all incredibly excited. I can't really do justice to the introduction of our next talk. I think he's someone who is incredible at taking a really complex topic and boiling it down to first principles. You might have read his article series about creating RSCs from scratch, from basic principles, which was something that I think helped me really understand RSCs at a deeper level. And he just has a very natural knack for explaining things from basics and building out a really complex topic. And today, we're going to be looking at is the relationship between your users, the product, and the data, and seeing if we can look at it a little differently and think a bit differently about it. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome onto the stage, and get your applause ready, Dan Abramov.
Thank you. Hi. Yeah. I figured I would take another bottle just in case. So. Hi everyone. My name is Dan Abramov. I work at Blue Sky. And at Blue Sky, we're building two different things. So one of the things that we're building is a consumer social media app that might remind you of Twitter. And the other thing that we're building is a new internet protocol. And so if you're like me, the idea of building a new internet protocol might sound a bit weird. Like the protocols I'm familiar with are HTTP, FTP. Haven't really heard of a lot of newer ones since then. So it might sound, like when I joined Blue Sky, I didn't really understand the protocol part. But this is the talk about the protocol, but I want to talk about the product first, because that's the part that I did understand. And so the way to think about Blue Sky, the product, is I kind of think of it as an open source Twitter. So our front end is open source. It's built with Expo. Big thanks to everyone at Expo who made it possible. The first version of the app was actually built by a single person, 3 platforms, 4 months. So yeah, thanks to React Native and Expo. But you can think of it like our front end is open source. Our back end is also open source. So we're still catching up on features. We're about to add video, hopefully next week, maybe, if the release goes through the App Store. But it also has some differences from Twitter that I think are kind of caught my attention initially, and were part of the reason why I got interested in this company and this product. And so one of the first things you're going to notice if you join Blue Sky is that the username that you get, like if you sign up with your username, you get your username.bsky.social, which means that our usernames are actually just domains. And so this is a bit weird, but it's kind of interesting that you can always swap it out to a domain you own. So for example, my colleague Haley, she owns haleyok.com, so she just swapped it out to be her username, and then I also wanted a cool username, so I just bought danabra.mov, because you can have .mov domains now. But aside from like the cute factor, it also has some interesting kind of properties where if you see an account that's at WashingtonPost.com, you know that it's actually Washington Post because that's who owns the Washington Post domain. Or if you see an account ending with .senate.gov, you know that this is US government senator. So that was like the first thing that seemed a bit weird to me. Like usually when you sign up for a social website, you have to pick a username, but this kind of feels like the internet itself is like your username. Another interesting thing about Blue Sky is that, like on Twitter, you have these tabs like For You and Follow In. That is kind of like the built-in algorithms. But the strange thing about Blue Sky is you can actually write your own algorithm and plug it into the app. So you can run your own server, like whenever you like, and you can just serve posts from Blue Sky, and then you can add that feed to your profile, and then other people can add it to their homepage. So for example, this is a feed called Quiet Posters that is run by my friend, and it shows content from people that I follow who don't post very often. And so this is like an algorithmic feed that's not built into the app, but that's possible to kind of add as a third-party thing. And so these are kind of unusual features for a social product, like this kind of relying on domains as a way to sign in, or relying on kind of being able to extend the social product with third-party code in a way that really feels cohesive with the app. And the protocol is really, we call it the app protocol. That's really what makes it possible. And so as I kind of did more product development at Blue Sky, and also just started understanding the protocol side a bit more, I got progressively more excited about it because it started making sense to me. And so I really wanted to, that's kind of how I wanted to do this talk about, like I think this is kind of like a talk about a few things. It's about the relationship that users have with products and with their data, and also just about the shape of the web and what's kind of interesting about how the web is built. Yeah, so let's talk about the web. How do you put stuff on the web? Right, like there's kind of a very immediate connection where I can write some HTML, and that HTML is written by me. I made it, and I want to put it out there. So how do I do that? Well, if I have a pile of HTML, I just need to put it into a box, right? So I just need to find some computer that's going to host this HTML. I can ask my internet service provider to give me a static IP, and then I can like literally serve it from my home unless my laptop dies. Or I can use a hosting provider that's like either free or paid. But as long as there is some box that contains these files and it can serve them, I can put it on the web. Another thing that I need to put something on the web is a domain. So I need some way for people to refer to to my content so that they can find it. And so maybe I can use a free domain, like GitHub can give me, or maybe I can later buy my own domain. And so with this kind of web model, it's in a way it's very permissionless, right? Like I can just put stuff out there, tell somebody what the address is, and they can find it. And there is a very clear relationship between me, the creator of that content, and that content. And so what I mean by this is like I'm in control of the entire stack. So if I don't like my domain, I can change my domain. I can point that domain to this machine, and then people who know me, they know that this is my domain, and so they can visit my website and they know that it's actually made by me. And also, like if my hosting provider goes down, or like if I'm not happy with it, or if they start messing with my files, I can just copy and paste them to a different box, right? I can serve them from a different hosting provider. I can change the DNS record to point to the hosting provider, and then again, like I'm fully in control of what I put on the web and kind of how it's presented. And so, I can change the stuff over time. I can delete some stuff. That's just, how the web works. It's mutable. So I can delete things. I can edit things. I can add new things. And when you visit my site, you still know that, this is all the stuff that I put there. And so this is kind of like the traditional model of web development, where we just put some stuff on the web. It's ours, and we can visit each other's sites. And I mentioned that we have to find some boxes where the stuff lives, but really the boxes are not important from the user perspective. And so the reason is that, for all we know, like my website and Haley's website could have actually been hosted on the same machine, or they could be hosted on different machines. It really doesn't matter from the user perspective, because really, as a user, all you see are these HTML files that can link to each other. And so, if you know how to find my site, you know how to find my site. And so one of the things that, if you've been on the internet for long enough, you might remember in the early internet, there was this concept of guest books. Like, you could go to somebody's website, and there would be like a section where you could say, like, hey there, and kind of leave a comment. And like, Haley could visit my website, and like I could visit Haley's website. And that is like one mode of social interaction on early web that was fairly popular. But again, like people, we don't just want to put stuff on the internet for ourselves. We want to be with other people. And so we want to be in shared social spaces, right? And I mean, like we can visiting each other's site is kind of like go into somebody's home. But a lot of social interaction actually happens in shared spaces, just like we are in a shared space today. And so shared spaces, they tend to have some kind of social rules. If you don't follow those rules, you will get kicked out. They have some kind of shared context around them. And we can hang out in them together. And so naturally, there was a lot of desire to also have this kind of social interaction on the web. And so in order to fit that into the web model, again, well, you have to find a box where this stuff should live. And the box, it has some kind of domain, like whoever administers this box, whichever brand it has. And so this kind of led to the rise of social networks like Facebook. And maybe there are some other kinds of boxes like Twitter with a slightly different format. But one thing that is kind of interesting here is now we are inside the boxes. Like remember, we used to be outside the box, and we just put some stuff out there and it linked to each other. And now we are in the box. And it may sound like some kind of idealistic distinction about like owning your data and like, that is such a nebulous concept. Like, what does it mean exactly? But I think there's actually like a really kind of practical consequences of that. So one consequence is that if a product goes away, disappears, dies, I mean, it's unlikely to happen with Facebook, but if you've been on the internet for a couple of years, you must have had this situation where you invested a bunch of time into some product, into like, creating some data for that thing, and then it just shut down. So that's kind of sad, And the other thing that can happen is that products can change. They can change their direction. They can change their business model. They can change a lot of things. And you might agree with some of them. You might disagree with some other changes. But you really don't have a lot of say in what happens because you're inside the box. And European Union says that, like you should be able to vote with your feet, you should be able to take your data with you. There's like a law that says that websites should offer to export data. And actually, I had to do this once because so this is my second Twitter account. I used to have Dan Abramov. And then that account just got shadow banned. And I didn't even know, like, I didn't think shadow banning was like a real thing. It turns out that it is. My tweets just stopped showing up in the For You algorithmic feed, and that's the only feed that you have on Twitter. So there isn't really much kind of flexibility to experiment with what's going on there. And so I made a second account, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to delete the first one. So I decided to export all my data from the first account just so I have it for memories. And so it took a few days, actually, but then Twitter emailed me this archive of 100 megabytes of JSON of my tweets. But the thing is, it's dead data, right? It's completely torn out of its context. Like, what do I do with it? Like, do I print it on the wall? Do I hand it to friends? Do I make a kind of RIP website for my Twitter presence? This data is dead. And so the question is, who killed it? Is this person in the room with us right now? Well, as developers, we actually kill data all the time. And as an example, here's like a little function, and when you enter the function, it asks you something, and then it stores it in the post variable. And then when it leaves the function, that post variable is dead because it's ephemeral. And in a lot of cases, that's actually what you want. You want the data to disappear because you don't no longer need it. But sometimes you want it to kind of hold on a little bit longer. So in React, there's this concept of component tree. You need to find something to attach the data to so that it can survive. And so in React, you can use state for this. You can put some data into state, and then it will persist for as long as the component is mounted, right? So basically, you can do this. But what if the component gets unmounted? Well, then the data is dead again. And again, in a lot of cases, that's actually what you want. You want it to be ephemeral. But if it's something like a post, I maybe want it to persist a bit longer. So if you learn React, one of the kind of first things that you learn, first techniques that you learn in React is lift and state up. So it's this concept that you can take a piece of data. If you want to extend its lifetime, you just lift it up to something that lives a bit longer. So you lift it up to the parent component. And then if the child, it still propagates down the child components. But then if one of those child components disappears, then it's actually fine. The data is kept alive. And then if it mounts later, it still has access to this data. But of course, all of this happens inside a browser tab. And what happens if the user closes the browser? Well, the data is gone. Which is maybe fine if you want it to be ephemeral. But if you want, if it's like a draft of a blog post you're writing, you probably want it to persist across closing the tab. You also probably want it to be synchronized between different tabs. So you might want to lift it up again into an API like local storage. So if you lift it up to local storage, then it will persist across, closing the tab. And if the user closes the tab, then it's actually fine because they can open another tab and it's still going to be there. Of course, all of this happens inside of a computer. Computers get old, they break. So you don't want your blog post to disappear when your computer goes down. You might want to buy a couple of new computers, maybe in different form factors. And also, if it's something like a blog post or a social media post, you probably want to share it with your friends who also have different computers. So you somehow have to get this information on all of those computers. And so there are different ways to solve it, but the simplest way is just to get a server, right? And then we lift the state up from the computer to the server, and the server becomes the source of truth. And so that is kind of like terminal state in a way. That's kind of like where the story usually ends. Because a server is something you can run forever. It's just there, so it stores information. It kind of solves the problem. But you're still inside a product. So what happens if your product dies? Or what happens if the product changes in a super significant way? What happens to the user data? Again, it goes away or it becomes dead. And it's not really something you can fix if you think about it from the developer's perspective, because when we're in this developer box, we're thinking, this this database is part of my job, then I change jobs, I don't care anymore, what happens to it. But if you take off the developer hat and put on the user hat, it doesn't really make sense. And so I think you kind of need to step outside and think, when I post something, what is the actual source of truth for what I'm posting? Is this some server? And I think it isn't. It's really the user is the source of truth. So if I post something, conceptually, it's really it's my post. When I post something on Twitter, it's not Twitter's my post is my Twitter post. And so the question is, what if we could lift state up one more time? So what if there was a layer kind of above the products that was user-controlled, that was product-agnostic, and that was shaped like the web? And so this is, we call it the atmosphere, like at protocol atmosphere. It's kind of cute. So let's have a look at how this could work. So I have a little, yeah. So this is my Blue Sky profile page, and I'm just going to make a little post. I hope that the internet works. Hello there from a live demo. It came through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. It came through. And so you can see, it's just like I'm just posting. But there's actually another way to look at this data. So let me expand this a little bit. So this is the ad protocol browser. This is not something we built. It's something an open source contributor has built. It's like 70 lines of code. It uses our SDK. But this is a way to see what data is stored in the atmosphere. So let's go to Dan Abramov and see what's out there. So there's a few things going on here. One you see is that Dan Abramov is my kind of nice handle, my domain name handle. There's also a identifier that's persistent. So this I can change my domain later, so I'm not tied to this domain, but this is like my actual identity, but then it's hard to read. So you can think of this as my identity. And then there's a bunch of stuff here. So we'll look at this stuff a bit later. There's also a little bit of JSON that just represents who I am, like that represents what is at Dan Abramov. And so you can see that there's a field that says this is my kind of alias. So this is Dan Abramov is my handle. There's a key that says this is my public key, which is as a user you probably don't care about this, but then this lets you verify that anything in this repository was actually signed by me and like written by me and not tampered with. And then the last thing that I want to point to here is that this is my service endpoint. And so this is where the data is actually stored. We can actually click on this, and it's just an HTTP server. I'm not going to like actually hit its routes, but it's open source, so you can see source code. So this server is operated by Blue Sky. So my data, like my hosting, is by Blue Sky, the company. But because we provide a Docker container for this server, and it's also just TypeScript, so you could actually run it yourself. Also, it's a spec, so you could also implement it yourself if you want to against the spec. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual data. So you can see it's kind of separated into collections. If you use something like Firebase, I think it kind of feels similar. They're namespaced based on reverse domain. So bsky.app is our application domain. So it's in the reverse as app.bsky.post or like. So all the information that I create through Blue Sky is actually in the atmosphere under these collections. And so if I go into post, and these are my post records, and this is the most recent one. Hello there from a live demo. Yay, it worked. And you can see if I post something again, it actually appears right here. And so this is my second post. So yeah, let's have a look at. So here is Haley's profile, and Haley also has a bunch of posts, so we can take a look at haleyok.com. Note that they're not actually hosted at haleyok.com. So domains, they just act as kind of user-readable aliases. The actual host is, again, it's specified here, And in this case, you can see that Haley actually hosts her own data on her own server. So she runs the Docker container that we distribute, and I'm talking to Haley's server now. And so we can see here are Haley's posts. Again, my information is in my repository, and then Haley's information is in Haley's repository. Yeah, so one thing you might notice here, if I go back to my profile here, is that not all of this stuff is related to Blue Sky. So there's something called events.smokesignal.calendar.rsvp, and this is because there's another app that's built on Atmosphere and on AdProtocol, and I can actually log into that app. So let me log into with my username, which is just my domain. And so that's going to go to my hosting server. It's just OAuth flow, just like you can log in with Google. And this is kind of like meetup.com. I mean, it's a very rudimentary app. Somebody just built it a couple of weeks ago. But here's a tech talk that I want to attend. So I'm going to say that I'm going to this tech talk. So it says that, OK, I RSVP to it. And then if I go to Dan Abramov, Event Smoke Signal Calendar RSVP, here's a record. And so it says that I am going to this event, which is created by the author of whoever created this event. In this case, it's the AdProtocol Dev community group. So let's do a little overview of what we've seen so far. So we have these repositories. You can change the domain name handle. You can change the actual place where they're hosted. And they hold collections of JSON. And the JSON is application specific. So we're not trying to do the galaxy brain of like universal formats although like you could put that there as well if you wanted to. But like Blue Sky posts, the schema for those are defined by the Blue Sky application. Smoke Signal RSVP is defined by Smoke Signal. And it kind of reminds you of this relationship where the stuff that you host is really yours. You can change it, delete it, and there's like a way to prove that it actually was something that you put out there. Another interesting thing is that these things can kind of link to each other. So one record can link to another record using these add URIs. So we can see if I go to Haley's profile and I like Haley's post, I'm still writing to my repository. So we don't write to other people's repositories. I'm writing to my repository because the fact that I liked something is my data. And so if I go back to Dan Abramov, and I go to my collection of likes, my most recent like, it's a record of the type like, and then the thing that I liked is a record of type bsky.post by Haley. Oh, there's a video there. We don't show the video. Oh, it's a test video thread, so that's why it doesn't show up in the app yet. So these things can link to each other, and kind of like pages can link to each other on the web, except it's pieces of JSON. And of course, like things can be removed. Like we don't want social media to be immutable. We want it to be mutable. So links can go dead as well, and that is something the application has to deal with. And so we have this kind of interesting approach where the data is stored in these repositories that are hosted somewhere, but then we want to get them into our backend, right? We don't want to query different pieces of the web just to get some information down there. We want it to be cached, available on our backend. So how do we get this stuff on our backend? Because we want to produce this aggregated view over these over these inputs. And so we can look for inspiration again, like at the web. Is like, have you ever used Google search? How does Google show information from different websites on a single page? Well, it just aggregates them. It crawls them, indexes them, and then that index is what's being consulted when you query something with Google. So we could do something similar. We could just have the records and something was added, something was deleted, something was changed, aggregate that into our backend. Of course, if we have 6 million users, then there's going to be 6 million repositories. So you probably don't want to have your backend listen to 6 million WebSockets. So we actually, in order to aggregate all of this stuff, we actually run a node that aggregates and caches the content from the entire network. So it's actually not super expensive to run. If you wanted to run a similar node yourself with the current volume of the network, it would take like $150 a month. So it's not super expensive. But we run a node like this. It aggregates the content from the entire network. It caches it. And then your backend can just listen to it can crawl it. So you can actually enumerate everything that's stored on the network. And you can also subscribe to by WebSocket to receive the event log of everything that's happening. And so there are some ways to scale it further. But for now, this is working pretty well with 500K daily users. And so from that point on, it's really a traditional client-server architecture. So we're not changing anything about how the client talks to the server. That is just normal web development. The only new part is really that there's another input into your backend. There's your backend has a backend, and it's controlled by the user. OK, let's recap, because that was a lot. So in the early web, we used to put this stuff. We had the direct connection to the stuff that we put out there. But we want to hang out together. We want to be in these social spaces. And so in order to feed that into the model of the web, we had to get inside the box. But products change. Products die. Products change in ways we don't expect. And we can download an archive of 100 megabytes. But that's just dead JSON. We can't really do anything meaningful with it collectively. And so what if instead there was a layer on top of the web that was product agnostic, that was user controlled, and that was shaped like the web, where we could put pieces of JSON with the types defined by applications. And so these pieces of JSON could link to each other just like pages can link to each other on the web. And then we would need some way to aggregate this stuff on the server. And so in order to scale it up, we could also add some kind of aggregation and caching. And because all the records are signed, you don't actually need to trust that the cache is not lying to you, because you can cryptographically verify that it was signed by the original person who owns the identity. And from that point on, it's just normal web development. So we know that this works because we actually have an app in production that is built this way. So it's the Blue Sky app. But we're starting, so we just revamped our website to kind of, we published a tutorial for how to build apps on the Atmosphere. There's a couple of people already figured it out before we documented it, which is, I don't know how they figured it out, but this smoke signal site is like a way to kind of like meetup.com in very early stage. And then this front page .fyi is kind of like a Hacker News clone that's built on at Prado. So there are already apps that work this way. And what's interesting, and really the key part of it, is that all events go to all consumers. And it may take a little bit to process the implications of this, but this is really the most interesting part. So when I create a Blue Sky post, it goes to the relay, so this node that we run that caches and retransmits content. And then it goes to all the backends, all the application backends that are completely independent, have nothing to do with us, that care about this information. And even if they're not related to Blue Sky. So for example, the Hacker News clone front page doesn't care about Blue Sky posts, so it just ignores it. And then the Blue Sky application actually cares about Blue Sky posts, so it saves it into our database. And then Smoke Signal doesn't currently care about Blue Sky posts, But one thing they could do is they could, for example, start listening to Blue Sky post records that mention that have a link to an event, and then display these records as a comments section on the events page. And they don't need to query any API to do that because it will just go into their database, and they can just query the database, that they run to do that. And so this really, if more products were built this way, it really changes the shape and the kind of like the kind of things you can do between products. So one thing you can do, for example, is you could build plugins to social apps. So for example, like Twitter had this plugins like unfollowing people who haven't posted in a while or something like this, and you needed Twitter's API access for this. But here, as long as the user grants access, that app can just write to those records. And so the Blue Sky app will reactively update its database in response to those updates. So you can build plugins for apps. You can also bootstrap new apps on top of existing apps. So you know this thing that Meta does with Threads, when Threads launched, Threads used the Instagram's follow graph in order to kind of bootstrap the network. And it's a great strategy for bootstrapping. And so what if it was just available to everyone? What if you didn't have to own a huge social network in order to bootstrap another product? And so, for example, you could build a dating app using Blue Sky profiles as kind of the scaffolding. So if you log into it, maybe it uses your profile picture and bio, but maybe we don't use the follow graph there. And then you could store private information in your own database, but then maybe you would create your own types of records that all other apps could also interpret. So this really starts blurring the boundaries between apps, where some apps could display content from other apps as well. Like, for example, you could imagine, just like Instagram displays popular posts from Threads, you could do if more apps were built this way, more apps could do the same thing, because for example, if somebody built an Instagram clone with @protocol, initially you could just use, for example, the identity and maybe not even care about any of the Blue Sky data and be completely separate. But then, for example, if it becomes popular, Blue Sky could add a media tab that shows posts from that app in the Blue Sky app. So this really kind of becomes this just breaking the walls between apps, I think in a very dynamic and interesting way that ultimately is interesting from the user perspective. So if you want to learn more about the protocol, we just literally a few hours ago released the new version of our website. It has a tutorial. So you can learn about how to build kind of a sample app on the protocol. It's on GitHub. Give it a star. So that's on @protocol.com. There's also a community-run website called @protocol.dev, where there's going to be a series of tech talks. The first one was just a week ago. The first one was attended by 15 people. Maybe the next ones will be attended by more people. But if you're interested in this kind of stuff, this is one of the gateways into the community. And then go Sky app /@proto if you want to just learn more about from people posting who are building @protocol and building on @protocol. You can sign up on Blue Sky with this link, and it will actually give you a list of people to follow who are posting about @protocol, among other things. So go Sky app /@proto. There's a lot that I'm not going to cover today. It doesn't mean that we haven't thought about it. Again, this is in production, so all of these things are really important, and we do have answers for all of them. If you want to, you can check out the GitHub discussions for @proto and ask some of them there. And so, to conclude, is this the future of building for the web? I don't know. Maybe not. Right, because the Blue Sky, the company, can die. Blue Sky, the product, can die, And that's usually how these things happen, right? They're not permanent. But the interesting part is that, in a way, it kind of doesn't matter, because I can just put my stuff on my own hosting or on some free hosting or somewhere else. It's just a server that returns some JSON. It's open source. So I could still run my own server if I wanted to, or somebody could run it for me if there's enough people who are interested in doing this type of thing. And then, of course, if if Blue Sky goes away, our relay goes down. But then, if there are people who want to build applications using the app protocol and using this approach, somebody else can get the relay running, because the relay is also open source. And somebody just needs to run that code. It's more expensive to run it than to run the repository, just because it's consumed by many apps. But presumably, there's some incentive for somebody, just like we have the incentive to run it ourselves. Somebody will have the incentive to run as well if they're operating some kind of a product that has some runway. And the funny thing is, like, somebody can just resurrect Blue Sky, actually, because if the data is still in the atmosphere, and actually, like, our code is open source, you can just make the product rise from the ashes again and crawl the data again into the database, and then it works like before. So somebody else can even bring it back from the dead or make a different product that's built on that data if they want to. And so the thing is, like, maybe maybe it doesn't work, maybe it doesn't work out, and maybe the product dies or the company dies, but you can't really kill an idea. And so even if, like, we don't finish it, maybe somebody else will finish it, and in general, life finds a way. Thank you.
Give it up for Dan. Awesome. Me and Dan were talking about the apps protocol community yesterday after the conference, and it reminded me a lot about the early days of the React Native London community. Small group of people huddled around together, trying to see what can be possible, and those are some of the most fun times. So if you're looking for something new to try out, it definitely sounds like a really cool community that's forming. Awesome. We have the breaks now. So you'll have 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes, to go grab a coffee, socialize a little bit, recharge your batteries, and we'll see you back here at 11:15.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, Total Software Engineering Consultancy.
Hello everyone, and welcome back on the live stream from React Universe Conf 2024. We just had an amazing start of the second day. We had 3 talks, and I have a pleasure to invite to the studio Evan Bacon, the second speaker today from Expo. Evan, how are you?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I'm just excited to have DOM components out.
Yeah, this is so much excitement. Like I was laughing all the way from excitement. My mouth was open for the entirety of your talk. So first
Same.
of all, there were a bunch of new things. Not only DOM components, but some other things as well. And like I want to start not from DOM components, but from the speed that Expo is iterating, is innovating. So can you tell us some more about like your, I don't know, like plans, roadmap, and like when can we expect server components, DOM components, tree shaking to be available?
Yeah, great question. So DOM components are available now. People can try them in Canary. So we have a SDK 52 Canary, still like actively fixing bugs, but we're getting lots of great reports. So this will be in 52, just like on. There's elements to them that we will enable over time. Questions about like sharing JS Global and all that. And then server components, there will be a lot of flags, so you can turn on like new metro require, new resolution, and if you turn on all of those flags, you can kind of use RSC in 52. It'll be like single route RSC because there's questions about like how to make that work, with different rendering patterns and connect to a server. Depending on when 52 comes out, we might have some basic server actions as well that people can play with. Very early, like they won't be production ready. So yeah, that's when I think the 3 main things, and then tree shaking, which we just announced, that will be experimentally available in 52. I know it sounds like everything's coming out experimentally, but that's like the first stage that it comes out in. Like,
I mean, I feel like I'm being bombarded by new Expo things. Like it's been like 3 months since we saw, maybe 4, since we saw the experimental server components. Right now, the DOM components, you've been tweeting about them for like 2 weeks now, I want to say.
Yeah.
So there was already some awareness about this.
A little hint, yeah.
But then like tree shaking stuff, that's completely new.
Yeah, I tweeted about that actually a few months ago, but it went under the radar, so I figured I could like post about it again. So all of these have like a very central theme, which is bundling and like improvements to the bundler.
Yeah.
So just a few years ago, we kind of found that there's just a lot of room for innovation in the bundler space. So we kind of like rolled back our Webpack plans, we built out Metro Web, and now we have some really good velocity with tools like Expo Atlas. Like we have tooling and infrastructure around bundling, like in order to speed up bundling, so that's been really fantastic. And so now we're starting to see a lot of the fruits of that investment. Because server components is primarily a bundling feature, DOM components is entirely a bundling feature, tree shaking, fully bundler, right? And so, yeah, we're starting to like reap the rewards of improving the bundler in all these like new and interesting ways.
So awesome, and like it also makes so much sense in the team of this conference, React Universe, to talk about universal apps. And of course, Expo has been on the front of universal apps for like a long time. And then like with moving, you've enabled web support way back, like years ago.
Yeah, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, and then like making the integration more and more unified, first with Expo Router, now with enabling the transition from web to native. Oh, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the DOM component. So I have some questions that I wrote down during your talk. What would be the ideal scenario to use, because you told us when not to use it. Don't downgrade your experience. If you have a native app already, if you have a React Native app already, like you don't have to use that. But what is the ideal scenario in your head that someone is using DOM components?
So perfect case is, you build a website. Lots of people build websites. It's a great way to validate an idea and figure out like Polish sausage finder website is like a good idea. And it's good to be able to just do that. It might be. Yeah, it might be. You don't know, right? So like, and you don't want to like have to go through App Store review and figure all that out later. It'd be better to just get that idea out now. Just do that with the web, but then historically you have to start over. And then there was kind of promises of this with things like Cordova, PhoneGap, where you could kind of pull it in, but then you're just delaying when you start over. So now this is, I think, like WebView is done really right, where you can immediately go to the App Store in a WebView if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can immediately see it on your phone, reuse all the settings, and then incrementally compose in native functionality and slowly migrate. Not really to like universal, but I think, because the web is already very cross-platform. The web is kind of nailed cross-platform. So what React Native really does is kind of the opposite. It actually helps you target exact functionality for a specific platform, which is fantastic, right? Like that's what you want in a lot of cases. So when you have established some product market fit and you want to build exact functionality and deliver stuff that you just can't do on the web or in the cross-platform sandbox, then you can compose and migrate over. So yeah, just part of the incremental migration process, which we've never had. So there's always been this divide, and I'm pretty confident now that that divide will mostly just go away. Like it's probably third story I'm thinking about, but mostly.
Are you maybe afraid that this is allowing people to just use this? And like, as you said, some time ago, people just started using web views for everything, and that sucks, basically.
Yeah.
But like, if you extend the down boundary to allow them to use some of the native features,
right.
and then are you afraid that they will just stuck on this solution and not innovate with the products?
Yeah, so I think really it's like the seamlessness of that boundary, and then how, like if people will migrate over, it's going to be a function of that seamless boundary, and then just how compelling native functionality is. So if people are getting like really fantastic performance with the web view, maybe they will stay. But I think, like I demonstrated in my talk, that there's like startup time implications, and there could be issues with how you do data fetching in the future. And so, I think the opposite will happen. I think, we've talked about like missing styles and features on the web, but they kind of live over here, and we're building over here. But when you have it right there and you delete the used on boundary, the errors kind of create like an itemized list of everything missing. And you can go through and like make decisions about like, okay, yeah, I can change that, or it's like, oh, maybe I'm doing like some complex drawing to CSS, and I actually want to keep that. In cases like that, it generally probably would be good to stick with the web. So that would be like some sort of canvasy type effect. And so yeah, I actually think it's going to be kind of more like a rising tide, right? Like bring both platforms up simultaneously. But there will be a lot of content that is written with the web, because that's just like statistically, right? There's like 16 times more people are using React DOM than React Native, and so like there probably will be some like relative amount of like some appropriate ratio of like web developers to native developers, regardless. I think then it becomes a question of like how much of that actually goes to the App Store, how much of it gets through App Store review.
Oh yeah,
And because that's a pretty good filter for like keeping out content which just is like hello world in green on the middle of the screen and stuff like that.
It's also, I think it also fits into not a new concept, but freshly renewed interest in concept of server-driven UI. With server components, you could do some of those things, and then with DOM components, you could actually integrate server-driven UI through website creation and enable your app to do more things that you envisioned when you placed it on the stores.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of like headless CMSs. For instance, if you connect like a Shopify storefront, then it will have a CMS aspect which returns custom pages in HTML. DOM components are a great way to just like style that, import that, and have some element of server-driven. I think like Expo's React Server Components is going to be a way better version of that, because you'll actually have native views which you can send down.
Those are universal server components.
Yeah, and then another element about this is that we don't. This isn't like full web. You technically can have a single route full web view and then do the navigation inside of that. But we do have some opinions about DOM components. So one of them is that the navigation goes through the native app, or it goes through whichever app is the parent. So on web, that would also be the web app. And so that all goes through Expo Router. And what that means is that it's really easy to do like what I did in my talk and move over to native navigation. And what I find is that native navigation is probably the single most important part of making your app feel native. So I think by enforcing that, we enforce some bar of like it's not this free form, like anything goes kind of fest. So.
Okay.
Yeah, the app should generally feel really good. That's why I published one to test flight, so people can.
I have it. I have it already. I have it on my phone. Yeah.
So like
and
you can see it like interacts nicely, the scroll view and the header and all that. Like there are a lot of really good native elements to it.
And also, it's really fast on my iPhone. It's faster than on your simulator, actually.
Which it's pretty fast.
Which is like scary, because like you can use those web views. So question about the web view, and then question from the chat that we have. So WebView is a huge library, and then I imagine there would be an influx of downloads and maybe influx of people using the library, having some problems maybe with it. So do you already know some edge cases? Are you contributing to the WebView in any way in order to enable this, or in order to?
Yeah, great question. So mostly I was able to get it to work just as is, out of the box. And there are a bunch of, like in your mind, you're like, okay, web content, you can drop in a WebView, but there's actually so much more to it, like all the bundling that's required to make web content work, like how you would expect to write it versus how it runs in the browser. And so a lot of the heavy lifting is done by Expo's Metro Web, and like being able to create that new dimension of bundling, and then have it just return HTML. And then there's definitely a big difference between how you use a web view with embedded content versus remote content. So when you pass in a URL and you load in some stuff. So for instance, if you like open up this app, actually the bug is still in here. I need to publish because we just fixed it. But when you open up the app, what you'll notice is you can like go and like maybe play a video game on your phone or something, and then like 10 minutes later, if you come back, the web views will be like blank.
Okay.
So the OS will like panic. It'll say we're running out of memory, and it'll start unloading web views. And you can just have a nice default in there, which is like when you come back, reload the web view. But that mostly works better. That works really nicely for embedded content, but remote content, when it's like someone else's page, you probably just want to have the user actually manually refresh by like swiping down. And so, yeah, we are able with DOM components to inject some of these, I think, more meaningful defaults, fix bugs like that before because that's kind of a meaty one to find out, right? Like you need to build a production app, put it on your phone, do things, get a memory panic, and then figure out how to replicate that. So we fixed that on iOS and Android. Kudo, Chen fixed that actually. He's been fantastic working on this.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Listen, I have a question from the chat, and I need you to answer in 20 seconds because we have to move on to the next guest. Chat question from Thor. Great nickname, by the way. Expo Next Adapter, how does it play with Expo DOM components?
Yeah, so Next Adapter enables you to pull in React Native web views inside of a Next.js website. A DOM component is a Expo Metro website, so the two fundamentally different bundling patterns. I would imagine you could probably get it to work, but mostly you're going to want to just stick with Expo's, because again, this is a bundling feature, and Next.js is also primarily a very bundler-heavy project, and so there's just a lot of different opinions that may not align. But it is the web, and a lot of things just work out of it. So I imagine someone can figure out a hack to get them working together.
Yeah. Thanks so much for doing this. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We will chat with you, and for the people watching, stick around. We'll have another guest for you. Thank you so much. after the break on the live stream from React Universe Conf 2024. I have a pleasure to speak with Seth Webster from Meta. Seth, can you please introduce yourself and tell us more about your role?
Sure. My name is Seth Webster, and I support the engineering team at Meta that does all of the React work. So that's the React for web and React for native, as well as the Relay, the React data team.
And when you say you support, what does that mean?
I'm the engineering manager for our, the group.
So I feel like you are the main behind the curtain. I feel like most people from the development perspective, from React and React Native, don't interact with you, don't know who you are. You don't write blog posts. You are not in the release team. You are not shipping features. But then you are the most responsible person on the top of both teams.
Well, you should tell my wife.
I'm gonna. So I have like two subjects for you, and you can pick one and let's just discuss, or both. So one subject is I want to understand, and I want people to understand more the governance of React and React Native. Who makes decision when and where? How does community plays into it? How does like other companies and like individual contributors play to the future of React and React Native? And also talk about the future of React and React Native. What can you tell us? What will be happening down the road?
Sure. I mean, how long do we have? You know, the governance is an interesting question that we ask ourselves a lot and all the time. I mean, I think the big thing for us is to think about like, there's the way it is, and then the way we would love for it to be. You know, the way it is, I think typically, you know, a lot of the decisions that we make in terms of like what is coming for React, especially prior to the partnerships we've established over the last few years, were very driven by like product changes at Meta, things that we wanted to do at the company that would sort of force us, as I mentioned in my opening remarks at React Conf this year, push the framework to a new level, right? We needed to increase performance, we needed new capabilities and so forth. And so we would ideate very rapidly at Meta. We have such incredible scale within the products that we can come up with ideas and try them very quickly at, you know, immense scale. And so we would do that, and that's that, I talked about at React Conf, that high intensity forge where we can ideate, test ideas, figure out whether they work through experimentation, and then eventually release them to the community in an incredibly hardened way. Over the years, we've become much more of a multi-company framework, and so we have many contributors now. And so it's something that we're figuring out today is like the right way to do this governance. You know, and I don't think that at this point that we've fully like cracked the nut on this, right? There are things like even with the recent React 19 release, where some things slipped through the cracks, and we like at the last minute had to make a decision to hold that and fix those problems. And so I think that's where it is today. I think the way that we want it to be is very much more of a roundtable where the designs and the discussions bring together many of like the equities people are trying to solve for in the community, and those are like discussed and ideated and tested in a very meritocratic way, leveraging Meta scale, right? I can foresee a scenario where there's an idea at the edge of the community that we haven't even run into at Meta yet that people want to, that may necessitate a change in React that we could then bring in and test at scale using the infrastructure that we have and the user base that we have. So there's sort of the way it is and the way we'd like it to be.
Yeah, I feel like you touched on the subject that is really, maybe not misunderstood, but forgotten, I think, that Meta created React and React Native in order to make the products better, like their own products.
Correct.
Facebook app, Instagram app, Oculus app, all of that. So that's your like priority, right? Like your priority is for your users to have a great user experience. And then you will test all those features, but then Microsoft and other companies, maybe they have other priorities. Maybe they want to focus on brownfield integration, or maybe they want to focus on like multi-view, like multiple views in React Native. Maybe you don't need that. So then, like, who comes up with those kind of like ideas from outside, and how is that integrated into core?
Those ideas do come from sort of a multitude of our partners. Typically, like with Microsoft and others, they're doing a lot of the work, and we're doing a lot of the like integration or consulting and helping to support those integrations. These are great partners that you're talking about, by the way. I mean, they are the partners that like day in and day out put their money where their mouth is, right? This isn't an issue that comes in on GitHub that we have to like figure out how to get onto our roadmap. This is them writing the code with our support in order to like build that into the framework, and then we integrate upstream if we need it. And we actually do have more and more we do have a lot of the same needs as some of these other companies. They're not quite as far apart, I think, as maybe it seems, but there's a lot of stuff that we'll be able to talk more about later this year that we've been working on in terms of like desktop stuff with Microsoft and so forth. But desktop, has been such a great partnership. Microsoft's been one of the most tremendous partners on desktop. In terms of like, I think where people like tend to see more of the, to actually see more stuff is like at the partnership with Vercel, right? There are things being added to React to support next features or things that we're working on with the browser companies in order to integrate features into React. And those are, I think, more interesting governance stories. And that's where I think we have the most work to do. I think the partnerships on the native side have actually gone really, really well. Our partnership with Expo is going really well.
Yeah, I was going to draw a comparison between Next.js, Vercel. Over the past like 3 years, I feel like they've been using server components, helping iterate on server components to land finally in React 19. But like Next.js users were able to use server components way back. And then like, I feel like the same is happening with Expo right now, where Evan is experimenting with DOM components and with server components as well, but on the universal side, which I feel like this is a huge thing because like server components as an idea is much more powerful than just server components for web pages, right? So
for sure.
Yeah. So what do you think about like partnerships with maybe frameworks for React Native?
We're all in. I mean, I think our goal, I think, is that over time, the core of React and React Native are leaner. We want more of these innovations and ideations to happen in frameworks and have people be able to sort of build out frameworks that solve for unique niche needs, and that we're building the primitives to support that in a really fundamental and fantastic way. But the things that I'm wearing an Expo shirt. I'm super excited about what Expo is doing with the cross-platform and server component space. I mean, like this is just incredibly exciting. If you haven't seen Evan's talk from React Conf this year and App.js this year,
you definitely
mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah.
The talk he just did also mind-blowing.
Yeah, I just talked with him.
Yeah.
Last question and 30-second answer. If you think about React and React Native, like the whole org chart, organization, all of that in 3 years from now, what do you see?
My hope is, and something that I've been driving for a long time, is just much more unification between much more unification from the two sides. Sorry, a drop of water just came from the ceiling. For me, the way I conceptually think about React and React Native is that there's React for web, there's React for iOS, there's React for Android. I don't see that like users really care about the fundamental difference.
Yeah.
They don't want to see those fundamental differences necessarily show up in React. They want to be able to, as Evan's been demonstrating and others have been demonstrating with cross-platform code, they want to write code, they want to write product, and they want it to work everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think that I'd love to see us driving much more of that unification. I'd like to see React Native not lag behind React with features and so forth. And that's something we've been working really hard on. In fact, with 75 and 76, we came very close to a co-release, and then we had to hold React back, which has taken extra time. And to their credit, the React Native team said, well, we're going to push forward with 75. They didn't let it slow them down. So, that's the other thing. And then the other big thing is I'd love to see us releasing more frequently and sharing the goodness that we have more often. Last but not least, I really want parity between what we have internally and what we have externally. Today, we're always sometimes years ahead internally. And what I'm excited about is to see us have parity, because then we're going to have a much more fluid, bidirectional flow of innovation. And so those are the things I'm most excited about.
Thanks a lot for that 30-second answer, by the way.
Sorry, was that minute and a half?
Thank you so much, Seth. Pleasure to speak with you. Thanks again, everyone watching. Stick around. We are going back to the main stage for the talks.
Thank you.
Everyone, grab your seats. There's still people trickling in. All right. Everyone grab a coffee? Yeah. Does anyone want to stretch? All right. I'm hearing overwhelming yes, so we're going to do a poll. All right? Raise your hands up if you actually want to get up and stretch a little bit. Raise your hands if you don't want to. And so, unfortunately, the MC bias wins here. So we're all going to get up and stretch a little bit because we have 3 talks and I want you to be energetic. So let's just do this. I won't hold you up for too long. Come on, come on. I see you. Get up. I know there's light on my face, but I can see you guys as well. Come on. Good. I like you. All right. We're going to put our arms far up. It's like the only stretch I know. So we'll go. Let's go. Good, good. Now put your arms forward and try not to hit the person in front of you. Now grab your right leg and bring it up. Try not to fall and stumble. I clearly don't have very good balance. Left leg, let's go. And just briefly, I want you to jog in place a little bit, all right? So just come on, come on. Get the blood flowing. If you don't do this, you suck. If I can do it on stage, you can as well. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for... All right. I don't want to see people on the stairs sitting there. It's starting to piss me off. All right, so how many of you are still here on Saturday? Show of hands. Cool. All right, so there is a boat cruise and a brunch happening on Saturday that you can buy tickets for. I have been on a cruise in the rivers of Wrocław, and I can say it is actually quite beautiful, quite nice. It is the Venice of Poland. Yes! Someone got the joke. Love it. Okay. So it is the Venice of Poland, and honestly, you don't want to miss it out. I checked right before I came on stage with Gutek, and there are only like a dozen or so tickets left. So it's going to be a bit competitive. Hopefully some of you guys want it, but it will fill up. So if you want a ticket, just go on the React Universe Conf website and grab yourself a ticket before it runs out. Again, there's only a dozen or so tickets left for the boat cruise. And it's going to be a lot of fun. You'll meet a lot of other people as well and chat. So if you're here on Saturday, don't miss the opportunity to go and see the Venice of Poland. All right. We have another few talks coming up for you before we go into lunch. 3 quite interesting talks that I'm very excited to announce. So firstly, we're going to go deep into Hermes again. This has almost become a tradition. Super excited. Honestly, this is one of those talks that you really want to look forward to. Then we've got to talk about the Ghost player. A little bit spooky. We'll see how it goes. And then we're going to be looking at Skia a little bit. So let's get started. First off, we have Svetan Mikov from the Hermes team coming again. If you were here, who was here for Svetan's talk last year? Pretty amazing shit, right? So, give him a round of applause. Come on. Expectations are sky high. Such a lovely person. And so it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Svetan Mikov from the Hermes team to tell us what's been going on in the world of Hermes. Give him a massive round of applause.
Is this working? Yes. Hello, everybody. It's amazing to be here yet again for the 3rd time, talking about our work on Hermes and static Hermes. It has also been great to feel how supportive everybody here is of the project. As has already been said, my name is Svetan Mikov, and I'm on the Hermes team at Meta. I actually have an admission to make about this talk. This talk was supposed to be about something completely different than it actually is now. It was supposed to be about JSI and native state and host object. I know that Mark is excited about that. But we've been working on something completely new for the last few months, and we just couldn't wait to show it to you. So that's why I'm really grateful to CoStack, to organizers, that they allowed us to delay the announcement of our talk. So we wanted to be sure that we can present to you something that is actually working. And fortunately, it is, as of last week. So that's good. It's brand new. So this was very hastily prepared. I hope that you folks will have my back, because this is a long talk, and also you need your coffee. And believe it or not, it's probably even more technical than the previous ones. I know that's hard to believe. All right. So this was already asked by how many people watched or remember our talk from last year? Okay, that's a lot of hands. Actually, I see somebody back there that did not raise their hand. Security? This is not this kind of conference? Okay, you may stay. It's fine. Anyways, I hope you remember poor old John Native, that he was hitting a wall with interpreter performance in his app. And he was not happy at all, even though he's clearly AI generated. And how do you think he's doing now, after 1 year? Probably not great. We haven't released static Hermes yet. But I'm happy to say that we may have some good news for it, for him. Don't get too excited, though. We are not releasing static Hermes. It's something else. So before I announce what it is, let's take a little walk down memory lane. What makes Hermes and static Hermes special and different from other JS engines? What gives us the right to present to you guys here, to such a great audience? So as you know, Hermes is the default engine for React Native. And since its inception in 2016, boy, that feels a long time ago, it was designed and optimized for mobile usage to run on device with very low resource consumption. And specifically and particularly, our biggest strength is the very fast startup. Now let's examine how we achieve that by contrasting Hermes with a typical web.js engine. And some of you may remember this slide from 5 years ago, or maybe not. Anyway, this is a typical web.js engine. And this slide is split in 2 parts. On the left part, we have build time. On the right part, we have runtime. And as you can see, almost everything is on the right part. Almost everything happens at runtime on the device of your customers, your users. We have parsing, we have compilation, we have executions, and perhaps the most interesting aspect of a modern web.js engine is the speculative nature of the execution. Because JS is so dynamic and there isn't enough information from the source to the engine has to make a certain set of assumptions in order to execute the code fast. If and when these assumptions are violated, then it has to throw away all the work that it has done and make a new set of assumptions and run the code again with a different set. This process repeats until the right set of assumptions is hopefully found. Sometimes it is never found. But this is a complex, expensive, and unpredictable process. Now, modern JS engines are brilliant products of engineering. We at the Hermes team really admire and respect web engines. However, we believe that for some use cases, a different approach works better. Here we see how, by contrast, in Hermes, almost everything is happening on the left side of the diagram. Everything is happening at build time. Parsing, compilation, optimization. We are finally emitting a bytecode file, and that is what's executed and loaded at runtime. So loading the bytecode file requires almost no work. The entire file isn't even read into memory all at once. And most of it is read only when it's executed. That means that we are really fast to start up, and also means that our startup time does not depend on the size of the input bundle. So Hermes just does the very minimum of work lazily at the last moment when it's needed. In that way, it's very similar to the Hermes team. That's how we operate. That's how this talk was created. This is not new, by the way, but I also realized that not everybody is as familiar with Hermes as we are, and not everyone has seen our talk from 5 years ago. So what are the key features? What are the takeaways here? Hermes does ahead-of-time compilation to bytecode instead of at runtime. This compilation happens only once and not on your users' devices. This allows us to have a very low footprint in both startup time and memory. Now, this is where things start to get interesting. How does static Hermes enter into this picture? Static Hermes builds upon Hermes. It is fundamentally an extension of Hermes which understands type annotations. Understanding types allows static Hermes to achieve performance comparable to C++, without the complexity associated with high-performance web.js engines. Remember how the web.js engines had to guess the types repeatedly, speculate, run again until they get it right? With static Hermes, we are kind of cheating. We know the types from the start because the users have given them to us. And by using these types early, we're eliminating the cost and complexity later. So armed with this information, static Hermes can emit either typed bytecode or native machine code. This has been kind of perhaps a little bit a misunderstanding of what static Hermes is. It is not only a native compiler, it is primarily a typed compiler for native or bytecodes. Now, to give you some idea of the lengths that static Hermes goes in order to optimize your code, here is a diagram of our pipeline. It is deliberately using small fonts. It is just created to impress, not to convey information. But what should stand out to you is the last two rows of the pipeline. One of the rows is for bytecode, one of the rows is for native code. So you see they're equivalent, they're in parallel, equally supported and maintained. Now, if static Hermes is so great, and it is, I promise, I'll ask the question that is on everybody's mind. Why haven't we released it yet? So believe it or not, there are challenges that are not fully under our control, which have prevented us from releasing it so far. I mean, static Hermes is available on GitHub. Anybody can try it, report bugs and so on, but we can't make it the default for React Native yet. Why? The main problem is that existing JS build pipelines erase type annotations. People don't usually think about that, but by the time that the JS source gets to static Hermes, it has undergone this extensive pipeline of Babel passes, packagers, and whatnot, and all of the type annotations are gone. And there's nothing that static Hermes can do about it. Now, in benchmarks and examples, we can set it up so we can consume the original annotated source code. But in practice, nobody ships their React Native app like that today. So this is a practical challenge that we need to solve. We have ideas, perhaps doing it incrementally and so on, but I hope you can see why this is not entirely trivial to do. Another complexity, another logistical complexity of native code is over-the-air updates. If you compile your app to native, then you cannot update it over the air as easily or at all. And I know people love to update their apps over the air. It's very convenient. The final problem is that a lot of untyped code still exists. Amdahl's law states that the performance of a system is limited by untyped JavaScript. Actually, that's not what it says. It says it's limited by its slowest part, which is the same thing. But this means that we must acknowledge the reality that untyped code exists, and it must be executed fast too. And our entire plan of performance cannot be based only on adding types. So with this in mind, I'm finally really excited to introduce our solution and what the Hermes team has been working on like crazy lately, bytecode translation on device. What does it mean? As we have covered before, I remember John Native, interpreters can be fast, but they have overhead. And they have inescapable fundamental performance limitations. They need to decode every instruction, dispatch to the handler of the instruction, decode the operands, and so on. And all of this adds time. Bytecode translation on device eliminates this overhead by very cheaply translating bytecode instructions to machine instructions at runtime. This means that you can continue to ship bytecode like you do today, enjoy the benefits of over-the-air updates, while simultaneously getting better performance. This unlocks better untyped performance, and it unlocks even better, I would say excellent, typed performance. So this helps your untyped JS code, but it helps static Hermes even more, because that has been our plan all along. Now, wait a minute. Translating bytecode instructions to machine instructions on device, that's a JIT, right? A just-in-time compiler. Well, yes, technically yes. This is a JIT. It compiles bytecode instructions to native instructions just in time and executes them. So now Hermes has a JIT. But in the JavaScript world, the term JIT is commonly understood to mean something more. It's usually taken to refer to the speculative execution that we talked about already, with all of its complexity. By contrast, our implementation is extremely simple because it is designed to benefit from the advanced compiler that we have and all of the optimizations that we do ahead of time. It is actually extremely simple. It does very little at runtime. So in order to avoid confusion, we decided to not call it JIT, to call it something else, even though it is technically a JIT. Now remember our original pipeline that I showed you? The bytecode translation is just one box, which proves without any doubt that it's very simple. Otherwise, it would be more boxes. But truthfully, it is really simple, and we have just found a way to make the bytecode faster, sometimes much faster, without adding much complexity. We are really happy about it. After all this talk, let's see some results. Now, I want to prepare you for the results. They may be underwhelming, but first I'll show you some untyped JS code, where we will see some useful but moderate improvements. Then I'll show you a couple of results with typed JavaScript, where static Hermes is compiling to typed bytecode, and then we're executing the typed bytecode with the translator. And here we go. On this chart, we see several typical Octane benchmarks. Box2D, Crypto, Game Boy, Navier-Stokes, Richards, whatever. And they all have improved by about 50%. Thank you, thank you. Which means that if something executes for 1.5 seconds before, now it's 1 second. This is not bad. It is a pretty good improvement. At the end of the chart, I've added also our two benchmarks, Endbody and the TypeScript ray tracer. They also increased by a good margin, so we are very happy about that. Now we can look at typed performance. This is again for the ray tracer and for Endbody. If any of you guys saw our chain react talk, there we covered in detail the optimizations we did for this ray tracer in static Hermes. So for each benchmark, we have 4 columns. The leftmost column is I was checking whether we are out of time. Okay. The leftmost column is the original Hermes. The next column is running this same untyped bytecode with our bytecode translator. And then the next column is bytecode translation with typed bytecode. And as you can see, the ray tracer is 9 times faster. So the left axis is not percent, it's times. The ray tracer is 9 times faster, even though it's still running from bytecode. The last column is the native code, which is static Hermes compiling to native. That is even faster. But as you can see, the difference is not so great. And perhaps in many cases, you don't have to resort to full native compilation. Now, this is all a little dry, so I wanted to give you a more visual and geeky example and also a sense of how fun it is to experiment with this. I literally asked ChatGPT to generate a JS program for ASCII rendering of a Mandelbrot set. It happily obliged. You can see the code on my GitHub. This is what the rendering looks like. It's animated. And the next slide is running this program with original Hermes from 2023 and with this. Yeah, honestly, I was surprised it was so much faster because this is untyped code. This is literally just something that ChatGPT spit out. Sometimes things get faster than we expect. Okay, now, I actually don't think we have enough time to go through all of my assembly slides. You guys are lucky. But this will be a brief tutorial on how we actually did this and what it is like to build a JIT for Hermes. But seriously, do not do this. So first, really quickly, this is an example of what bytecode Hermes produces from JavaScript. On the left, we have very simple JavaScript source. It reads a property, multiplies it by 100, subtracts 1. And this is the corresponding byte instructions. Loading the property, multiplying it by 100, subtracting 1. As you can see the instructions. Load 1, subtract it, and so on. Now, our first attempt at the JIT was to replace all of these instructions with function calls. And this is the ARM64 assembly that I promised. All of these are function calls. The first function call loads the parameter, the second one gets the property, the third one multiplies. And these are slow. It turns out that when we did this, we did not get almost any performance improvement, shockingly. We were kind of stuck, and we figured that perhaps we can do better by considering that in JavaScript, even though you can do everything, the most common things that you usually do are fast and simple, and the rest of the things are complicated and slow. So you could multiply two numbers, that's easy, but JavaScript, of course, allows you to multiply a string by an array. And by having to support that, you add a lot of complexity to your JIT. So by splitting this, the code into two parts, a slow part, a slow and expensive part that executes rarely and handles all the complex cases, and a fast path that handles the fast cases, we actually were able to improve the performance significantly for untyped code. This is what it looks like for the multiply instruction. First, we have the check, which checks is the input a number. In this particular case, we already know that the other input is a number, so we only check one of it. If it is not a number, it branches down to the slow path, which does the slow call. But if it is a number, it just performs a very fast multiplication. So if you look at what the final code looks like for our example, it's just straight call ARM64 assembly. There's no calls. So this is pretty fast. Not as fast as it can be, because it still has to deal with the possibility that the type is something different, but still pretty good. Static Hermes builds on top of this, because it understands type annotations. So it can emit bytecode instructions that know the types of their operands. And I'll just keep over these, because this is not so important, and we are almost out of time. But here is the bytecode instructions emitted for the same input by Static Hermes, and this is the assembly that our JIT produces for them. As you can see, there's practically no overhead. It's just one-to-one assembly instructions matching to bytecode instructions. So this produces performance that is close, if not the same, as Static Hermes' native backend. Whew, this is good. I'm happy that I was able to go through all of the assembly so quickly. What are the takeaways? We have moderate speedups for untyped code. That can be used for existing code, NPM modules, and so forth. We have great speedups for static types, which React Native will probably initially use for framework hot code. That might be one way we can ship it. And developers will optionally use types to speed up non-framework code. You might ask, okay, this is great, but when? This question has been asked a lot. When will all of this be enabled in React Native by default? As usual, everything is on GitHub already, but at Meta, we follow a process where we release to React Native only after we have tested things internally extensively. Again, anybody can use it already, but we don't feel confident to enable it by default. So in order of things that will happen sooner versus later, this is what we expect to release. First, we're going to release the beta language support that we've been working on for a long time. Classes. Somebody asked me about async iterators. 7 minutes? Well, I'm at the end, so. No, this is good. then, fairly soon, we'll release bytecode translation because it is truly transparent. It doesn't require any changes. It's just a faster interpreter. And then when we are able to wrestle over the pipelines erasing our static types, that's when we will release the static types compiler by default. Yeah, this is it. As usual, you can see the source on GitHub. And the slides will be published very soon, perhaps right away, so you can enjoy the assembly. Thank you.
Keep it going for Tsvetan. Oh boy, do we wish we saw the assembly code.
Can't hear what you're saying.
We're left wishing that we saw the assembly code, but we can go and see the slides.
You did
and go
see
through
it.
them. Well, we're just not quick enough. Yeah. I'm not quick enough. Maybe someone in the audience is. Thank you so much, Tsvetan. Always a pleasure. Great work to you and your team. Big round of applause for them. You know, it takes skill to build things like the Hermes engine and all of the improvements that these folks have been driving. But honestly, squeezing in 30 minutes of slides in 24 minutes because you think you don't have enough time is also an incredible skill to have. So a man of many talents, Tsvetan is. Awesome. So we've got our second talk coming around, and it's a cool and peculiar story that I think we can all learn a lot about. And so the next speaker is someone who I actually used to work with. So Delphine was a part of our team for several years, and she's now gone on to work in the world of sort of renewables and green energy, following her passion for sort of green energy, which is really cool, and we're all very happy to see her do something that she's fulfilled while using the experience that she's learned from React Native, which is awesome. And I know this talk is great because she did a dry run of it at our meetup a few months ago, and everyone was blown away by it. And I'm sure you're in for a treat. So to talk to us about the Ghost player, we have got Delphine Bugner. Put your hands up together. Hold that. Don't applause. Don't applause. We need more time. I need to stall. My bad. Well, we're here. So how many of you have gone out and bought tickets for the boat tour? Anyone? Was my sales pitch that shit? Really? Well, I think you should definitely go and do it because it is worth it. And it will be a nice way to close up your trip in Wrocław. I can attest to it. There's some pretty cool views. And who doesn't want to be on a boat? Why do you not want to be on a boat? You hate water. There's food. There is food. There's also water. You do know that like you're mainly composed of water, right? Sadly. Okay. We've got a water hater here. That's new. What's your like out of the 4 elements of what's your favorite one, I guess? Not water. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, so if you hate water like this gentleman here, then don't go to the boat cruise, I guess. Anybody else hate water? Oh, you get seasick. Well, that's probably a good reason not to go to the cruise. I'm sorry. Not very inclusive of you. Sorry. No, but for everybody else, jokes aside, please do head on over and see if you can grab yourself a ticket. It'll be a lot of good fun. Just going back to Tsvetan's talk, really cool work, and you can see that this sort of like adoption going towards static Hermes, and I'm glad to see that there's steps that means that we can all start to reap the rewards and have better JS execution. That Mandelbrot example was honestly phenomenal. Super, super cool to see. All right, now we are ready for Delphine. So I need an even better applause because I kind of effed up there. So in 3, 2, 1, give it up for Delphine Bugner.
Hello, everyone. Are you ready for a ghost story? It all started back in 2021 when TF1, the first media channel in France, decided they wanted to rebuild from scratch their news application. They wanted, yeah, a small team that could iterate quickly on the product. So obviously they went for cross-platform, they went for React Native. Excellent choice, right? And I started to work for them in July 2021 with my previous company, BAM. Today, the app looks roughly like this. You have a feed of actualities on the home. It's all in French, sorry. You can click on the article, then you have the video player. And it's actually one important part of the app. Because as the first television channel in France, obviously TF1 is an important protagonist on the tech stage in France. They already had their own native player developed internally with their own dedicated team on iOS and Android. But we were the first time they ever went for React Native. So we had to develop the bridge ourselves to integrate the player. And it went well. The bridge is in production now. It's used daily by millions of users. We just had sometimes a few bugs on it. And the one I'm going to show you today is maybe one of the most memorable ones. It's back in February 2023, I decided for performance reasons that I no longer wanted to stack players, like pausing them when the screen was in the background. Instead, I just decided we should remove them completely, replacing them by a placeholder to have the minimal amount of players in the app active at the same time. And as soon as we started doing that, the removed player in the background, they started to play again. We could steal their sound in the background. It was easier to pause them to make them shut up than to destroy them and remove them from the React tree. It's like Emmanuel Macron forever talking in your ears, telling you how it's a good idea to not respect the election results. Yeah, terrible. How traumatizing is it? So this is the ghost player. And this is the story I'm going to tell you today. But maybe a few more words about me. As Mo said, I'm now working in a small startup in Paris to make EV charging easy for everyone. It's called Déjà Blue. I'll be happy to discuss that with you later. But I also love to dig under the hood of stuff in React Native. And today, the topic we're going to cover is the native lifecycle, native component lifecycle in React Native. Because we all know about the React lifecycle. A component mounts, it updates when it re-renders and receives new props, and months after being removed from the tree. But here, it's not what's happening. The player is unmounted, and still it's somewhere in the app because we can hear it. So let's go into this. We are first going to cover native lifecycle in the old architecture because it's where we add the bug. And obviously, I will explain how we solved it. But we are in 2024, you know? So second part will be about component lifecycle on the native side in the new architecture, and what are the differences. Okay, so how do you debug an invisible ghost player? There's a tool that you can use on Xcode that maybe not so many of you knows about. It's the memory graph. You simply open it by clicking on this button at the bottom of the screen, and it shows you a map of every single object in your application and the relationship between them. You have like the bold lines like this for the strong references, where the component cannot be garbage collected as soon as it has a strong reference to it. You also have light lines for weak references, where the object can be destroyed in memory, even if it has still some weak references around it. You can filter here at the bottom left to search for the component you want to observe. Here, the ghost player view for my example app. Yeah, that we have here in the center. But what we can see is we also have a ghost player view manager in the app. And what I can say is these view managers, even if you remove all of your native player, it still remains here in the memory. So maybe he's the one responsible for the sound we can still hear. How can we know that? We can look at another source of truth, the code. Oh yeah, somehow this manager relates to the bridge, so it plays something important here. Basically, when we look into the code, the view manager has 3 responsibilities. The first one of them is to register the native component for the React core system, saying, hey, here, there's something that you can call. There's a native component that you can use. This is this function execute extend module. Second responsibility is to provide a method on how to build the native component. And third responsibility is to declare the props the native component has and how it should adapt when the props change on the native side. This is all Objective-C on iOS, but you can define the code in the Swift file if you don't want to write Objective-C for the props management. Note also that we call this RCT view manager here. It's what gives us access to every default props of the view, like the style props, width and height. You do not have to redeclare it. You simply use this one, call this, and your component will have the style property on the JavaScript side. On Android, it's almost the same, except that the responsibility to declare the native component for the core system is given to another file called the package. But then the view manager has almost the same content. You have the method to instantiate the view, the declaration of the props, and we implement the simple view manager interface that gives us access to the default props. Let's have just a quick recap for later references. Every single component that you use in React Native follows the same standards. There's a view manager for basically every scroll view, safe area view, even the web view or third-party library you use. And if you code one of them one day, you will have to follow this standard. You can also note that the view does not do many things. It mainly obeys to the view manager above it, which is like the puppet master above the view. And now we know that we can finally connect the dots and build the lifecycle on the native side. So at app start, the React Native core system loops over manager and packager, gets all the view managers together, and they are here, ready to be used. This is like they are present in the memory. Even if no component is mounted, they are here to answer the call. We can recognize, yeah, safer, and all Ghost player view manager, but every other component is here. At mounting time, let's say the user arrives on an article, the Ghost player is rendered for the first time on the JavaScript. It's added to the React tree that is then sent through the bridge to the native to what is called the UI manager. It's like the managers of the managers. It coordinates everything in the application. So, and it knows about them because they're registered at app start. And it's like, OK, I see there's a new player in tree. Can you bring me one of those guys? I know you know how to build one. View manager says, yes, I know the method. Let's do it. And the view is then inserted in the tree at the correct place by the UI manager. And it's exactly what we see on the memory graph on Xcode. We have the ghost player view here, and we can climb up and up and up from view to view to view to view until we reach the root view of the native tree. And there's a strong memory link between all of that. OK, what about the updates? The updates, like user have finished watching the video on the article, automatically a new video is loaded on the JavaScript side in the player. So the new props is sent. The UI manager received the new tree and contacts the view manager saying, hey, you know your guy that you brought me, it has to change. You have to make it adapt. Something is new. OK, I know exactly what method I have to use. And the props gets updated. Note that there is only one view manager for every view of the same kind in the app. You just have a system of tags to differentiate them that the UI manager gives, so it can apply the correct change of props to the correct component native. And it's very React, you know. Components in React are pure. For the same set of props in input, we have the same results in the output. So you can always apply the same methods. You can use the same view manager because it will always be the same rules. But I think it's cool it's on the native too. Now let's go to the last part of the lifecycle, the death. User navigates to another page of the app. Player is now in the background. We remove it, replacing it by the view on the JavaScript side. And yeah, it's removed from the tree. The UI manager just do the same. It cuts the link in the tree between the player view and the view above it. And because it has no strong reference to it anymore in the memory, it's basically garbage collected at the next step. But it's not what was happening to us. And when we looked into the memory graph, in our case, and the ghost player case, we saw that someone else was referencing our player. And this is why we could still hear its sound. We had something called a player controller above it. And we were completely outside. It's another parent, completely outside of the React Native flow. We don't know where it comes from, who invited this guy. It's messing things up. We don't understand. And the responsible for all of this, yeah, it's us, unfortunately. At the very beginning of the bridge story, someone else in my team added these lines of code in this layout subuse function. It roughly looks like the ones on the React Native video bridge, so there are probably some copy-pasting at some point. The first time we render the component on the native side, we basically create this player controller and attach it to our player. And somehow, above the player controller is a screen. So this is the story of the ghost player. And it's not an uncommon pattern at all. Actually, when I asked a very good friend of mine, ChatGPT, on how to build like a simple Swift player on iOS, he immediately answered, well, you have to build this player and this player controller. So using the AV player, and I know the TF1 player that we use, that we bridge, is also based on AV player. So there's no way to not have this controller. We simply, because it's not fitting with the React Native lifecycle, we have to work around. And this time, it's an iOS developer of the player team that actually gave me the solution on how to do that. Exactly as you have a cleanup in your useEffect function that allows you to execute some function before the component gets unmounted. You also have a deinit callback on the native side that gets called just before the component unmounts. It's dialog in Objective-C. And guess what we did in the deinit? Yes, destroying the player controller for good. So now Macron can just shut up forever. Yeah. Ooh, the ghost player was... except in a very specific case on iOS 15, after I upgraded React Native Screen in November, well, I managed to work around and patching React Native Screen, but the issue is still in progress. But when discussing the topic with the React Native Screen maintainers, and I know they're somewhere in the room, one of them asked me, hey, what about Fabric? Fabric is a renderer in the new architecture. They asked, do you have the same problem with this deinit function not called anymore? Yeah, great question. Let's try. I haven't migrated the TF1 app yet, and then I left my company, so it's up to them to do it. But I did... Sorry, guys. But I did a small proof of concept on my side, creating a React Native library with the new architecture. And I'm sorry to announce that in the new architecture, the ghost player is back. When we look at the memory graph after removing the component from the screen, in the new architecture, what we see, it's still present in the memory of the phone. And it somehow relates with weak references to something called the registry. So it's like, OK, there's some stuff different here. We need to know more. So what happens to the protagonist of our story? Let's look back again to our chart. In the new architecture, manager still declares the native components of the system. Obviously, the view still displays what it has to display. Now the method to instantiate the view is moved in the view and not in the view manager anymore. And as for the props declaration, it's now made in the CodeGen files. You probably have heard about CodeGen, unless you're living under a rock or something. It's part of the new architecture. It runs at build time during the pod install phase, more precisely, and it reads the TypeScript files to generate C++ files, but also native files that you can import to have the definition of your props. It gives you cross-language type checking, and this is really powerful because in the old architecture, when you manipulate a props, like for example, is playing Boolean for the player as compulsory and somehow forgets to declare it on the TypeScript side, the app would simply crash. But now at build time, we have this check from the TypeScript to the native, and I think it's really cool. Yes, and that was for the props declaration, but obviously the code for the native view to adapt when the props changes still live on the native side. And it's now for iOS a single function that received all the props that have changed at a single timestamp, instead of having one function, one callback for every props. But that's the only difference. OK. What happens for our life cycle now? The beginning of the story is the same. As you know, JavaScript does not change on the new architecture. It's transparent for the end user, the end developer. You do not have to adapt what you have written on the JavaScript, which also is really cool. It goes through GSI in C++, and I won't detail this part because my talk is already too long, and obviously because I don't understand it either. And then it contacts the mounting manager. It's like the new UI manager and the new arch. And this one contacts the view registry. And this one, this guy, is connected to a recycle pool. And when the mounting manager says, OK, bring me a player, it first looks into the pool if there is a player view available on the native side that is not used currently and that we can just reuse. This is really important, and this is what I'm going to talk about in this second part. It's view recycling by default on iOS in the new architecture. If there is no player view available, it simply builds a new one by calling a view factory that calls the initWithFrame function we mentioned earlier in the chat. Apply the updateSprop function to initialize them, and then the view is inserted in the tree, just as before. But if it finds once, it directly goes to the update props part. It's like a re-render on the native side, reusing the component, exactly what FlatList does on the JavaScript side. And we do not call the initWithFrame function, so we economize that. But for the tree, it's the same. Like, we have the view here, we have the root view, and all the intermediary steps just as before. So the native tree at the end is also the same. When we update, I will go quite quickly on this one, new props is received, sent to the mounting manager that directly calls the view and say, OK, update props. As for the death, always my favorite part, spooky. Removed from tree, new tree communicated. And the view registry added to the pool, so the player view is not destroyed. It's simply removed from the native tree and put it inside the pool for later usage. This is exactly what we saw on the memory graph. Like, we have these weak references between the player and the registry. But on the user perspective, what would it mean on the TF1 Info app? It means user watches a video on article 1. We have player JavaScript number 1, player native number 1, closes the article, maybe plays a little Sudoku on the menu, I don't know, does everything. Opens a second article later. It's a new JavaScript player, but the component, the native component behind is the same. Literally, it's the same that is reused, it's the same memory address. So in our case, because we have this player controller above it that we could not destroy because the player view was still part of the game, remember that? It means that we would have the sound of the player going on and on and on and on between the two actions of the users. And once again, we don't want to hear about French politics all the way. We want to live our life. So there's two solutions about that. The first, exactly as we had the init callback, we now have a prepare for recycle callback, where you can execute all the cleanup you need. But I also found a pull request on React Native from 2024. Yeah, this is, for example, the prepare for recycle callback for text input. Like, lots of cleanup done. This guy, I won't pronounce his name, sorry, made a pull request to make this view recycling process optional on iOS. And what is really interesting is yeah, it's a misconfiguration of components. For example, for the one connected to view controllers, it's exactly the same use case as us. Our player has a player controller, and it's messing things up with the view recycling on iOS. So we simply add a Boolean that you can declare in the view, and say, the component will never be recycled at the end. Every component of this kind will not be. And he immediately used his pair on React Native to update that on React Native screen and made it optional. And on the same pull request, he also cleaned everything he had put it before on the prepare to recycle. So as you can see, recycling a React Native screen was not easy. Yes, and we have still 2 questions to answer between finalizing this talk. First one is, why have they done that? It can be hard. You know, there's HKC, there is ghost player that can occur. And the answer is, yeah, it's very cool. Thank you. This is the initial pull request that introduced view recycling in iOS. But it's not just very cool. Obviously, it's for performance reason. As we have seen, we do not enter the init with frame function. We just update the props when we reuse the same view, and it's more performant. And it's actually a very common pattern on iOS. Like the UI table view from UIKit, the UI collection view by default implements view recycling. Here we have like a more powerful view recycling because it's cross components in the application. Like this is a screenshot of the recycle pool and everything you have like, yes, every component in React Native are recycled and they're all together in the pool. And if the pool gets too big and you have memory problem, your app is fast, but it's too big, there's this function, oops, sorry. There's this function, sorry. It should appear there, but it's not appearing. The pool is just flushed. Like, we empty it as soon as the consumption of memory is too big. And this was the second question we have to answer. Yes. I'm sorry. What have I done? Okay, this is the function I was talking earlier. I'm sorry about that. Yes, to empty it. Yeah. What about Android? Like we kind of forgot about Android during the presentation, and obviously React Native and new architecture are also for Android. Even if I never had any ghost player with the platform, but I just want to do a quick check. Like for the table on Android, is it the same? View is the same. Manager is exactly the same. Create view instance, it's still in the manager on Android. You have to add this attract module in the package. And from the props, we are implementing the interface that CodeGen provides to us. So when you declare how to react to props change, you had to add the @override, basically, because now CodeGen filed at the root of everything. What about view recycling on Android? Do they have it? And when we look at the code, it seems that there is. Remember that we implement the simple view manager, so we also extend the root function of it. And the default create view instance in the new architecture on Android. First, look at the recyclable view stack, and if there is none inside, we create a new one. So it's like exactly the same mechanism. We first try to reuse, and if we can't because it's empty, we create a new one. But when I tried to make it work, recyclable views, it was always null. I was like, well, I unmounted and remounted tons of components in my app, so the pool should be at some point filled with stuff. It wasn't, because view recycling in Android is still feature flagged, so it's not activated. You have to explicitly pass this flag to true to have it working, and I had it in the end. Question A, why is it different from iOS? Part of the answer is maybe like it's more recent. Remember the pull request for iOS recycling was made 6 years ago. On Android, it was only made 2 years ago by this guy. Part of the answer is also that this guy left. Like a couple of weeks after merging the view recycling for Android, he left for OpenAI. And he's supposed to be user number 2 or 3 of ChatGPT, so it's almost a legend. But no. Obviously, React Native is a teamwork. There's a lot of people in Meta working on it, also in the community. So it's not because just one guy left that this has not been implemented. Actually, they are still experiencing with it. Nicola said to me, measuring the performance gain it brought to us. They already have implemented it for Litho. It's an Android framework kind of developed by Meta, and it's kind of the cousin of React Native because they also use Yoga. But as we have seen, and it's the whole point of the Ghost player story in the new architecture, view recycling is hard. You can have bugs. You have to take care of this. And this is the prepare to recycle callback on Android for a simple view. So as you can see, there's a lot of cleanup to do before putting actually the view in the pool. So, and believe it or not, the purpose of the core team is not to introduce bugs for the developer community, but rather to provide a stable, performant, cool framework to use for every one of us. So thanks to them, and it's the end of the talk. It was rather a deep dive in React Native. You do not need to know all of that to have your views and text working, but I think it's really cool to understand how it works behind the curtains. And yeah, thanks for listening for the Ghost player story.
Thanks a lot, Delphine. Amazing. Did you, by the way, open up a ticket for the TFN project before you left? Okay, good.
I also opened the project Migrate to Expo.
Thank you so much, Delphine. Appreciate it. It's very rare you have deep dives like that that also can tie it to a story and make it really interesting for everyone involved. So really, really cool. And thanks to Delphine for sharing the experiences that the team had on the TFN app. Okay, just a reminder, if you weren't here early in the morning where we talked about the meme competition, it will be done by lunchtime. So if you've got anything funny that's happened here today, or you just want to see if you can win a prize, remember to go to Twitter, post something, tag the React Universe Conf page. That's React Universe _. One more time, there's an underscore at the end, so it's React Universe _. And then also use the RUC meme hashtag, and you can use that hashtag to enter the competition and see if you can win a prize. You might have good odds. I would try it. Someone probably is taking a picture of me right now and trying to make it a meme, so great. How are we all feeling energy-wise? So overwhelming, honestly. So overwhelming. Can I try that again? How are we feeling energy-wise? No, you guys could do better. Yeah. You're a little late to the party there, pal. Just a tad. Cool. Awesome. Who's ready to talk animations? It's one guy who really loves animations. There's my watch thinking that I'm looking for animations. Great. Yeah, so the next talk is going to touch on a topic that is very intrinsically, it's been very popular in every single conference that we've seen in recent years within the React Native ecosystem. Many people have been using Skia to make their UIs feel more fluid and also introduce some really complex animations within their React Native apps. And to tell you a bit more, go into practice, show you some examples, we've got Akshat Paul joining us to tell us all about Skia and React Native. Give him a big round of applause. Give it up for Akshat!
Hey everyone, just a quick sound check. I'm audible? Yeah, and you can see my screen. Sorry for that. That's a normal protocol these days. Whenever you ask, am I audible, you have to say, can you see my screen? Maybe for the folks on YouTube. Cool, let's get started. So the topic for next 30 minutes is Skia meets React Native, revolutionizing mobile UI and animation, and hope I'm able to cover it in 30 minutes because we have lunch. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about it because I skipped my breakfast. Cool. But before I get into the real meat, quick introduction about myself. I'm Akshat Paul, founder and CTO of Company 360. At Company 360, we are changing the way legal works in India and beyond, focusing on intellectual property instruments. Our platform empowers clients by simplifying the process of obtaining intellectual property registrations across multiple geographies. We help them do all these things, manage all their portfolio from a single platform by leveraging our proprietary databases, delivering superior advisory services. Besides that, we also have our in-house learning management system to help corporate customers deliver efficient compliance trainings. Prior to Company 360, which is my venture for the last 2 years, I've worked for a decade at McKinsey & Company as a consultant, advising companies what is the latest and greatest happening in technology. I still do that to guide enterprise and companies to adopt technologies which when they are in their prime and their spring and not in their graveyard. Actually, that is where I discovered React and React Native. You can find me on Twitter or X at Paul Akshat, or just check out akshatpaul.com. My DMs are always open, so you can ping me if you have any questions related to this presentation, or if you want to discuss any problem. Not any problem, not your personal problems, only technical problems and not political at all. Beside all this, I've also authored a few books and have been a technical reviewer with Manning and A-Press in last few years on topics like React Native, Ruby development. So that's about it. Cool. Before we start the presentation, quick agenda. It's a very simple presentation, just 4 parts. Quick introduction to Skia and why exactly Skia. Then Skia, how Skia works with React Native. A few demos, because no technical presentation is complete without demos. And then future exploration, what else you can do after the end of this talk. Cool. Let's start with the introduction to Skia. So how many, just to check, how many of you have used Skia or know about Skia? All right, there are a lot of people, but I think most of you must have used some kind of 2D images, animation, graphics in your applications. And we'll see how Skia can really change the way you work in your applications going forward. So Skia is an open source 2D graphic library that provides powerful and flexible APIs for drawing shapes, text, images. It serves as a graphic engine behind many and most widely used applications and platforms these days. You might be using Skia without even knowing about it. It's everywhere. It's in mobile apps. Google Chrome is powered by it, Android, Flutter, and now even React Native. Skia is designed to be portable and efficient and work covering all form factors. Whether it's a mobile device or iPad or a television, smart TV. So Skia is not some newbie library which has just come up and we can just try it out and forget about it. It's years and decades of work which has led to what it is today, very stable in nature. Started in 2004, Skia Inc. was founded to create high-performance, cross-platform 2D graphic library. In 2005, acquired by Google and integrated into Google ecosystem with beta projects with Google Chrome and Android. In 2008, Skia becomes open source and is officially integrated into Android. Skia is adopted as a primary graphic engine for Android operating system. Starting from its early version, it handles rendering of UI element, text, images on all your Android apps. Skia also powers Google Chrome in 2008 and becomes a core graphic engine behind Google Chrome. This integration is pivotal in building Chrome's reputation way back in 2008 as fast and reliable browser. Now we come to 2010 to 2018. There's introduction of hardware acceleration, which leverages GPU for rendering tasks. This significantly improves performance, particularly in graphic-intensive applications of mobile devices. Adoption in Flutter, officially, it's no longer a beta project. Skia is chosen as a default rendering engine for Flutter. The integration with Flutter helps deliver smooth application across platforms now. In 2018, again, Skia is introduced with Apple Metal API, enabling efficient rendering on iOS devices. And we come to 2021, when Skia is integrated with React Native, with React Native Skia is introduced by Shopify, allowing React Native developers to leverage Skia's powerful rendering capabilities. This integration enables React Native apps to handle complex graphics, animations, and high performance with high performance and flexibility. And since then, there is no looking back. There is continuous development from contributors of Google, Shopify, and the open source community. So, but since so animation is not that it's introduced by Skia, there are options even before that. And why should we jump into it? Of course, there's a long history to it, and it's a pretty stable library now. But there are some other options. The most common ones you would be questioning is that why can't I just use images? They work cross-platform. If I use SVG, it's resolution independent and can scale infinitely. But there are inherent issues if you use images. A lot of apps use it and still use it, but there are inherent issues. PNGs are static images, and they cannot adapt on user interaction. SVGs, though scalable, they aren't inherently dynamic and requires a lot of additional code and libraries in order to make them animate and make them more interactive. There are, of course, performance issues, as I mentioned, scalability and interactions. So while PNG and SVG have their place, there are a lot of trade-offs which comes with them. They can be used in part of the applications, but if you look at all modern applications, it's not something very user-friendly for them. Then there are libraries like Lottie, which works best for animations, but for that you have to use third-party tools like After Effects and then import it. It's very easy to use it through JSON, but the real problem is that the real-time manipulation of animation is not possible once it is embedded into the application. Then we have reanimated and gesture handler for basic animation, but the more advanced, complex shapes, paths, effects, it's not very successful in that. Then, of course, we can use libraries like 3JS, which excel in 3D rendering, but isn't optimized for mobile 2D graphics. And in most of the mobile apps, especially if you see, they are all flat designed, and they need 2D graphics for all the interactions. So, but do we actually need so much of interaction and interactive content for our applications? Of course, we never needed them. If we go back 10 years, simple click and images here and there would work. But in modern days, even simple banking applications, as you can see, one of the sanitized example here, even they require interactions and animations in order to make user activity better. These visual cues and micro interactions really help user to stay connected with your application. It also gives a notion, it also gives an idea to customer or user that that the loading, that we can hide the load time behind these animation, and customer continues to use the application and feel that the application is faster and slightly sophisticated. It is a sleight of a hand, but very commonly used. We no longer can use a loading GIF, in modern applications. Then, of course, there is brand identity and aesthetics. Animation plays a critical role in reinforcing brand identity and aesthetics, and also creating memorable brand experiences for any application. There's also enhanced user experience, smooth transition, engagement, and retention through interactive design. And so all these factors make Skia a game changer for graphic application development. Firstly, it serves as a graphic engine for a number of significant platforms. As I mentioned, from Google Chrome to Android, Flutter, everywhere. There is portability across platforms and form factors. There is GPU acceleration, which significantly boosts performance, especially when dealing with complex graphics and animations. Moreover, Skia is open source in nature, which means that the contribution is from global community of developers and corporations. So, in total, we can use different libraries and come up with the same kind of an experience. And instead, we can just use Skia and get things done at one place. And we don't have to run with various library and manage our code again and again and make our bundle really huge. Now, let's go to the next part of our presentation, which is using Skia with React Native. And it is really simple. You can simply do an npm install React Native Skia, and that's it. And you can get started. Cool. Now, the main part is our demo time. And our first demo, we will do three things. We will draw, we will add some effects, and we will animate. This is a very basic example in which I will convert a simple shape like a circle into a sphere or a ball, and then animate it, bounce it around the screen. This is like a to-do app for animation. Cool. So let me just walk you through the code, and then I'll run it on the screen. So here you can see that we start importing the necessary components which we'll use, mainly canvas, circle, and paint from React Native Skia. Canvas acts like a drawing area where we place all our graphics. It's similar to how you would use Canvas in web development for drawing 2D shapes. Next, we have our basic Skia component, which is a view container and has a standard React Native way of wrapping visual elements. Within the view, we define a canvas element so that it takes up the available space. Then we have our circle component, and it draws its coordinate. We have our x coordinate and y coordinate, and which sets up the position of the circle on the canvas with a radius. And also we have added a color, blue, here. Now let's run this code, and then we can see how it works. So let me move. Yeah. It's a little tough, when you have to handle 3 screens at a time. Okay, yeah, I'm here. Doing a demo in front of live audience is slightly nervous. You feel like you're naked on stage, and now I have made all of you uncomfortable. But we have our circle on the screen, and let me continue. If I can get my VS Code. All right, cool. So let's now convert this circle into a sphere. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So in the second part, what we are doing is it's pretty simple. That we have a component radial gradient, which uses the radius. We are using 2 colors, and we are actually finding the center of the circle in order to create an effect. It's just an illusion. Create an effect that 2 colors, blue and gray, are going around and covering the entire surface, and it becomes a sphere. So that's pretty much it. And I'll just comment out. Otherwise, we'll have multiple balls on the screen. Okay. Cool. Very simple. Now we have converted a sphere into a circle, into a sphere. Sorry. Now let me take you to the next part. which is how we can animate this sphere. Yeah, so in the first part of the code, we have set up the foundation. And now what we'll do is that we'll use state to manage two key properties, which is vertical position of the wall and the vertical scaling, both on y-axis. We have set it to 150 so that the sphere is near to the top of the screen. And then we'll move it around the screen with the use effect hook. We have a bounce animation setup where we change the position of the y-axis to 400 and then return it back to 150 in 1 second. This creates an upward bounce. The scale animation gives a bounce realistic effect by shrinking the height to 0.8, and then which gives an illusion of a squash, and then restore it to 1 after 500 milliseconds. We use set interval to repeat both the bouncing and scaling animations together in 2 seconds, and this gives us a continuous rhythmic bounce effect, which eventually gives us a feel that there is an animation happening. Yeah, sure. Too big. Yeah. Yes. I have the code in my slides too, so I'll share it. And also this GitHub repo, and you can have a look at it. So let me just run it. Cool. Now, this is a very, very rudimentary example, and now we can go back to our slides to understand how animation works. And we are not using any additional library here, if you see. We can then scale it up to a more refined animations, and which we will do in the second example. Let me go back to my presentation. So this was just a backup in case my demo fails. And as you saw, there's a very high chance of it that it fails. So I'll stick to my slides now. Cool. Now let's move to a more advanced React animation. So now we'll build this application. Of course, I'll explain it through my slides. Because back and forth is taking more time. And here we are going to build some sprinkle effect, and let's see how we can do that. Before we dive into creating the sprinkle animation, let's talk about the tools we are going to build. These are essential ingredients to bring animation to life in this specific demo. We have few Skia imports here, canvas, as I had mentioned earlier. Then we have group, which imagine group as a container that let you apply transformation to multiple elements at once. We have rounded rect, that is that's to create a rectangle with rounded corners. We'll be using them to create individual sprinkle pieces. Then we have run timing. Then we have Skia, of course, from React Native Skia. We'll use computed value and use value. We have few redash imports, specifically process transform 3D, which gets, this function is responsible for transformations like rotations and 3D effects. When we apply it on individual sprinkles, that is how it gives those just tiny lines, they get those 3D effects and of falling. So these are the basic stuff we are importing. Next, we have set up few constants to control our sprinkle animation. We have two colors here so that we can differentiate between two sprinkles. We have count. We have added a count so that we can add up more or less. Then we have screen height and screen width. We are picking up the device screen so that our app works across various screen sizes. Then we have our calculate function, which is some mathematics you can see here. We calculate values based on the vertical position. And then we have some sine and cos functions that create wave-like motion for our animation. Next part is we now get into our sprinkle element component. There we have properties of initial X, Y, ID, color index, which helps us understand the initial position of our sprinkle lines. Then we have element width and height, which helps us define size of each sprinkle. Then we have added a random factor in order to bring some randomness in this animation. And this is the reason why each and every sprinkle will, if you look at it closely, it will look unique in itself. Next, we are using animation timing here. The run timing, this function animates the vertical position, Y position of the sprinkle from its initial position down to the bottom of the screen in 3.5 seconds. This creates an illusion of falling in a wave down at the screen. Now let's look how we have applied these transformations to each sprinkle and how it is rendered on screen. We have transformation metrics, which is using use computed value. We calculate the transformation that will be applied to each sprinkle, rotating them around X, Y, and Z axis. This gives our sprinkles a dynamic 3D light effect when they fall. We also have rotation along X, Y, and Z. These values are calculated using calculate function combined with the random factor, as I had discussed earlier. Then we have group component that applies transformation metrics and sets the origin of these transformations. Inside group, we have rounded rect, which gives the rounded effect to these individual sprinkles. This part of the code is what makes those lines into a sprinkle and rotating and moving them and makes the animation feel rich and dynamic in nature. Now let's look at our sprinkle component and bring everything together. The sprinkle element and set sprinkle element state holds the array of all sprinkle elements that will be animated. It's initialized as an empty array initially. Then we have just put a title and set title just to add some interaction in the application. And then we have our start animation function and color assignment. Color assignment is based on the ID. As the ID changes, whether it is odd or even, the color assignment will change. Finally, we have an interaction title to be changed, just to add a bit of interaction in this, not just a random animation. Finally, we have this render function where everything comes together. The view is the main container. The canvas is where all the sprinkles will be drawn. Then we have a pressable title, and we have a pressable start button. And that's all. That's about the whole structure of this short component. Finally, some styling, some colors, which are quite self-explanatory. Now let's get back into the demo. Cool. And that's sorry for the speedy explanation, but that's the best I could do in order to put it all in 30 minutes. And that's a wrap for the demo part. I still have a few more slides. All right, let's go back. OK, I had a lot of backups. You can find this code on my GitHub, both the demos. You can download them, play around, maybe walk around with this talk once it's on YouTube, and you can try it out. So now what's next? There are a lot more things which you can do with Skia. It's not just about the basic animations. You can try a few other libraries and other things like shaders in Skia. Shaders are very powerful tool that allow developers to create complex visual effects by manipulating pixels on screen. They operate at a very low level and giving you fine-grained control over how your graphics are rendered. You can try shaders.skia.org as a playground, and you can try it out and then maybe import it in your applications. Then, of course, Skia works very well with other libraries, further improving the experience and enhancing your capability of your application. You can use React Native gesture. You can use React Native Animated, which works well with Skia to create dynamic, interactive animation, which are crucial for high-performance application. There is also React Native Gesture Handler. By combining Gesture Handler with Skia, you can create highly responsive touch-based interactions, such as drawing, and ensure that touch interactions are smooth in your application. They work really well. And a few references you can refer if you want to start up with Skia in your application. There is getting started documentation from Shopify. It's a really good source. You can get access, see all the methods and functions you can use with React Native Skia. Of course, shaders. Playground is a good place to try shaders. Then, of course, Shopify blog is a great place to stay updated with Skia, even if you're not using all its features. But it's my go-to place to stay updated. Then, of course, Dan from Shopify, his GitHub repo is really cool. It has a lot of great examples in order to understand the fundamentals, how animation works. And, of course, if you have seen William's YouTube channel, he's now moving a lot into React Native Skia demos. And if you followed the series of can this be done with React Native, all those fancy UI can now easily be done, which was very complicated earlier with Skia. So now that's a wrap. And thank you all for joining. I think I'm right in time. And you can definitely connect with me on my Twitter. And if you have any questions, I'm available throughout the day and, of course, even after the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Akshat. Great. We saw some examples of how we can use React Native Skia, and much appreciated. All right. I'm sure everybody's quite hungry, so I won't hold you up here. Just as this, pretty much the same as yesterday, if you head through the halls, go through the first set of corridors, then go through the second set of corridors, you'll see the big area where you can get food. Queue up, grab yourself some lovely food, get your energy back, and we'll see you here at 2:15. We'll see you back at 2:15.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, total software engineering consultancy.
and let's get back to live streaming. So we've had some talks, and now we will live stream from the studio another interview and another great guest. I have Tsvetan Mikov from Hermes team here.
Hello.
Tsvetan, great talk. I had such a blast listening to you, looking at all the assembly code. First thing that I've noticed on the live stream was comments that someone is sitting, wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning to watch your talk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they read assembly at 5 a.m.
That's good because I stayed up until 5 a.m. to finish the talk.
So the tech was not finished 8 hours ago.
No.
Yeah, let's talk about Hermes and Static Hermes. So Static Hermes was announced last year on this Conf, and you said, and I quote, perhaps next year it will be shipped.
Yeah, I did.
What's
say
your
that.
comment to that?
Well, it was a hopeful comment. It was aspirational.
Yeah, okay.
And I guess we didn't realize all of the problems that we would encounter, the complexity of the task.
Yeah. And today you spoke a little bit about that, but then your talk shifted to talk about a new thing that you are working on right now. And I have it in my notes as just-in-time compilation, but you said it's not really that. Can you expand?
Yeah. So just-in-time compilation in JavaScript is usually very complex. Mostly it's speculative execution, as I said. It is like a whole thing by itself. So we wanted to not do that, because then we would just be copying the other engines, which are much better than us. And they have been doing this for years. We are focusing on being small, lightweight, predictable. So we did something different, we believe, significantly different. Our JIT, so to speak, JIT, is extremely lightweight. But despite that, it can produce shockingly good results. We did not expect. It can produce results that are on par with native code. I guess in some way you could compare what is happening to WASM. However,
WebAssembly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But WASM is still a stack-based machine. So WASM actually is further away from the machine than our bytecode.
Yeah.
So our bytecode is both easier to interpret than WASM and easier to compile.
Okay, so what is your brand name for this JIT? How do you call the new thing?
Well, it's been ready for a week. So what we're calling it for now is bytecode translation.
Yeah. Okay, and this bytecode translation, so going back to talk from last year and Static Hermes and bytecode translations, and I'm ignorant about it, so please help me understand. Are those different things, or are they stacked on top of each other? Do we need Static Hermes in order to use bytecode translation? Or is it either way around? Do we need bytecode translation in order to use Static Hermes?
Great questions. So in a sense, they are orthogonal to each other. Bytecode translation helps whatever you give it run faster. And similarly, Static Hermes can produce native code which doesn't need bytecode translation. But if you think about Static Hermes, the challenges that need to be solved in order to productionize it. Number one, you need types.
TypeScript.
And
yeah.
number two, you need to ship native code, which is not how React Native apps ship today. So these are two challenges, and it's a lot. So if we remove the need to ship native code, it becomes much easier to ship Static Hermes. So in a way, the bytecode translation disproportionately helps Static Hermes.
Oh, okay, I get it now. So bytecode translation doesn't work with native code, but Static Hermes can produce bytecode, Hermes bytecode, and that can be used by bytecode translation, and that can be used with things like code push.
Yeah,
for example.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I get it now. Yeah, you said on the stage, and that's really frustrating that we have this ecosystem of code push. I mean, it's great, it's magical, but then we are not able to do the native code if we use that.
Yeah, and in this way, we think we can kind of bring the best of both worlds, the best of both worlds.
Yeah. So the bytecode translation, can we use that now? Can we use it in experimental mode or something like that?
Yes, yes. We have landed a lot of diffs. It's already on GitHub. And I'm fairly confident this will actually ship soon.
Because it's not that big of a change as static Hermes is, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's like easier to work around and easier to fix maybe.
Yeah, you shouldn't even notice it. You just notice that it gets faster.
8 times faster, I hear.
That's for typed code. For untyped, let's say 2 times.
Okay, that's still huge. That's still huge. I have a last question for you, maybe 2. So you said you can be using static Hermes as well. It's probably like going to give you some headache, and then you can report issues. What kind of issues and errors can we expect? So what will happen to my app if I give it static Hermes? I'm gonna give it some typed code, and then like the types doesn't mean anything in JavaScript world. I can just like abuse the type. I can say it's a string, but then I will give it an array. And like, what will happen in static Hermes?
Well, ideally, what should happen is you get a type error exception. However, today what will happen is it will crash.
The phone will burn down.
Yes.
Okay.
It will literally disappear.
And you want to get this to the place when it always produces a type error, it doesn't crash.
Right. I mean, we haven't really done this because it hasn't been a pressing need for it. Because we still don't see like a direct road to shipping it because of the build pipeline things that I mentioned.
Yeah. So do you think like in order to ship it, you have to invest also in build tools so that the build tools keep the type information to the like direct bundle to Hermes?
Well, we work very closely with Metro and with React Native, obviously. So we will probably come up with some incremental steps where we can preserve some types here and there while still going through the pipeline. Yeah, Metro will probably have to be tweaked here and there to support this.
Yeah, there is this also, I said that's gonna be the last question, but maybe this will be the last question. There is also this like a proposal for including types into JavaScript. Do you know about that?
Yeah, from Microsoft.
Yeah, so like what kinds of type systems do you, let's say, support?
So syntactically, we support Flow, and also Amazon contributed a converter which converts TypeScript to Flow. But semantically, what we support is a sound type system, which if you look at it very strictly, it's neither Flow nor TypeScript, because they are not sound. We support a sound type system, and which is more restrictive than what either Flow or TypeScript can express. Because not everything that can be expressed makes sense for a static compiler.
Yeah, okay. And about sound systems, I think sound type systems, you can check the talk from last year when you talk about it, what it is and like how it works.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you here in Wrocław. Always, that's your 3rd time. Hopefully next year, both things will be shipped and you can come on stage and get a lot of applause for your hard work and the whole Hermes team. Thank you so much.
Hopefully. Thank you.
are here with Dan Abramov. Thank you so much for being here, taking the time to come down to our studio. So everybody knows you at this conference, pretty much. Let me start over. I'm a little stressed, in your presence, understandably. It feels like in the React world, you are React Native is the little brother of React. So you were a big person in React, and now you moved over to React Native. So for me, it feels like this big person came to our little world, and I think we all at this conference go a little nuts over that. That's not really a question, I guess. That's a statement.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure. So moving to my actual questions. A few days ago, I was thinking that I wanted to write a DM to you on Twitter because I wanted to talk about the questions. And I looked at Twitter and I saw that there's no Dan Abramov account, just Dan Abramov 2. And I figured, that's some fake account. I'm not going to touch it. So when somebody on Twitter, even if they have a blue check mark, it doesn't mean it's that person, right?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. So it seems to me there's a real issue of identity and being sure that the person you're talking to online is the real person. Do you think there's a solution for that? And maybe Blue Sky is part of that solution?
I mean, in some ways, you can't really verify that somebody is who they are unless you come up to them in real life, and even then, it's kind of hard to tell,
Yeah.
But the approach that Blue Sky and the Ad protocol is taken is we actually use handles. We use domains as handles. So if you can verify, just like in Google Analytics, you can verify that you own a certain domain. The same with DNS record or HTTP call. If you can verify that you actually own that domain, you can use that as the handle. And so this kind of pushes the responsibility downstream a little bit, where if you, who knows if it's your domain, right?
Yeah, but that's a step further.
Yeah, so we actually had the president of Brazil yesterday finally changed his handle on Blue Sky to from a default Lula official .bsky.social to his actual domain lula.com.br, I think. So that is if you know that this is the presidential the official website and that.
So that gives you some confidence at least.
Yeah,
that this is the actual
to some extent,
person. So the last few weeks, given the whole situation with Brazil, that must have been. Was it stressful for you at work? Did you feel the whole event of all of Brazil moving from Twitter to Blue Sky?
Well, not me personally, because I work on the front end.
Okay.
So from our perspective, I just added the like button animation, and then my colleague helped fix it because mine was buggy. But the backend team was actually fixing a bunch of things. It was nice that architecturally everything was sound.
Yeah.
There were a bunch of configs that were not tuned efficiently. That the team has changed those configs, and we were able to ingest 2 million users over several days, and then just the rate of posting and liking amplified. Some things amplified 10x.
Yeah, and the app didn't break, so that's
there were some hiccups, but it works normally now.
Yeah, that's really great. I would like to circle back to React Native a little bit, because you landed in this world in a time where we talk a lot about old architecture, new architecture. We have multiple talks on that topic. It feels to me a little bit like the change that happened around when hooks were introduced in React. It's if somebody was planted during that conversation in React, it's a little bit like what's happening right now in React Native. Is the change from old architecture to new architecture, is it something that you care about? Do you find the topic interesting? Is it something that matters to you as this newcomer to this space?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty annoyed with a bunch of limitations in the old architecture. The main one is really just the fact that you can't do things synchronously very easily, and then
like if you're building a consumer product, there's a bunch of things you want to be able to do, like sync and scroll position to, like to gestures, and you want to be able to measure things, so like how much, what's the height of this thing before you show it, and that is actually really hard to do reliably. Like on layout, callbacks are asynchronous, so if you want to depend on like the height of something to show it, then you have to do this like hide the whole thing, then like show it with invisible transparency, measure it, wait for the measurement to come back, and like if you need several, it's just like super annoying. So I hope to see, like use layout effect finally work in the same way as like React on the web, like microtasks change, ability to have synchronous events. So this is actually like something, and just less chatter over the bridge, because it's also affecting low-end Android.
Okay. Talking about annoying, what did you find annoying when you moved from React to React Native? Was there something that you hated?
I think it's mostly these kinds of things that like you take for granted on the web, that you can just call things synchronously, like
and they work.
Yeah, and they work. And then in React Native, everything has to be asynchronous, and it just doesn't make sense. So I think that was like the biggest annoyance. Other than that, yeah, I guess there are some just like edge cases and libraries, and there's so many more layers of the stack. So like if something's broken, you don't know if it's like your code, your framework's code, React Native code, native code. Yeah, it could be like at any layer. So you need a native engineer on the team to really kind of diagnose issues. But it's still like, overall, it's so much faster to when the majority is in JavaScript, and then the native engineer can just like write a couple native modules when necessary.
Yeah, definitely. So I asked about what you didn't like. How about what you like, maybe about React Native?
It's just when you don't hit the bad parts, it's incredibly productive. Like the first version of the Blue Sky app was written by a single engineer in 4 months. All 3 platforms. So that's just hard to imagine. Like imagine like shipping apps that feel native on all 3 platforms in 4 months by one person. So and then like once you have like a catalog of components, you can just like put them together into entire screens. So it's very fast to add features, as long as you don't run into like these like native complicated parts where you have to spend some time.
So I have time for one more question. My question is about Redux Stunk, kind of about Redux Stunk. It's more about documentation. When I first read the documentation for Redux Stunk, it was written by you, and it stated, like, if you're not sure if you need this, you probably don't need this. And I really appreciated the honesty of the documentation. You also wrote an article entitled, "You Might Not Need Redux." So my question is, how do you find how are you being so humble in the documentation? Like, you created a tool, you like it, you think it's good, but you are so humble as to say that you might not need it.
Well, I don't think it's very good.
Oh, okay. So that's how you find it. Okay.
Yeah, I think like I even forgot what this thing is, Redux Stunk. That was many years ago, but I think at the time it was just, we just don't know how to deal with this, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, yeah. And then it ended up being like everybody was like learning it. I think in the future, like I would be more careful with releasing things in general.
I think you don't have to be more careful. We understand. I think the people of the internet understand that some tools work out and some tools don't, and that's just the life cycle of the tools.
That's true.
Yeah. So thank you so much again for being here and for answering my question and waiting through my rambling at the beginning. Again, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I'll see you around.
Yeah, thank you so much for hosting me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
in the studio.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully, you have your lunch in front of you. You have your coffee in front of you.
And most of all, you have your phone or some device in front of you
Yeah.
where you're watching us and where you will be playing our quiz.
So you need few different screens.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a multi-screen game.
Yeah.
We will have a game for you. That's
Yes.
a quiz game. We have 18 questions. You can join that game in a moment through QR code, but let's explain the rules first.
Yeah, so this is a quiz that's very similar to Kahoot. It's not exactly Kahoot, but if you know Kahoot, it works pretty much in the same way. So you will start by joining through a code or a QR code, and as your user, please use your Twitter handle.
Yeah, it's very important, so that we can find you later on X, on Twitter, and you can possibly win some prizes. We have three prizes for you. 3 people that will have the best answers.
bestest answers.
And the fastest best answers will win Lego sets. We have some Lego sets
we have
too.
some Lego sets. So if you're the fastest, you're the bestest, you're gonna win, and we're gonna ship it to you. So make sure to use that Twitter handle so we can find you and ship you your prize.
So hopefully we will show a QR code right now. That the QR code to the rules. The rules are long, but please do all of that Ola just said.
Yeah.
And also remember to, when you join the game, do not refresh the page. Don't put your phone into sleep mode. Just stick with us. There are 18 questions. Each questions will take, I don't know, like 20 seconds to answer. And then be the fastest, be the bestest to win the Lego sets. Yeah. Okay.
And we will be here to entertain you throughout the quiz. But you have to know that, like the way all the internets work and stuff, we are here in the live stream. But we actually, what you see is in the past a little bit.
Yeah.
What you see on your phone is the actual reality live game. So just look at the game, look at the questions in the game, and we will be just like background noise pretty much.
Yeah, because like if
Hopefully
we start reading questions and answers, it's gonna come to you with like a 30-second delay or something.
Yeah, don't wait for us. Just answer the fastest.
So I have the game opened already. I'm waiting for other people to join. Can we please cue the QR code with the
game
link to join the game?
Where I'm told we're done. It's there.
Okay, awesome.
It's there.
I don't see it on the screen because like it's a 30-second delay. I'm not sure how many people joined already. Maybe I will have a clue from the people in the studio. Let's wait for a little bit. So those questions will be some...
Let's rant a little bit so you can have time to join. It's fine.
Those questions. Are they hard, Ola? Are they hard questions?
Know. I haven't. No, I've seen some of them. They're sort of. No, they're fine. You'll be fine. You'll know the answers. Like if you're at this conference, you probably know what JavaScript is, and you probably know what React is. So you'll probably know the answers.
Yeah. Those are like, I would say, junior mid questions for the recruitment at the beginning, and maybe at the end there are some harder ones. And you always have 25%. Chance to just
it's like one answer is out of 4 is right.
Okay. So what? Let's drink some water, maybe.
Maybe we can like talk about the conference. How have you been enjoying the conference?
Whoa! I've been here last year.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, this one is 50% better.
Only 50. I'm gonna call the bosses and tell them.
The last year was pretty amazing, and I didn't think it can get any better, but it did by 50%. Okay, that's a lot.
Okay, it's a lot. Okay, what is better for you?
So the energy on the first day with the talks. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. I love Mo as MC.
Yeah, he's a great MC.
I love how we broadened the scope. Right, yeah. So we don't have the React Native only conference. We also have React conference, and I'm in both. Mostly on React Native side, but I tend to know what's going on the website as well. And like I love seeing the intersection parts. So when Mike Pierzchała did the keynote, right? Yeah, and he was talking about web compatibility on React Native, treating React Native as the next browser, and having the strict DOM at some point, being able to use web familiar web concept on mobile, that's the end goal for me. Like that's the future that I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
Basically.
So that's good.
So that's like
you're happy in the React universe.
Yeah. In React Universe is like my place to be, you know? We have the React Universe on air, we have the conference, and we have this quiz. How many people we have? Are we starting the quiz now? Okay. Yeah.
We're happy.
We have some people, so
we
like...
have some people, so
you
somebody will win.
Yeah, definitely. Stick around, definitely. So I'm refreshing my game now, and yeah, let's start.
Let's go. I mean...
And when you see this, this was already started.
This was already started.
So like the first question...
In JavaScript, what keyword is used to define a variable whose type must not change? When I started working with JavaScript, there was only var. I'm that old. I'm like var old.
When I started working in JavaScript, it was post ES6.
Okay.
So it was already constant lets. And then when I saw vars in some of the places, I was like, what the is this? Like, I don't understand. And also, like, if you see the compiled code from like new JavaScript to regular JavaScript, it's not only that, but it has all of this like underscore define, object, freeze, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what that even
prototype.
Means. Yeah. The next question. What is the purpose of the interface? Okay.
What is, in TypeScript, what is the purpose of interfaces? What is it? Is it to make Matt Pocock happy?
So there are these arguments online. Should you use interfaces or types?
Oh, like this argument. Oh my gosh. Do you have an opinion on that? I don't.
Probably both. They differ so little, I guess.
For me, it's like when I land in a code base and everybody uses interface, I'm going to use interface. And if everybody uses type, I'm just going to use type.
The use state hook. That should be the simple one. That's that question. Just click really fast. And for the interfaces question, I have the answer there. Okay.
Oh, we already have some points here.
Bobby, good run.
Good job. Yeah.
That's nice. I have the same question still. Let me just click this.
Yeah.
We are on the scoreboard as well, but we are not clicking.
We are not playing, so we're like last place. We're no.
We are afraid to play with you.
Yeah, we are afraid. That's the reason.
Okay, the next question. Feature unique to React Native as compared to React.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Let's pretend like we didn't see the questions before.
So let's see. Yeah. So they've already answered, right? So we are going with the delay.
Yeah, we're fine. We like
JSX, lifecycle methods, virtual DOM, native modules.
Yeah. Well, native modules.
Yeah, okay.
That's native. We answered one correctly.
Yay. Nice.
We are not going to be thrown out of React Universe, hopefully.
Yeah, and I can see that.
They're on the next question. You're on the next question, so good.
What is the virtual? I hope we are not like making it harder for you.
but you can mute us.
Yeah, just mute us.
If you want to, like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Just mute.
Look, I high-fived you 30 seconds ago.
You see?
That's nice.
We can see the past.
Virtual DOM in React. You see, we have some React Universe questions as well.
Yeah.
It's not React Native exclusive conference anymore. Extend capabilities of JavaScript, direct menu. Okay.
That's a good question.
I think this is, right?
Yeah.
It's this one?
No, it's not. You clicked it.
I did?
I think.
Okay.
I think you clicked the wrong one.
Maybe it was a time up.
Yeah, definitely.
Time's up.
Yeah.
In React, what will use effect
hook often replace in class components?
What?
Did you write any React before hooks?
Yeah. I actually love classes.
You love classes?
I don't mind. When I came to React Native, the classes was the way to use React Native. Also, I came from Java, so classes were familiar to me.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird idea to have a function that has an instance. As like, you have a function component.
Yeah.
You have it as a JSX, which is like all like different concepts.
Don't let it die.
Oh, sorry. And then like class, like this is familiar. Class has an instance.
Yeah.
So like
So you don't like love the concept of the function components having instances. Like it doesn't like rubs you the wrong way.
It didn't really fit into my mental
Did
model.
you get used to it?
Right now, like most of the code bases use just function components, so I get used to it. I don't like when we have like components that are like 500 lines long, and the first 100 lines are just like uses.
Yeah.
Hooks, states, effects, blah, 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 all of that, like different kinds.
But that happened in class components as well. Sometimes you would have like 100 lines of like static, private, blah, 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 and until you got like 100 lines until you get to the thing.
You could organize it a little better, I think, in class components.
Maybe.
Because like you have your static methods, that's fine. Like you have your state, and state is just one object, and not like very like different lines of use states and stuff like that.
That's true. Like, let's read maybe a question to like stay in the quiz.
So follow me can be used to apply side effects to components. So I don't know this one.
It looks suspiciously
on point.
On point.
Yeah, so we will never know.
Yeah.
Maybe we can actually like find out in the stream.
Yeah, we can see the correct answer.
So
I think.
what is the purpose of Redux in
React
app?
applications? Let's not ask Dan Abramov that question.
The purpose of it is to throw it away. To not use it.
To not use it.
Okay, no one answered use side effect. No one was fooled by this question.
Yeah, that's good. Good for you guys.
Bobby, you are still on the 3rd place.
Yeah, still doing good.
Good run.
Doing good.
Yeah. So
I was gonna say like so.
The first one. You can see the answers here.
I don't know what happened there.
Yay!
Because you were quick. That's why it said they're waiting.
Yeah, that's our first good answer, I think.
Okay.
On the 9th question.
Good for us.
Which React tool is used for accessing the value of
a DOM node?
Okay.
It's this one, right?
Is it?
Yeah. I read a nice description of use effect that it was called an escape hatch. And I like that mental model of an escape hatch, but it has so many drawbacks because in class components, I like writing the function components. But what I liked about class components is that the life cycle was very clear. You go step by step. Component will mount, component did
Constructor
mount.
first.
Constructor.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so verbose, so it's annoying they have to write it. Like that's why I don't like them. But it was like the mental model was super clear. And then you land with those hooks, and you see a function component, and it has like 3 use effects, and it's really hard to understand from the code what's gonna happen and in what order it's gonna happen.
That's why, like, I feel...
Because it's like loopy now.
I feel like you shouldn't use effect directly. You should maybe write a custom hook that's called use me when something happens and
make it more,
blah, 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 my function is this.
Yeah. So it's like more specific
like
for
single
some
purpose.
use case. Yeah, definitely. Having like multiple use effects just in a component, that's a recipe for disaster.
Well, you say that. How about having one use effect that has like 100 lines and just does all of the things in the app?
That's terrible too. Yeah. And then you get tripped up by the dependency array, and like the linters are trying to help you, but they force you to add stuff that doesn't really matter, but then they forget other stuff.
Well, those matter for compiler.
Okay.
I wonder if we have a compiler question in here.
What is this question now?
This is, can you develop cross-platform NN apps, iOS
on any
and
PC?
On any PC?
Yeah, that's a good question. It used to be not true. Like you used to have a MacBook to develop for iOS, but now there's Expo.
Okay, so you don't have to have MacBook?
No.
Like, okay, because you can use Expo application services to like build the app and all of that? Okay, cool. Well, like you could do that probably like even before. You could just run the build on like external CI machine, MacBook.
Well, yeah, if you had like, but if you're just sitting at home and you have your Windows PC and you want to build a cross-platform app, you physically cannot do that because you cannot build the iOS build.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
so that's the issue.
right.
Like if you're just your single developer person who just wants to, get their app to the App Store, you can't. But with Expo, you can.
I didn't think about that. And with Expo, you can.
Yeah, because I had a Windows laptop at first, so that was like.
What? Can you like actually run this? You cannot do that on Windows machine because you have to have like simulator or something to just like run it even in your local development. If you don't want to run it.
But you mean React Native?
Yeah.
But you run your Android Studio on a Windows PC, so you're fine with that. You're fine for Android.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Windows machine.
Yeah.
And you want
Let's
to
figure it
build,
out.
Yeah, you want to build, and you still cannot build iOS
Yeah.
project even if you use Expo.
Yeah.
You can only build it in the cloud.
Yeah, I think you can only build it in the cloud,
Yeah.
but you can there's the.
I wonder if we got this question right, actually. Like,
I don't know.
So probably like in the rules somewhere, if you have problems with those kinds of questions, just write to us. Like,
or don't, you know. Yeah, or just. It's just questions.
Let's do some questions. So
okay. How many questions are we? Are we like almost done?
We are
15
almost done.
out of 18. Okay.
So how you could prevent a component from
re-rendering when its parent component re-renders? That's a good question.
Okay.
That's like something that happens a lot in our lives. Like we want to like the holy re-renders. You want to avoid re-renders, unnecessary re-renders. So yeah.
So what's the answer?
You want me to?
Yeah.
You want me to say the answer? No, let's not say the answer.
Don't worry. So we are on the which question is that? I don't know.
It says I think like 16.
On the stream we can see that we are on 15th question. So probably this is with the 16th one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby.
Oh, did they like?
Yeah, Bobby
first
is
three?
5th or something.
You can still make it.
Yeah, you still have 2 questions.
Yeah.
That's the question that we are on, and we didn't answer it.
Yeah. Lifting state up. That's a good question.
Yeah, I feel like state is a very hard subject in React. Fortunately, there is a book out there written by Ola.
Yes.
We have a podcast episode about it, actually, where you can read all about like lifting state and using state libraries and.
Yes. I have written a book about state management in React Native. And the book is basically just looking around what's out there because there's so many options out there. So you have, I'm writing about Redux, MobX, Xstate, React Query is sort of an outlier because it is an outlier. And Jotai.
Yeah.
Jotai is the last one.
Yeah.
And then I know there is Legend State. So before you like tweeted me, I know there's Legend State, but my book came out before Legend State was out there. So.
And Legend State is conceptually similar to MobX.
Conceptually, yes.
Yeah. So like.
But this book was, I loved writing it because I built an example app. And basically my writing process was just using every single type of state in this example app. So I just got to play around with different state managers. That was fun.
Okay, cool. 18th question on the stream. So it looks like, I'm gonna just click this. And is that our score?
I don't know.
We are on fire.
We are.
Yeah.
That's not good. We're not supposed to win at this.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, our nickname is Łukasz Ola from Studio, so everyone will know how bad we are.
Okay, we didn't. We were bad on purpose, I promise.
I think we can announce the winners pretty soon.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Let's see.
We are 11th, and no, nothing is displayed. So congratulations, Niker,
Garav, and Quibi.
Yeah.
You already know that you won.
Wonderful names, wonderful nicknames. Thank you so much for joining. You all win prizes, like not all. The 3 nicknames that we read.
Not all of you.
We
don't have that many Legos.
Congrats. And Niker was actually like very, very good.
Like 15,000. Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, just call us up and join CoStack. Like all 3 of you. Like, those are probably the questions that we ask on
on like interviews. Yeah.
I think that's it for the quiz. Thank you
That's
so
it for the
much.
quiz.
That
Thank you
went
so
great.
much for joining. Let us know what you thought about it. If you want us to do it again next year. Yeah, if you hated some of the questions, okay, you can tell us. But
Just some of them. Let's jump over to the next competition
to
that
the
we...
meme competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the winners of the meme competition.
Oh, really?
Yes, we do. So the meme competition was all of you guys posting memes on Twitter with the hashtag #RUCMeme. And we actually picked 2 winners who will receive prizes. And we think that those winners are somewhere in the conference now. So if that's a fact that you are in the conference, just come down here to our basement studio and pick up your Legos. That's going to be easier than shipping them to you.
The basement studio is when you go to the main stage, right down the stairs.
And there's like a little...
We are here.
There's like a little, I don't know how to call it, like a tape that you're not supposed to go
like
here,
the
like a
VIP
fancy
entrance.
VIP.
The rope.
The
VIP,
rope, it's a rope.
VIP
So just
entrance.
go behind the rope as you are a VIP because you just... but
just
who is
won.
it? Who are the people who won? Do you know? Yeah.
I have it.
I
have it on my phone.
Here.
Okay.
It's so number 1 is Veronica Barrel. Veronica Barrel. I don't know how to.
Veronica, come down. Come down to the basement.
That sounded so bad.
Can we?
So you're the first winner, and the second winner is Camille Moscara. So these are our 2 winners.
Congrats.
Congrats. Come get your prizes.
We love your memes.
Your memes were awesome. Do you want to discuss the memes? Do you know what they were?
Yeah, I saw one. I mean, it's like, don't put me on the spot. Like,
I'm sorry. I know I saw the Veronica's meme. Yeah, that's the one. I loved
That's
it.
the one that I saw.
Yeah, it's so good.
It
It's
plays
with
on the most commentary about people sitting on the stairs.
Yeah. It's made me laugh. And then the other one is just exercising with can't see dots. So
that's nice.
That's good.
Veronica and Camille, if you are here,
yes,
come down. Maybe we can put you on the stream as well.
We can put you on the spot, not only Łukasz.
Yeah,
sorry again about that.
Thanks so much. Is that all for now? I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah,
Good
we
job.
can. So hopefully you enjoyed the quiz. Hopefully you won, and yeah,
somebody won. So
somebody did. Okay. Thank you so much. See you after the next sessions.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye. He just said we're starting.
We are starting
We
now.
are starting now,
Live
okay.
from the studio on React Universe Conf 2024 with Monica, and I didn't prepare to pronounce your last name, so maybe
Restrepo.
Yeah,
I rolled my R's.
from Shopify. Shopify is really active, from my perspective, really active in React Native space.
Yeah.
But like you are active in React space as well. So I was going to prepare some questions during your talk. I watched the whole talk from the first row, and I didn't understand shit because it was all about graphics and geometry, vectors, stuff like
Bezier
that.
curves.
Bezier course, yeah, with like 4 different numbers attached to them. I don't know what it
Yes,
means. So let's talk about something else. And
That's good.
if we are on the React Universe Conf, let's talk about Shopify and how you use React and React Native, and maybe you, I don't know, mash them together somehow.
Yeah. So we are very strong in React Native specifically. A few years ago, and I think there was a talk last year about this in this conference, we switched from we took the decision to go all React Native for our mobile products, and that's like where we are invested the most. We have, I think it's already 90% of our products, including the mobile app and like other things that we do, that we use React Native. We also use for for the globe specifically, we used some React obviously to do to make it real, to make it happen, and I guess everything merges, but in different products obviously, right? Because like for mobile we use React Native for web.
So when you say
either
for
way.
mobile, does it mean that if I have a shop on Shopify and like I do an app for my shop on Shopify, it's going to be React Native app? Is that like that? That's how it works, or
Yeah. Well, yes.
Okay.
It would.
Okay, so that's
right.
nice.
Yeah. We are, I mean, we love React Native. It just made things a little bit easier for us, for our engineers, and, just in general.
So when you have a web front store and then like a mobile front store as well, like some kind of product, do they share any code? And like, do the engineers work on both at the same time, or are there separate entities?
They are separate entities for like as far as like what we do for our shop app and what is in like front store. Yes, so front store is like React web, and then we have like engineers for mobile for the app.
Okay. Because like what I saw on the stage was really web heavy, right? Because
Yes.
like it is the web page. You do that every year to
We do.
celebrate.
Black Friday,
Black Friday, Cyber Monday, yeah.
Okay.
Which is like one pretty much. I mean, obviously we live for our merchants, and like everything is like throughout the year. But like this is like one of those events where you are able to see the impact of those things that we do there, right? Because like everybody's super excited. All merchants are prepared and like super excited to get a lot of people buying stuff.
Yeah.
And we get to see that live through the globe. So it's a really cool thing that we put a lot of effort in.
Do you sit at the office once it starts? Do you sit in the office
There is
and
like
just watch the
there are like
globe?
watch parties, yes, for sure.
Watch parties.
Yes. We don't have we have like different ports. We are a remote only like focused company, so there is people who gathers at the different ports that we have in New York, we have in Montreal, or we have in Toronto, whatever. And just to see, like we have people kind of like sort of like news type of like saying like when it comes live, everybody's super excited. So it's a thing.
It's
that we
almost
wanted
like when you are a bridge engineer and then you open the bridge.
Yeah,
you,
like
you
everybody
like
uses.
stand on the bridge or something like that in order it falls down. So then if you created this performant animation that needs to handle like millions and millions of, I don't know, like different things, you sit there in the office hoping it won't break down, and then you are ready to fix it.
Yes, well, something like that. Yeah.
Awesome. How long does it stay live, the animation?
During Black Friday only.
Okay,
and
so
Cyber
like
Monday.
the 24 hours?
Yes.
48.
Okay.
48. No, like
48
Oh, do you stop it for the weekend? It's Friday because Friday and Monday.
It's only for Friday. So we are. That is actually a good question. I'm not sure. I don't think it's live on Monday, but I'm not just like taking it a grain of salt.
Sorry for
because
putting
I'm
you on
not
the
sure.
spot
Yes,
here.
I honestly don't remember. I
It's a
remember
tradition putting people
I
on the
know
spot
we have all the excitement and everything on Friday.
On Friday.
That yes, I
Okay.
remember. Then I don't know if on Monday we still have it. because we just watch it on Friday a lot.
Yeah,
so
but Friday is the most important day anyways. It's when everybody goes nuts. So
yes. Well, the whole weekend I think it has become more of a whole weekend thing. Like for people to buy.
How long does
stuff.
it take to prepare this? Not the Black
Globe.
Friday, but the Globe.
The Globe.
The Globe, it takes weeks. Yeah. Especially because we want to do it differently every time, right? And every time we get, the more we do. That's I was saying yesterday that the one for last years, for instance, like set the bar really high for the next one. So I'm not like directly working on the Globe, but like
They already started.
they already started for sure,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I'm super excited to see how it's gonna be because now the bar is at like, okay, we already came up with this. It can't be less than that for sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna be something better, right?
Yeah.
And it takes definitely weeks, and I would even say months because like there's people that is already working on it, and November is not even here, so.
Yeah.
Do you ever have like in the office like high pressure situations since Shopify is for e-commerce? So if something breaks like in checkout, and
Yes.
I know there's millions of users who can't check out, do you have like episodes like that when they're super stressful and we have to fix a bug in 5 minutes? Because
Yeah, for
everything
sure.
broke?
We do. So I precisely worked at the payments in the payment service area. So like
okay.
we are a lot responsible for what happens in checkouts. We have on call, right? So like
Okay.
every week we have someone who is like primary to be on call, who's the person who's responsible to be like, okay, if anything goes south, that's the person that starts everything. Like the pressure is never in just one person, right?
Okay.
But it's the person who's gonna lead incidents and things like that happen. That being said, we obviously strive for having like checks in place so we reduce the amount of incidents that happen, right? So the hope is like every time there are less and less. But yeah, sometimes it happens, and then we have people that is ready to jump on to be.
How
helping.
does it look from like code instrumentation perspective, from like user monitoring perspective? How do you have the alerts set up to be able to respond to those kind of incidents?
Yeah, so we have, I guess, we have a bunch of alerts that go through Slack. So like usually everything we put into the code base has to have like a monitoring plan. It has to have some sort of alert. It has to have logs. It has to produce something that, if this specific section or portion of the code goes wrong, we are able to see,
as quickly as possible.
Where things broke, right? So like, I guess the first thing is that we get alerts on Slack, right? So whoever is on call, but usually we all get, like during normal working hours, we all are able to see how the channel of operation channel is going. So we get alerts that say, something is happening here. And then we have a plan most of the time specific to, okay, so when this alert goes off, just do this, and that. And we also have logs that we are able to see to debug things and such.
Okay. We have time for one more thing. So maybe there is something that you would like to let everyone know on the React Universe Conf 2024 about like anything that you do at Shopify. Advertise some of the open source.
I don't have any announcement this time, to be honest. But I don't know. Like I would like for people to be tuned for what's coming on. For the Globe. That's something exciting to be watching. And yeah, I don't know.
Let's watch the Globe.
Yes.
Yeah.
When it rolls around.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, cool.
And we are back here in the live studio in the basements of React Universe Conf 2024. And I'm joined here by Eric
Vicenti. You nailed it.
Sorry. Yeah. And my boss, apparently, my old boss and my new boss, Mike Grabowski, co-founder of CoStack. Hey guys, how are you?
Great.
Great, yeah. Thanks
Good to
for
be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched your talk yesterday about Rise tools, and I didn't understand anything. So yeah,
that means we did our job, you know.
You did,
but you had fun watching it. That's the important part.
That's the main thing. I was laughing so hard that I forgot to think about what I'm seeing. And I was looking at my app, like conference app, and I was refreshing constantly and killing the app and all of that. And like I was shouting, "Yeah, it works! It works!"
So, that was you.
Yeah, that
it was
me.
nice to hear from the audience.
That was great.
Like when the demo actually started working.
You know, I was telling Eric when we were prepping the talk, like, Eric, maybe we should make it more technical so people actually can understand. And Eric was like, whatever, if they want to understand, they can read the docs. Like, this is a show, and it's kind of what it was at the end of the day.
It was a show. Like, I really liked the role playing. I'm not sure if you had everything scripted or was it just like live? All of it?
A lot of it was pre-planned because we wanted to make sure that we knew what we were doing.
Yeah.
And we're more relaxed if we kind of have a plan. But you know, there are a few new things that we sprinkle in every time we are giving a talk for real.
Yeah. So the not turning on the server was pre-planned as well?
No, that was just purely my fuck up, you know. Like we had this checklist. It was like, you know, me and Eric, we have like this common hobby of like aviation.
Yeah.
So we were like going through the checklist like pilot and second pilot. Like,
yeah, exactly. We were like start the server, check. Make sure the demo is on the right screen, check.
But we just skipped through the tunnel, I guess.
Yeah, and it was a complicated checklist with like 20 things because we wanted to make sure the demo went perfectly, and you know there was just one thing we forgot to hit.
Also, like even if you started it, like the making sure that it works for 500 people in the audience, like WebSocket works for 500 people in the audience.
Yeah, it's tricky.
That takes balls, you know?
Yeah, well, we had actually done a somewhat similar demo in Berlin about a month ago, where we had people from the audience who were voting on the vibes of our presentation. So they got to vote with like a fire emoji or a rocket ship emoji.
Yeah.
And we saw like the votes were rolling in during that, and there was a slightly different demo. This was the first time with us doing it in a sort of brownfield application, like an existing application, but that's what I think gave us the confidence to try it at a much bigger conference.
And also I think, you know, this is a great example of how far you can go with like open source technologies. And, you know, like there has been so many talks recently about like those $5 VPSs, you know, obviously we can joke about it, but the reality is that, you know, like the SSH tunnel that we're using to tunnel the connection from my laptop to your device is actually a self-hosted Golang proxy that we, you know, kind of forked and tweaked to our needs, and we're just paying $5 for it. And obviously, you know, it's not like super production ready, but as you can clearly see, you can really do a lot of things yourself these days. It's just you have to believe it and try.
I just wonder. So someone, if they watched your talk from Berlin and they watch your talk from this conference, the next talk you have, someone will watch it home. They will just take when you start the server, you have some like secrets there probably. Can I hijack the connection and just start messing with you somehow?
It's actually engineered so that the connection cannot be hijacked. One of the reasons
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons is because we knew that we wanted to do these live demos where people could see the QR code. And so just seeing the QR code means you're able to connect to the server, but you're not necessarily able to serve because there's a little bit of secret data that gets saved locally. And that means that next time you start the server, you're actually going to get the same QR code, so you don't have to scan it again. You can just start the server again and connect from the app again, and it'll be the same connection, but nobody else can impersonate you unless they get that little file.
Yeah, it's, you know, unless you have the key, you cannot really, you know, take that name. And, you know, obviously there is actually quite a lot of cool features we're thinking about building in this tunnel. One of the features we're thinking is load balancing, so that we can have a remote server and my local laptop running at the same time. That way I can seamlessly switch while doing the demo from, you know, whatever I'm running in the cloud for everybody for the purpose of the talk. Because yesterday we had to kill the remote that was running there for the whole week. so that I can tunnel from my laptop. So there's like so many cool things we can do there, but you cannot hijack it. Like it's not possible unless you guess the MD5, you know, which
It'd have to be a really lucky guess.
Yeah.
Just a bit of brute force, maybe, I don't know.
What I like about what you presented yesterday is that it's a combination of like a few different things. Like QR code is something that we can do on the expo with the PR preview, stuff like that. That's great, right?
Yeah.
Like you can have the feedback directly. The server-driven UI is not a new concept, and like but it's new with RISE, and it's new with server components and universal server components. So like, what is the ideal use case for what RISE gives me and what I can achieve with other technology? Not necessarily even with server components, but just with regular JSON files that I can map over and over in the app.
No, it's a great question. There's a few simple use cases, and as you say, this is not a new concept at all. Like in big industry apps, like this is used all over the place, but everyone has to build it themselves from scratch, integrate it with their own infrastructure, do all of these manual things. But as far as like what sort of use cases are really helpful for people, well, I was talking with a woman at React at the Geek Conf, and she has this app that is like the doctors are going to be setting up a different UI for each patient. So this is a case where you kind of have data that's coming from the database that you actually will want to use to inform the UI for each patient. And a simpler example actually is we were talking just with someone 2 days ago, and he wants to be able to have a banner on his app that some non-technical person on his team can update. And that, you know, maybe that banner has just some text, but maybe that banner has a few other components in there. And that will basically allow them to send a message to all of their users and be able to push out a message that will sort of show up at the top of their app. So it's like a hidden feature.
And the banner thing, the composability of it is like, I mean, the killer feature, I guess, in your
you know, there is a lot of different use cases, and the beauty is that me and Eric, we have like different use cases because we met at the sort of on Twitter, and I was trying to solve something else. He was trying to solve something else, but turns out there is one solution. So from my perspective, you know, I started with like applications such as Net, where you receive a JSON from the backend, and that JSON tells you render these components with these props. That's how you get dynamic feed. And if I were to advertise RISE to anybody like right now, I would say, forget about that additional things, because these are extras. But like if you want to use it right now, any dynamic part of the app that you want to control from the server is just faster than, you know, like pure ifs hard coding that on the client.
Yeah. Guys, we are stopping now. Thank you so much. We are going back to the main stage.
I wish we could chat all day.
This
is better than the main stage.
React Universe on
This is better than
podcast.
the main stage, I guess.
We've been having fun. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, folks. Did you all have a good lunch? Yes? Great, okay. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Garrett? Derek had great lunch, guys. He's the only person who clapped for this, so I'm going to assume the rest of you didn't really enjoy the lunch. Did you all have a good lunch? Okay, there's too many of you for me to now pick on individual people. Thank you, Garrett, for Derek, for being part of this experience. Cool. How's everyone doing? Are we still waiting to have more people come in, or are people still taking an extended lunch break? I think so. Cool. So while we wait for everyone to join, we just want to fill you in on what's going to be happening at the end of the conference. So at 8 p.m., there's going to be the official after party. And that has a whole bunch of stuff happening at the same time. There will be some really good food. There's going to be a barbecue, and that's what that outside area is going to be. So it's going to be really quite cool. There will be karaoke. Any fans of karaoke in the house? Who would say they're like a karaoke connoisseur? Okay, that's good. I look forward to listening to you then. And there will be more for you to do there and meet with people and engage with them and chat with them. So it's another great opportunity to speak to all the speakers, chat with some of the other people that are coming to the conference, and really get to know each other. And then at 9:40, we have the Multimedia Fountain Show. Now, show of hands, who's been to, very random question and total tangent, but who's been to Dubai before? Not that many, shocking. Does anyone know about like the Dubai Mall fountains? Yeah? Cool. So I've been told that this venue is the Dubai Mall of Wroclaw. It's meant to be quite fancy with the fountains. No, there's a really cool fountain show, and I've been told it's something you don't want to miss. They've put a lot of effort into this to really wrap up everything with a big bang and make everything super exciting at the end of the conference. So 8 p.m. official after party. Be here, or be there, or be square. That's what they say. 9:40, we have our multimedia fountain show. Are we all excited? Great. Well, then I'm sure you'll have a lot of energy to welcome in our next set of speakers. Now, the first speaker we've got coming up is going to be coming from the React world, and we've had a lot of talk about RSCs, and for the native folks in the crowd, again, you want to pay attention because RSCs, server-driven UI, and server-defined rendering is more and more of a common theme that we've been seeing in React Native conferences. So it will be coming to the React Native world in one form or another. Still very experimental, but it will be there. So React Native folks that are in the room, I'd highly recommend you stick around because these are some of the principles you will need to learn. If not today, you will learn it in a few years, and then you'll be late to the party, and you won't be able to brag to all of you coworkers on how you were ahead of the game. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome onto the stage Aurora Sharp from InMeta. It's just all about React Server components and how you can build forms with them. Give it up for Aurora!
I heard there were supposed to be some kind of sparkles. I don't know if I got that. If not, I'm really bummed, because that sounds cool. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here at React Universe Conf. My name is Aurora. I'm a web developer from Norway, and I work as a consultant at InMeta in Oslo, and we have a very similar name. It's very confusing, but that's not Meta. And I also had kind of a hectic travel. I was invited last minute. And that's why I'm really excited to be teaching you today about working with forms and React Server components in practice. And I'm going to be coding a simplified version of something that I've made for my current consultancy project, where it's working well for us. So let's get started by looking at the setup. So I'm here in the Next.js app router, and using Prisma as my ORM and a local database, and then I have Tailwind. And since I'm using the app router, everything here is a server component by default. So everything you see on the page is a server component, and the message box component is also a server component. And what that means is that this component will run only on the server and will never have any JS on the client. And that's why we can do database queries inside here. So the getMessages function is querying the database and getting messages. And then it's also getting the current user and mapping into individual message display components. And again, this doesn't require any interactivity, so it's just going to be a server component styling based on whether the user has written the message. And finally, there's a message input. This one doesn't do a whole lot yet. You can try it out. Nothing's going to happen. So the goal here is to enhance this message box with React server components and make it interactive while minimizing the JS on the client and reducing the front-end complexity. So let's get started by making this form work. We're going to do that by using the React 19 extension of the form element with the action property, which can now call a function. We're going to bind it to a server action. That's going to be submit message. And I will define that inside my data access layer here, submit message. And since it's going to be a server action, we will use the directive use server. And what this will do is essentially define or create a hidden API endpoint that allows us to expose the functions inside this file to the client and call them from anywhere. And we also get type safety through RPC. So I'm going to export an async function here, which is submit message. And this will take in a form data object of type form data. Let's see, form data. Is it supposed to be capital? Yeah. And what this means is that each input inside the form will be submitted with its value inside this form data object. And we can use this to mutate in our database and create a message with some data where the content will be from the form data. And we also need a created by ID here, which means that I need to somehow pass an additional argument to this function. And there's a couple ways you can do that. You can use the .bind on a function, or you can use a hidden input. And in this case, I'm going to do a hidden input. And I'm just going to bind it to the user ID. And I will import this function. And I have to put a bit of a disclaimer here, because you don't want to pass the user ID from the client in a real app. This is just an example of how you could pass an additional parameter. Some kind of server-side authentication setup, like getCurrentUser, would be what you want to use. But for now, we're going to use that and wrap this up. And let's try it out. So I'm going to make a message here and manually refresh the page. And I've been able to submit a message, just like that. Of course, I don't want to manually refresh the page, so I will just call Next.js for validate path, which means that it will purge the server component cache on this route and regenerate whatever is on it. So now I can say hello, and it's been added there without refreshing it. It's just been at the bottom there. So that was all that was required to add a message to the database here. And if I had used the onSubmit here, I would have had to wait for this form to be hydrated by JavaScript to be able to submit, whereas this one will work without JavaScript because it's essentially just using the post endpoint that was created. But I didn't actually see that my message was submitted because I was stuck in this scroll position here. So what I can do is I can go to the message box component, and I can change this div into an automatic scroller. And this component is a client component because it needs to use an effect and a mutation observer to automatically scroll to the bottom of the container when a new child is inserted. And here's the container. So this is something that we need JavaScript on the client to do. But since it's taking in the children property here and rendering inside the div, we can still pass server components. And this was really beautifully explained by Delba this morning, which means that only the scroller here is on the client. So let's first try it out. Scroll. So it's now scrolling to the bottom of the page, or the container. And let's also get some proof that it's that this is the only component on the client by looking inside the DevTools and the tree. And we can see that these message display components are not in the React tree. Only the automatic scroller is in the tree. But let's get back to the message input. Because I'm getting something from the client, I should be validating to make sure I know that it's safe. And I'm going to do that by getting a validation result from a message schema, which is using ZOD, which is a schema validation library, or runtime validation library, which will check that my object is of this specific structure, which requires at least one character content and a unique ID for the user ID. And I can safely parse and my data object here. And I don't need to type these as strings anymore. And I will use the result to insert into my database. And TypeScript tells me I have to also make sure that this succeeded. So I'm going to make sure that if the result is not a success, I can throw an error and say just invalid message data. Let's see. There we go. So if I now comment out my client-side validation here and trigger this invalid message, it will throw an error. And OK, throwing errors, that's good. And it's up to you however you want to handle that, but one way is to use an error boundary. So if I head over to the message box, I can add an error boundary around this message input. And try it again. And now it will be caught by this error boundary. So I'm going to put this validation back. Because I don't really want to throw an error for this case, I would rather return something. So instead of throwing an error, I'm going to return an object with the error that I want to display, which is going to be invalid message data, and a success false, and a timestamp. And we're going to see later why we're needing that. So I'm just going to create it for now. And that's OK. And you could also, by the way, return form field validation errors here if you have a bigger form. But I just have one input, so I don't need to do that. And maybe you want to check for something else, query your database, decide what's going to happen inside this server action here. And in my case, I'm going to limit the max number of messages the user can send by getting the messages for the user with a get messages function with a user ID. And if this is, let's say, bigger than more than 5, we will return an error with user has reached the message limit, success false, and a timestamp. And if all is well, we can mutate, revalidate the path, and then finally return success true, like that. And if for some reason this goes wrong, we will just let the error boundary deal with that for us. So I have a lot of server-side logic here, and I need to get this to the message input and to the user somehow. So I'm going to head over here and use the React 19 hook, use action state. And it will take in a function to call, or the action, which is going to be submit message, and an initial state. And in our case, it's just going to be success false. And what it returns is a generated component state, which is going to be equal to first the initial state, and then after that, the last returned value of the action that useActionState is wrapping. And it will also return a wrapped action to call, which is going to be submit message action by convention. I'm going to put this on the form and use the state to show an error message down here. And I have a couple problems because I'm trying to use useActionState. This is a hook. I need to tell the bundler to load the JavaScript on the client to be able to use this with useClient. And I also have to fix this TypeScript error because useActionState will pass an additional argument to the function that it's wrapping, which is going to be the previous state. I don't need that here, but I still have to add it. So I'm just going to quickly write a type for that. There we go. So let's see how that works now. So I'm going to try again. Hello. It's all good. And then I hit my max message count here, and the error from submit message has been rendered underneath the form, which is pretty cool. But I want to make it feel more interactive. So instead of just doing a simple span, I'm going to use an effect to, if the state has an error, toast an error with that error. And I need to add the dependency array. And I have to depend on the error, but also this timestamp that I created. And let's see how that feels now. A lot better, which means I don't need the text here anymore. But instead of removing it, I can leave it as a no script fallback, so that for some reason, if there is no JavaScript, I will still be able to see what's happening in this form, or what's going wrong. So now I just get this toast again. But there is a couple more things to fix here, because when I'm submitting this and I'm getting the error, the form is resetting. And the reason it's doing that is because when you use the form action property with uncontrolled inputs in React 19, the form will automatically reset all the fields on the action completion. And that's a good thing, because it kind of copies this MPA form submission behavior. And maybe you've been using controlled form states, like with React Hook Form, you would be controlling the inputs. In this case, we're not. But we still want to be able to modify this value if we could have changed it and then made it valid again. So to do that, I'm going to also return the content that was submitted here and use it as the default value of the input field. And now, when useActionState has content in this returned state, it will stay inside the input field there. And there's one more thing, because I'm using a local database here, and let's say that in the real world you have to wait a while for the round trip to the server and back. This could be kind of slow. And the way that feels for the user is that I'm clicking and I don't see any feedback right away. And if I was like submitting a message, maybe I'd be submitting multiple by accident. That's not a good experience. So useActionState actually returns a third value, is pending. And I can use this to disable my button here and say something else inside the button here. So like, if it's pending, we're going to say it's sending. So now while I'm waiting for this slow submit message, I will see sending, and I won't be able to send multiple by accident. So let me just, oh yeah, and if you compare this pattern to the old way using the pages router or wherever where you're handling your loading states and your error states on your own, the useAction hook kind of just puts everything into one easy to use hook here. But let me increase the max message count here and just see that we're back to normal. So I'm going to submit a message. It will be sending. It's scrolling, and it's clearing the field. But what's cool here is that this whole form actually works without JavaScript. So let's just check out the console and disable the JavaScript for this and try to write something. So I got a full page refresh. I didn't get any scrolling, and I did not get any feedback on the button, but everything still worked. So let's see it again. Yep, all is well. And then one more. And I just hit this max message count, and the no script fallback has been displayed in this case. So I'm just going to get back here. And we're back to the JavaScript version here. So what we've essentially been doing here is progressively enhancing this form, meaning we're making sure the base case will always work for the lowest amount of resources, which is no JavaScript, and then progressively enhancing, adding things on top to enhance the user experience for those users with these resources available. So let's say that your user is on a slow device and is waiting for JavaScript to download, parse, and execute. Well, now this form will work before any of that's happened, and the JavaScript that we do want will hydrate faster because we reduce the amount of JS on the client by weaving together the server components and the client components in this way. And basically, depending on your user situation, they will always have a form that works and then get the better experience. But let's spend some time and talk about the reusability here, because the is pending flag is great, but what if I wanted to use the same logic of a spinner, or sorry, a submit button that's disabled somewhere else? Maybe that component is not even using useActionState. So what I'm going to do is extract this button into a reusable UI component called submit button. And we're just going to paste whatever we were using in here. And I need to get the is pending value from somewhere. So I'm going to use another React 19 hook called use from status. And the way this works is that it will use the parent form as a provider and return a bunch of things about the currently submitting form. So it will return the data submitted, a pending flag, the action used, and the method used. But we're only going to need the pending here. So there you go. And then I have to make this a client component, because this is something that's going to run on the client as we click. So I'm going to say use client. And instead of saying sending, that's not reusable, we're going to just return a nicely styled div with a spinner. And the children of this component. And if it's not pending, we can just return the children. So I'm going to have to make some props here. There you go, like that, add it to the component. And what you could do here to make this better is to add an additional is loading so that you can trigger this in a different way, not using a form. Or you want to extend the button props here so you can add area attributes and all your other stuff. But this is OK for now. And let's try using that inside our message box here. So we're going to say submit button with send. And it's going to be a server action. It's going to be slow. It's going to delete all the messages from the database, and it's also going to revalidate the path. So remember, I'm on the server here, and even though I just put the component like this, I will still get this nice client-side feedback, which is pretty amazing. So it's entirely composable. Yes. I want to show one more thing. Oh. One more thing, which is the use optimistic hook, because I've been progressively and jump over to a different branch. And I haven't done a whole lot here. I've just extracted the messages functionality into a new component, which is receiving the messages from the server. And in this component, it's become a client component because I want to use the React 19 hook use optimistic. And what this hook does is it will take in the state to show when no action is pending, which is going to be the messages from the server, and a update function or a reducer function. And this defines what will happen when we do an optimistic update. And in this case, it's just going to say put is sending true to the messages that is optimistic. And it's returning the optimistic messages and the function to trigger the optimistic update. And this will be passed to the message input. And here, I've added this additional onSubmit function. So the action that we were using before is just now, this is functioning as the fallback, and the onSubmit will be our progressive enhancement for the optimistic update. And inside the onSubmit, I'm doing some stuff to maintain the progressive enhancement with the default value here, starting a transition with the optimistic update, and then the actual mutation, and then resetting the form. So let's see how that feels. Optimistic. So right away, it's been submitted, and it's sending. So what's happening is, as we're waiting for the server to respond, we have this client state, which is sending. And then when the server returns with the truth, it will be replaced. And the sending is no longer showing. So they're all sending, and then they settle as the server returns with the update. And I can keep sending more here. And it's all good until I hit this max message count, and the optimistic messages are rolled back. Because they only exist on the client, they don't exist in the server state that's being replaced here. Yeah, so the bottom line here is that depending on your application, you can decide by your requirements, and you can still use your React Hook form if that's what you want to, but you also have the ability to use these more primitive features of the form component with React 19 and React Server components to build forms that are very robust while still having a really great user experience. So that's it for this demo. The code is pinned on my GitHub if you want to check it out. And thank you for listening. Thank you, React Universe Conf, for having me here.
Give it up for Aurora. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Doing a live demo for that long must be exhausting. Wow.
It's pretty fun. If you don't mess up, it's fun.
You did amazing. I'm shocked.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Another round of applause. So I forgot to mention, I asked Aurora what's like a fun fact about her. And she mentioned that she's very, very strict about the difference between nectarines and peaches. Does anyone, who knows the difference between a nectarine and a peach? If you didn't raise your hand, maybe go and speak to Aurora because she will be mad at you. And look up the difference. You really should know the difference between them. Cool. How are we all feeling? Great, great. I can see some people trickling in. Come on, grab a seat. The stairs are not chairs, I swear. Sorry. Yeah, I see you. Cool, cool. I'm incredibly excited about the next talk. Because the next speaker, firstly, it's their first ever conference talk. So that in itself is a massive feat. And it takes a lot of courage to come up on the stage and speak to a lot of people. But Mazen is one of those people that just helps other people in this community out without any ask. Very rare breed of a developer. I, 2 years ago, was speaking to someone about potentially organizing a React Native London conference. And the first person that they pointed me to was Mazen. And they said, why don't you send a message to Mazen? I sent a message, and almost within minutes, he sent me a reply back and said, let's jump on a call. I'll tell you anything I can. And people like that are incredibly rare, and they help without anything. He then even introduced me to Gant from his team to get more information. Incredibly rare breed of selflessness, amazing person. I've loved getting to know him in person in the last few days, and his talk is actually a topic that's very close to my heart, because for us who haven't, for those of us who, are native in languages that have right to left and are, not natively English speaking, it's really important to have good internationalization within your apps, and it's a tough problem. So it's really good that he's talking about it. Honestly, it is an honor for me to introduce Mazen Shami onto the stage. Give him a warm round of applause. It's his first ever talk. Come on, come on.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a good time. Thank you, Mo, for that intro. So my name is Mazen Shami. I'm a senior software engineer at Infinite Red. Some of you may have heard of us. I live in Durham, North Carolina with my wife and toddler. I'm also fortunate enough to be a co-host of the React Native Radio podcast with Jamin and Robin. I'm also a former football player and coach. So before I move on, just raise your hand. How many of you speak a language other than English as your first language? Okay, I guess it helps that we're in Europe for me to ask that question. So let's start with a little bit of story time. So this is a story about a coffee shop app trying to internationalize their app. Meet our software developer. They're a world traveler, been all over the world. They come in for all hands meeting, and their boss pretty much says, we need to internationalize our app. You're a world traveler. We're going to assign it to you. They get to work right away, plugging it into Google Translate, getting their translations in, opening pull requests. Issues come about. Some of you that speak languages that have long words, like Finnish, I heard, has some crazy words. Designs break, multiple QA rounds, multiple pull requests come in, and eventually, app is ready to go. Friday comes around, they launch their app, close their laptop, go home. What could go wrong? Monday rolls around, they come back in, and there's a lot of negative reviews. Some reviews say text is out of context, doesn't make sense, doesn't fit. Customers aren't happy at the end of the day. This problem is more persistent than we might think of, and hopefully this talk will help you get started in your journey to internationalizing your app and reaching a more global audience. You might be thinking, why does this matter? My app is out there, millions of people use it, it works great, why break it when it's currently working? Well, as of last year, the world's population was 8.1 billion people. Of that, just a small segment, about 1.5 billion were native, either first or second language was English. So there's a lot of non-native English speakers out there. Of that, only 52, well, quite a bit high percentage, 52% of online content is in English. So everything is targeted to English. If we look at Mandarin that has 1.8 billion speakers, it's only 1.3% of online content. So there's a lot of native speakers that we're missing out on. Of this 6.6 billion, 10%, it's a pretty high number, speak right to left languages. So again, another group that we can kind of focus on. Another interesting fact to think about, we're in the mobile app industry. It's thriving, or else we wouldn't be sitting here. There's 6.3 billion smartphones out there. That's about 78% of that population. So we need to make sure we reach that global audience and kind of get things to them. So here are some simple 5 steps. This is a big topic. There's multiple ways to kind of look at it that would help you internationalize your app. We need to, first of all, choose our library of choice. We need to set up our app. We need to maintain our UI and UX. There's some subtle differences that we need to kind of take into account. We also need to get our app translated, and we need to start, release it to the global audience. Before I move on, some of us might know this, but I just want to mention, when I say internationalization, it has the numerum of I18N, just like how accessibility has A11Y. So we go into step 1. We're going to need to choose our library. When choosing, I know we all have our criteria for choosing our libraries. Here are some features that I think we need to focus on when it comes to specifically internationalizing our library so we can handle it well. We need TypeScript and type safety support, our first line of defense. How many of you have put in your keys and you forget what you name that key and then you get this pretty cool message? Plural support. This is something that we also need to be able to handle. The Mercari app does a good job of it, of updating likes based on the number of likes that they have. Number support. So here's an example of Arabic, Uber. They're using English numbers within an Arabic app. This is an acceptable way to do it in Arabic, but still, kind of take it up to the next level. It would be good to kind of localize the numbers also within your app. Date formatting. I don't know if you can kind of see this, but again, on an Arabic device, it says sale ends in, and there's a bunch of random characters. Those characters kind of change every second. Well, if you were to go to an English device, it says sale ends in. I don't mean to pick, sorry if anyone's from Etsy over here, but sale ends in, and then there's the date time picker kind of counting down. So for Arabic users, I don't think they'll ever know when the sale ends, and they could miss out on the sale. Context support. This is a rare one and also a hard one to find, but we need to be able to handle genders. Raise your hand if you speak a gendered language. Okay, so I think all of you understand where I'm going with this. But this is the LSKD app. I think they're an Australian workout brand. And they use a lot of pronouns within it. So Brie, she, Dean, he. So they're kind of using that within. And we need to be able to handle that as we're speaking. I know, within Arabic, mainly everything is masculine, but you need to be able to handle feminine within the language. And lastly, this one's more, you might think rare, but I think helps level up your UI and UX with ability to interpolate your strings with React components. So think bolding, italicizing, changing fonts, even putting links within your text part of it. So I don't expect you to be able to read this, but what I did was I went on NPM Trends, found the top 3 packages, and we're going to kind of compare the 3 packages against our predefined features to kind of figure out which one will reach our goal. It'll be from top to bottom. React I18 Next, React Intel, and I18N JS. So first up, we need to make sure, can we pluralize? So you'll see we have no, so this is React Intel, sorry. You have no messages, you have 1 message, you have 5 messages. So in Arabic, again, لبينك صفر رسالة واحد رسالة. So it's handling the plurals within it. Numbers, we said in Arabic, the Uber app was using the acceptable way to do numbers, but here's a good example of it using the right locales, similar example in currency. Dates and time, handled very well within this. Context, you'll see here, if we pass in just a friend without any context, it's a friend. You give it the male context, a boyfriend, female context, a girlfriend. So, and like I mentioned earlier, in Arabic, most of the time, most words are in the masculine tense within there. And then complex strings. So you'll see here, we're able to bold, italicize, and even put in a link within our text. So very good start. So let's move on to I18N.js. Start off not too strong. So we don't have pluralizing of our text. We kind of handle numbers well. We're not putting the comma where it's supposed to be. We said acceptable for Arabic, so we're going to give that an orange. Currency, similar scenario. Date, time, nope, not at all. And then context, you'll notice it's the same context across. And complex strings aren't a thing within this package. So moving on to the most popular library, React I18 Next. You'll see pluralizing our text, numbers, currency, date, time, context, complex strings. So we have kind of 2 packages that kind of stand out. So just to recap, we know when we talked about TypeScript and type safety support, our packages all had this support, but as things kind of went on, I18N.js tapered off, so we can give it 3rd place. So we have a tie, right? I live in the US, they don't like ties over there, so I'm gonna put my finger on the scale and kind of pick a winner within these packages so we can kind of move on with our steps. So these are like my predefined steps that I'd like to kind of use when evaluating a package, right? So how easy is it to set up? React I18 Next, just yarn add the package, and you're ready to go. Give you a lot of functionality out of the box. React Intel, you kind of had to add some polyfills. They had some requirements for how your translation files were set up. Seemed a little more complex. So we'll give React I18 Next. As far as documentation goes, spoiler, React I18 Next was very simple, straightforward. It was easy to kind of figure things out. I will say, though, React Intel did have a live editor within their documentation, but it was hard to really follow documentation. You're going to have to jump around across the way. Now, last one, robust functionalities. I'm talking about hooks, higher-order components, imperative, declarative APIs, all that kind of fun stuff. They both had that whole functionality, so we have a tie at the end. So I guess we could say the winner is, drum roll, React I18 Next. So we'll move on with React I18 Next. So step 2, we need to now internationalize our app. You're going to see a bunch of code on the screen. Don't worry about it. I'm going to give you access to the repo when we're done. So we need to init our app. I'm going to use Expo CNG Flow, continuous native generation. I'm going to name my app Localize Me. We're going to install our dependencies, React I18 Next, I18 Next, which is a package that it depends on, and then Expo localization. We've heard the word Expo a lot recently. they help you get the native locale data from your device. So that's a very important part that we need to make sure we get access to. Next, we'll set up our ITN directory. We'll need to do two things. We add in our translations. You'll notice we're using TypeScript rather than JSON. At Infinite Red, we like to kind of use that for more safety, just to make sure that our keys are propagating down within each translation file, so that we're not missing any key in a specific language, and then we get that pesky error that we were talking about earlier. And then we set up our init file. That's there. Our type safety. We always need to make sure we have that set up in there. And then we import our init file within our main layout. Since we're using Expo router, we'll put this in our app layout file. And then next thing, you kind of go into every screen, change the component. You might notice this is just the theme text. I think we saw this earlier in a couple of talks. And there we go. Now, I think some slides are out of order. But OK, so now we need to add some right-to-left support, right? So how do you do this? Well, if you just flip your translations horizontally, you have right-to-left support, right? Not really. So what you need to do, set up your translations. And like I mentioned, Arabic's my first language, so this is what I'm going to kind of focus on here. You'll notice that translation key is there, so everything is going to be handled within this file. And then I add it to my init file, and now Arabic's available within my app. Next, I want to talk about app metadata. This is something that's not done often. Most apps don't translate like your app name or the metadata like giving you permission to access contacts, location, photos, privacy sensitive stuff. So we want to be able to handle that within our app. So we'll set up our CF bundle display name to give us our name, and then all the other usage description stuff for our info plist. We'll also update our app.json. Again, we're within the Expo ecosystem here to handle this. Once we do this and build, hopefully you can see this in the back, but you'll see on an English device, we have our localized me app. On our Arabic device, we have Haddid Makani, which is it in Arabic also. So we need to now maintain our UI and UX for our third step, right? We don't know what's going to happen once we turn on right to left. So you'll see on the left-hand side, we have an Arabic device with Arabic not turned on. Once we turn it on, boom, we're done, right? I wish I could say that was it. You'll notice the text is not aligned right, our image is cut off, so there's some stuff we need to kind of keep into account. We'll go through those now with some other stuff like animations and icons. So how do we take care of our text? We update our text components to have a writing direction of RTL to make sure we handle that when we're in right to left and our text is aligned. For image component, like we said, it's cut off on the side. We update it by adding our transform scale x -1, and then our image is set up for us. Icon component. This is actually an interesting one because you'll notice our icons aren't pointing at the text, right? We want to be pointing at the text. Pretty much, you're going to have to change the name of the icon. So in this scenario, we go chevron back versus chevron forward. You could, in theory, do a transform, flip it 180 degrees, and you've accomplished it. But you have to also keep in mind that's going to affect your animations down the line. So you'll need to be able to take that into account if you're going to do transforming by degrees at that point also. So once we make this change, it works. So going back, you'll notice our animations don't work, right? We need to make sure we QA our animations. That includes bringing back that -1 value of adding in right-to-left adjustment of -1 to all your animations so your animations kind of work correctly, right? Text component, text input, sorry. We're aligned to the left. Everything needs to be shifted over to the right. So we align our text to the right. Within there, and we're good to go. So for this one, just a quick question. Do you think if we are setting our margin to the left on a component, we need to switch it to right for a component because we're in right to left? Any thoughts? It depends. It depends on if your content is right to left sensitive, right? If it's right to left sensitive, you want to make sure you're using margin end to apply to the end or margin start to apply to the beginning of your element. Now, step 4. How do you get your app translated? there's many ways. And we live in the day and age of AI, and we want to leverage AI. And there's also the other side of human translations. So what I'm actually going to show you is the differences within the different types of AI. There are 3 types of AI, and we'll see how they stack up against each other. I'm going to put in a phrase, how do you say apple in Spanish? Going to see how they work. So the first one is AI translation. Think Google Translate. If I plug in my phrase, ¿Cómo se dice manza en inglés? I'm not a Spanish speaker, so hope I said that right. But inglés is English, not Spanish. So that's not right. Next one is called artificial intelligence translation. So think Bing starts doing better. And then our last one, generative AI, Gen AI, everyone's favorite, ChatGPT. It does a really good job of translating it in that sense. So you have that. Now, if you're going through the whole approach of translating your app and trying to be sustainable within all that, I recommend going down the path of human translations. So using companies such as translated.com to kind of get your translations in, the likes of Airbnb, our favorite company out there, IBM, and Google use this company. But again, I want to mention Locais. Locais is also a CMS platform that helps you handle all this from the maintainers of I-18 Next and React I-18 Next. So this whole section could be a topic on its own. So if you have any questions or thoughts around it, come find me after and we're going to talk about this later. So step 5, which is our last step, let's now release it to the stores. Let's get it on the Google Play Store and the Apple Play Store. And what do we need to do within these steps? Well, in the Google Play Store, if you go down to the translation service section, Google gives you 2 steps. First one is paid human translations. They outsource it to a third-party vendor, promise you it'll be back within 7 days, and then charge you 7 cents US dollars per word within there. Second one is machine translation, no cost. They basically plug it into Google Translation, which we saw did a very good job at it, and kind of give it right back to you. And they kind of handle that within the system. Or you do it yourself. If you're going down the approach of getting the translations for your app, you might as well kind of handle this also on your own. So you would select the languages as you're preparing your store listing, pick the languages that you want to support, and then go through toggling between the 2 languages and adding in the translations for it. Apple App Store. This one gives you one choice, pretty much. When you're preparing your store listing, you select the language, your primary language. So in my case, it's English US. You select other language, and you kind of toggle between them and kind of get that pushed out to the stores. So if I were to tell you take your phones out and take a picture of any slide, it would be this slide. The best practices to kind of give you success within this sphere, context is key. Translations might change the entire context of your app, right? You don't want to be lost in translation within this. Avoid hard coding your strings. Use your translation files to kind of drive the text on the screen. Avoid concatenation. Not every language uses the same order within the words. Arabic does that. Ask Yoda, he never uses the same order. Handle plurals and genders, right? We want to make sure every language, most of us here said we speak a gendered language. We want to make sure we handle those correctly. When possible, collaborate with native speakers. This is a very important one because native speakers have the cultural accuracy of their language and can give you, and make sure you're not out of context within it. And if possible, like we said at the end, outsource it, just to kind of help you be productive and kind of moving forward within your app. So if you want to take a picture of that QR code, that should take you to the repo for the Locais Me app. And just to go over, we mentioned I18NJS, React Intel, React I18 Next, and I also want to bring up Ignite. Ignite is our battle-tested boilerplate that we use at Infinite Red. Ignite is currently translated in English, Arabic, French, Korean, Japanese, and there's a pull request right now, which we are actually crowdsourcing to the community to help us with cultural accuracy when it comes to Hindi. And I hope to have a pull request open for Polish soon. I'm holding you to it. And I want to also mention Wojta Nowak, who's here from Expo. He gave a talk at RNAU in 2022, localizing React Native apps from start to end. He covers a whole other aspect of this topic. So, give that talk also a listen so you kind of get the bigger picture also of it all. I also want to thank Infinite Red. Behind every team, we have a team, and this is my team, and I'm forever grateful for everything they've done. I want to thank CallStack for putting on such a good conference, and thank you all for coming out to the conference. And yeah, shukran.
Give it up. Give it up.
Thanks.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Folks, Mazen's first talk at a conference. How do we all feel? Great. Great.
Thank you.
So, I remember when I did my first conference talk, I was stressed as hell, right? And you kind of don't savor the moment. If it's okay with you, I'd love to take a photo with you up on stage with the audience behind you, just so you can have this for the memory books in a few years when you look back and you have your illustrious career as a conference speaker.
Thank you.
So everyone, can you make a pose, and we'll face you, and you can, or we'll face behind you, and then we can get a picture with Mazen. Wave. Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Mazen, and congratulations on such a good talk. Awesome. How are we all doing? Good. Excited. All right, cool. So this is quite sad because it's actually our last talk of the day. And it almost feels kind of like saying goodbye in some capacity. Don't worry, I'll be here to still talk shit afterwards. But we're kind of nearing the end with our final talk here. Now, what we're going to be talking about is actually a topic that is quite prevalent within the React Native ecosystem these days, which is how do we standardize and reduce the fragmentation of our SDKs to make it easier for both library maintainers and app developers to have a level of consistency. If you've looked at some of the RFCs that are open within the React Native community repo, you'll know that there's an RFC to try to anchor this around web APIs. And so it's a very important conversation to have, especially as React Native is becoming more and more mature, reaching more and more platforms. There's a question of how do you create a good standard? And so that's the problem that the folks at Open Mobile Hub are trying to solve. Now, we've got two speakers today. We've got Preston and we've got Diego, who are going to be talking to us about how their team is trying to tackle this problem. And to announce and bring them on, I've got Federica and Preston coming onto the stage with Diego to join them later. So give them a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Federica. I work at the Linux Foundation Europe, and I already have a good news because we are the only obstacle to the party and the beer and the aperitivo. So that's already good. I will be very short and sweet because here, as the Linux Foundation Europe, I'm here to support one of the hundreds of projects, open source, that are hosted there, and it is Open Mobile Hub. But I just wanted to remind you that if you use open source in your daily job, having a foundation that takes care of the open collaboration is super important. And yeah, I cannot wait to learn more about Open Mobile Hub from the core development team. I will leave it to Preston.
Thank you so much. Before you go off stage, I want to say something. Without Linux Foundation Europe support and CallStack support, this project will not happen. So please give them a round of applause, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one thing also, you look at my T-shirt, we also have hoodies. So please come to the end of the hall and find the booth. Federico will be there. So get one of the T-shirt and a hoodie and be part of the team. So let's get started. Thank you. All right. So before we begin, let me give you a little bit of my background. I started this project about 1.5 years ago. I'm the technical steering committee chair for this project. My background, I used to work for Google. I used to work for Qualcomm and some of the tech companies for many years. And also used to work for a satellite company. I actually worked for SpaceX. So I'm in tech industry for my entire life. and I understand there's some pain point I could possibly help. So my question, first question, raise your hand. Who actually developed mobile ads using React Native? Wow, pretty much the entire audience. That's great, because these projects that we develop, I think we'll be able to help you. So let me go through the entire project from beginning to end and showing you what we can help you. I think you'll appreciate what we have done. So from what we understand, there are basically two main challenges that mobile app developers are facing today. So one of them, consistent user experience. How to make sure the app you develop actually run on all these different type of devices, different operating systems. And the second problem, most developers are always saying, can I develop once and able to run my apps on all these devices consistently without duplicating all these efforts? So these are pretty much the high-level two top challenges people face. But look at the market today. There's a major fragmentation in terms of mobile operating systems. Of course, there's Android, which is from Google, developing and many people using it. But also at the same time, Google is very nice. They open source AOSP. And a lot of companies take advantage of that. So they're taking the AOSP open source from Google, basically have their own variant, including companies like Huawei, for example. We developed the EMUI, and also, obviously, a lot of these open source operating systems based on AOSP. And on top of that, there's also a company like Apple developing their own iOS version, and Huawei developed Harmony OS. So looking at this from a developer perspective, it is a mess, making sure that consistent user interfaces and also cross-platform support about all these is very challenging. What are the problems that developers would typically see? So I'll highlight some typical issues that we saw also. For example, when developers develop the apps, assuming Google GMS service available, when the consumer download the app, run it, they may encounter this issue if the device actually doesn't even have the GMS library on it. For example, a lot of the AOSP devices does not have GMS. Like devices like based on AOSP from Amazon, Fire OS, does not have GMS. Like from Meta, the Meta Quest, the VR headset, based on AOSP, but also does not come with GMS. There's some also operating system from India, Bar OS, also does not have GMS. So they will, when they run the apps on those devices, they will actually get a message. So, sorry, there's some problem here. I cannot fulfill your request for Google login authentication. And the second most common problem is that the app will actually check and basically come up with this message: missing Google Play services. You cannot proceed. And also, another common problem we saw is some of the apps integrated with Google Drive, try to access some data. Unfortunately, when the user uses it, they click on it, there's no response. What's going on? They don't even know what's going on, because there's a missing GMS library. And also very common in terms of payment. They're trying to use the in-app payment services from Google. Because of the missing GMS library, they cannot even fulfill the payment operation. So these are very common problems. But actually look at the market today. These are all the popular brands that you probably are using and putting in your pocket right now. These are the popular brands that are running very different types of operating systems. But unfortunately, I think we can actually categorize into 4 different groups. Number one is Google Android with the Google GMS services. And the second group is Android based on AOSP does not actually come with GMS. And the third one is Apple iOS, and the fourth one is Harmony OS, which is basically the third ecosystems outside Android and iOS. So if you look at the whole picture, this is actually exactly why we developed the Open Mobile Hub project, is to basically solving these 2 main issues that we saw. So how are we actually doing that? So let me go through step by step. So number one, app developer actually need to integrate with the OMH library first. Once it's integrated, available in the App Store, when the consumer download it and run it at runtime, OMH will actually determine the device type. Does it actually have the GMS library installed already on the device or not? If the answer is yes, of course, then we'll just pass through the request over to GMS library to fulfill the request. But however, if the GMS library is missing, what OMH actually does is to make sure that we are using alternative methods to fulfill the request. How we're doing it, for example, we're not using the GMS library, but we're actually using the web API for the Google authentication, which fulfill the same function, but actually alternative means. And we are making sure from an OMH perspective, the user experience is maintained and consistent even though there's no GMS library on it. And for maps, for example, Google Maps, of course, we pass it to Google Maps if there's a GMS library on it. But if not, what we would do, we use other maps. There's a lot of other maps available in the market, OpenStreetMap, for example. And the good thing is, of course, our future roadmap will be also supporting the third ecosystems, which is Harmony OS. So we'll be able to support multiple ecosystems, multiple OS from the same framework. So let's continue looking at the benefits. So I think I pretty much highlighted some of the major benefits earlier in the slides. But the most important part is the open mobile ecosystems. I think that's everybody is talking about nowadays. Also is it's also one of the things that offer non-restricted tools and services for apps developer. And of course, open source, I mean, it doesn't need to emphasize that. Everybody knows all the benefits, like high quality, flexibility in terms of security and also compliance. And I think most importantly, I think people are kind of missing this point also. There's a lot of devices, as I mentioned earlier. All those devices I mentioned, there's not a GMS library on it. Those are the potential opportunity for app developer. So they can reach all these global users and then able to address those using the OMH library. So looking at the partnership with Linux Foundation Europe, I mean, they are hosting the project. They own the entire project. But also under Linux Foundation Europe, there's a lot of other open source projects that we are working with. For example, the Open Wallet Foundation, which basically the mission is to create open source solutions in terms of payment and making sure that this multi-purpose wallet that anybody can use and build and basically run on all types of devices. And amazingly, I mean, we are one of the supporters, of course. We have talked to them many times. Potentially, we could actually implement Open Wallet Foundation as part of the in-app payment services as part of OMH. So there are big companies supporting it, Accenture, Google, FutureWave, Visa, American Express, Microsoft, for example. And then other groups also under Linux Foundation Europe is actually OvertureMap. So OvertureMap is actually very interesting. They are not doing any open source code in terms of coding. They're using open map data. So they defined all the entity references in terms of quality assurance process, in terms of the structured data schema. They're actually coming up with high quality map data that anybody can use. So it's founded by Meta, all these big companies, Amazon, Microsoft, TomTom. So we have a lot of discussion with that group as well, and we're also looking at how to support that as one of the map options and features within OMH. So these are all the alignment and also benefit they're working with. So what we have done so far in OMH, I think we started the project, as I mentioned, I started the project about 1.5 years ago. So last year, we delivered OMH 1.0. So 1.0 offer these three major features: login authentication, maps, and also storage. So that was launched last year on GitHub. Anybody can access the source code. So this year, today, we're actually launching the final modules of React Native. That's why we are here in this React Native conference, is to launch the final module, React Native, for OMH in 2.0 on GitHub. So you'll be able to check it out actually after the show. And also, of course, with that, also additional number of plugins. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And in the future, we have some roadmap discussion as part of the TSC meeting, technical steering committee discussions. We're looking at supporting like mobile ads, in-app payment, app security, Harmony OS next, Flutter, and also Expo, which is also very important. We had a lot of great discussion with the Expo team here at the show as well. So we're also looking at how we can actually make this OMX framework fully compatible with Expo, that a lot more Expo community can actually make use of this framework. So we are looking forward to that. And in terms of plugin, so these are some of the core plugins that we'll make available as part of the release. For example, on Maps, we have Google Maps, Azure Map from Microsoft, Mapbox, OpenStreetMap, and Apple Maps. On authentication, we're already supporting Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Dropbox login. And then on cloud storage, we support Google Drive, OneDrive, and Dropbox. So these are pretty much most of the popular services that consumers typically use. But that's why we are also here, is to encourage. A lot of you are big developers for open source project as well. If you can also contribute to add on to this, to support some new services, third-party services, and make it easily available for the app developer, we'd love to have you joining us as part of this project to help out. Give you some examples. Actually, what we have done, also with some of the integration with some actual apps. You can see we actually integrated with WordPress and Rocket Chat. Before the integration with OMH, for example, there will be error messages saying, hey, I can't do the Google login authentication because of the GMS library. But after the integration, of course, it's fully compatible. We also tested the same functionality on Rocket Chat as well. So it's actually make the integration and user experience much more consistent. And look at also Maps. Maps we integrated with Signal and also Expensify. So you can see on the left side, before the OMH integration, when the app, Signal app, is running on non-GMS devices, you see the error message at the top. The user experience is very bad. I mean, the user don't know what to do and why is it not functioning. After integration of OMH map, in the middle, you can see basically users are able to exchange their locations, able to see the map, and all these, basically fully compatible and consistent with other devices, exactly the same. And similar with Expensify, you can see basically when people submit expenses, they can use OMH, they're able to draw out the map here and showing where the expenses actually took place. So these are the sample apps, actually actual apps that integrated with OMX and showcasing what are the benefits of the integration. The last part I want to mention is I'm the chair of the technical steering committee. We have regular meetings. So every month, the first Wednesday, we have the meeting, talk about the roadmap, talk about some of the proposals we received, making sure the team actually agree with the directions, and also communicating with all the external parties. So myself, along with 4 other companies, we are the 5 voting members. So these are the meetings on Wednesday. It's actually all this information available on GitHub. Please go to the GitHub page, github.com/openmobilehub. Check out the schedule. If you think you actually have something you want to contribute and support the project, please do. Please join our discussion and basically bring up your idea. And also, please give us a star if you like this project. If you want this project to continue growing, please give us a star. That will be very helpful. And then with that, I will pass it to my colleague, Diego. He will basically go through a lot of the technical details and show you a demo, how this framework actually works. All right. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, I see the front row, everybody, the team that has supported us, but I have a slide for you. Yes, my name is Diego. I am the lead of the technical solution engineering team at Open Mobile Hub. My background is in the software engineering team. I was at Google and the Android developer relations team on the Android side. So that's the main reason that I'm here on this project, because I understand the pains that the developers run into when building apps. So I'm going to first, before getting into the details, set the context, because it's not immediately evident for developers to realize that the challenges that everybody runs into, but I'm pretty sure that you empathize with these issues. So the first one is, let's kind of like start building up what's going on when you are developed for Android, right? So on Android, you have the open source version of Android AOSP, which is like many layers of complexity, right? So this is really, but at the end of the day, the good thing is it's a monolith code base that pretty much on many different architectures. The challenge comes, and this is open source, but the challenge comes when the Google Play services comes into play. And honestly, as a developer, sometimes you don't realize that you are building and tightly coupling your apps for Google only. Even though you are building for Android, you are actually building specifically for Google and only one version of Android, which is the one that runs on Pixel devices, Samsung devices, and many other OEMs, right? So at the end, what you end up having is these Google-specific SDKs. Your app is completely coupled with these SDKs. So then you start kind of like thinking, okay, how do I support other developers in other regions that build for other devices that don't have GMS, right? So in this case, this is when many OEMs, manufacturers, have SDKs that are specific for each device, right? So Amazon have SDKs, Samsung have SDKs, Huawei, and so on. And that's great that you have all these capabilities. Let me pause for a second. All right, there you go. So the main challenge then is for developers, right? You have to build, I don't know how many APKs that you have to build for each platform. Even though you have a lot of abstraction on top of React Native, it's still very painful. Even though you have React Native that is supposed to resolve these challenges, the problem is still there. There are many fragmentation, and there are many modules that still don't support GMS, right? So now, when we go into I'm sorry, the animations are not playing, so this is not fun as I was thinking it would be. But the idea is that when you build then for independent OEMs, you think, hey, I'm out of the water. Now I'm able to build apps that are actually completely independent, and you start thinking about Mapbox, you start thinking about Azure Maps, OpenStreetMap, TomTom. But what you end up having is a bigger problem. You end up having APKs that are completely, that you expand the APKs because now you have Google-specific SDKs, manufacturer-specific SDKs, and Google-independent SDKs, OEM-independent SDKs. So it is still a problem to you because if you want to switch from one provider to another, you have to pretty much, again, change your code base, right? So what we envisioned with OMH is now this is the landscape. We have all these shapes and sizes of SDKs with different interfaces. And this is applied in the past, right? In all these different modules. And with OMH, what we envision is to have one view a way to encapsulate all that functionality into a unified interface. The idea is to make sure that this interface is available for React Native, but also on the native side. All right. So with OMH, as I mentioned, we have the challenges that, based on the research that we have done, is that native apps are still 70% of the market, unfortunately, or even more, right? So we are not there yet in the cross-platform, right? So there are many challenges, and developers still build apps based on Android, Vue, Jetpack, Compose, and the new kid of the block, Kotlin multi-platform, right? And iOS is the same story with the iOS Swift UI, UI kit, and you name it. So on the cross-platform side, we cite React Native and Flutter as the leader, and also Kotlin multi-platform. And what we see the right fit for OMH is right here in the middle. We need to have one leg on the native side and another leg on the cross-platform side if you really want to tackle these challenges, right? And once we cross the bridge that developers realize that cross-platform is the path to go, then it's going to be, we'll be able to actually, React Native and other cross-platforms will probably, there will be no other alternative, or not another alternative, but native apps will be unnecessary. All right. So now in OMH, we implemented a two-layer architecture. On the level 1, we have interfaces, as I mentioned before, for maps, authentication, and storage. On top of that level, there is the implementation of those interfaces. So for Google Maps, Mapbox, Azure Maps, OpenStreetMap, you have an implementation for each one of these providers. but we made sure that this interface is extensible. So any developer can extend it and build other plugins that are compatible with OMH. The same goes for out and storage. But since the story is about two-layer architecture, we need to go one level up. One level up means that on the cross-platform side, we have, again, the same concept, an interface and plugins on top of it. The idea is that we want to reuse as much as possible the native layer, and the idea is to make sure that this is, again, on the new architecture. So all the modules that have been shipped and that we ship today in OMH 2.0 are compliant with the new architecture. All right, so the next thing is, very quickly, how do you incorporate OMH into your apps? The first thing is bring the module, the core module, which is kind of like the common interfaces, common functionality across all these service providers, and then the specific modules for each one of the providers. Once you have that into your app, you incorporate the client IDs for these apps, for each one of these providers, and then you bring the OMH map view and other providers from the maps core. Once you have that, then it comes the providers. So this is where OMH is different from other frameworks, even on React Native. The providers are these extensions that you can actually continually extend and incorporate more providers. So in this case, if you want to support GMS, there will be a provider for GMS, but you can change it on the fly. You can actually switch one provider to another. And on the no-GMS side, it's the same thing. You should be able to switch this provider, initialize it with another one. And for iOS provider, we have a different one. All right, so what features do we support in OMH? One is very simple. How do you incorporate it? You use the OMH map view. Other features, we support markers. So we have tried to meet the golden standard that we call it's kind of like the most comprehensive API. Usually it's Google Maps. So, and definitely there are other features from other map providers like Mapbox that have even more features than Google Maps. So we try to merge them as we develop OMH. For polygons, we also support polygons and polylines. Right? So this is on the right side, you see a sample. I'm going to play some recording about the sample app, so I just put it in here just in case we had any issues. All right. In terms of feature parity, this is a challenge, right? Of course, each provider doesn't have the same functionality, right? There are features that, for example, Street View from Google is not available in others. So these are capabilities that are not available. And so that's why we introduce other components and the ability to get access to the under-the-hood classes from the SDKs. And of course, there is more to it. There is more features that are part of the maps, markers, polygon, polylines, but there is much more. So we need to bring more into these modules. But right now, for an MVP, these are the components that we support that we believe is going to cover many of the use cases of our partners. And as I mentioned, there is the plugin escape hatch. With the plugin escape hatch, you have access to these modules. So if in any situation you need to get access to it, it's not ideal, of course. Getting access to escape hatch, that means going kind of like back to square one, where you have to use these modules and then going back to the fragmentation. All right, so I don't have a live demo because this requires connectivity and potentially, yeah, we will run into these issues. But the idea was, on the left side, I have a GMS device, non-GMS device. And on the right side, I have a GMS device. So on this is a Huawei device. This is a Pixel device. And the main difference that you will find is that in the sample app is that you have, of course, on the non-GMS device, Google Maps is not available. So we have support for these 3 map providers. On the right side, you see that Google is available. So the first thing is the functionality that we're talking about is in OpenStreetMaps, we have these providers, and we're going to see that right now we are looking at a map box, and all the functionality that I'm showing in this demo is it's based on leveraging the OMH interface. So we are not touching the SDKs from the vendor. We are leveraging OMH functionality. So in this case, when we go and try the location sharing, we have built a layer on top of it that actually makes an abstraction from that functionality across these providers. So you can see here location sharing. I'm going to switch to another provider. In this case, it is Azure Maps. And you can tell that, yeah, the functionality, I'm able to switch the same map from one provider to another seamlessly without having to actually code anything different in my code base. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Other features like, yeah, these are markers. In markers, OpenStreetMap is kind of like the main open source SDK. We're leveraging the Android SDK from OpenStreetMaps. And there is more functionality in here that we want to show. Info windows, using info windows, we have support for captions. We have support for functionality to change the size, move the caption around, and interacting with the caption. All right, so and then we have the other functionality is more about styling. Of course, this is a very more complex topic, right? Styling requires kind of like an entire language to customize your map. In this case, we are not currently supporting any meta language to support the styling or configuration file. We are still actually leveraging the specific configuration available on those providers. These are polylines. You can tell that you can change the endpoints. You can randomize it. And last but not least, it's the styles, but these are in general styles that are available in this GMS. For this one, the only styling, the one that provides the styling is Mapbox. For the other ones, this functionality is not available. So, and these are polygons. So you can change the color. You can draw some holes. And last is the styling. So in this case, yes, it's OpenStreetMap. So I'm switching to Mapbox. And on Mapbox, you can tell that you can switch from dark to retro and silver. All right. So I'm going to show the GMS side. On the GMS side, I'm going to briefly show Google Maps. So the idea for us is developers, you should be able to migrate freely from any provider. So of course, Google Maps, we have support for Google Maps. And this is the map. The same functionality works as what you saw on the non-GMS side. So I'm going to switch back to the presentation. And I know that, yeah, we know that we are new. we are not we come kind of late in the game. There are many modules in the React Native community. But we believe that OMH has a different perspective based on what you previously saw. The first thing is the native side, support for the native side. We want to give like an avenue for developers to move into the cross-platform side. And of course, the non-GMS side. As I mentioned before, for instance, React Native Maps currently supports Google Maps in iOS, Apple Maps, but there is no support for non-GMS. So that's a big miss. We're missing out a huge set of apps or devices. The other one is the expanded support for service providers. As I mentioned before, right now we have support for Azure Maps, Mapbox, OpenStreetMaps. And this, again, this is not only offers capabilities for non-GMS devices, this is also meant for GMS devices. So these are things that you can actually incorporate into this market as well. The other one is the customization and extensibility, right? Since it's based on a common interface, you can bring more service providers into the picture. This was kind of like from the design or principle on OMH was to make it a completely pluggable architecture. And last is definitely, as I mentioned, OMH Maps is new. React Native Maps, it's quite large in the community. And yeah, we are actually, that's why Preston mentioned Expo. We want to be part of Expo or be able to incorporate this to a mainstream framework as well. So we are completely open to actually incorporating this into the existing code bases. But yeah, we are looking forward to ways to bring the community first and get your feedback. All right, so now cloud storage. I'm going to show, again, a little bit of a parallel of a sample app, the sample app that we deliver in our code base. So this is the sample app for storage. In this case, we are showcasing two modules in one app. One is the authentication and the cloud storage SDKs. So in this case, we're going to see we're authenticating with Google Drive. In the case of a non-GMS device, we're using custom tabs, which is the way to authenticate in devices that don't have Google sign-in. So as you can see, I'm able to navigate through Google Drive, retrieve the files from Google Drive. The SDK supports searching capabilities. And I'm also this is the searching capabilities. We're going to showcase in here also how to download files. So in this case, we are only navigating through Google Drive. So I'm going to sign out and showcase it with how it works with OneDrive. All right. In this case, it's also a custom tab. Microsoft has SDKs that are native, that have the native experience. That's why we are showcasing the GMS side as well. In this case, and the last one is Dropbox. With Dropbox, you can authenticate. We are also using the native experience, the SDK for Dropbox on the non-GMS side, since it is compatible and it's using that sign-in window or dialog. So in this case, I'm showcasing that you can create files, you can create folders. In this case, we're creating a folder, React Universe Conference. And in this one, I'm going to switch to Dropbox. And in Dropbox, I'm going to see that that folder has been created. And I'm able to see that RUC has been created. I'm creating now a file that I'm going to synchronize in the next step. Cool. So, and it's good that Dropbox supports non-GMS devices because we've been finding many gaps in popular apps that actually don't even work on these devices. So in this case, I'm creating a file, a TXT file. I'm going to write something quick, and I'm going back to the storage app. And in the storage app, I see that the app has been reflected. I'm able to fetch the files. In this case, I'm using the module, the OMH Dropbox plugin is actually uses the REST API from Dropbox to fetch the files or to manage any files in Dropbox. All right, so you can see that the file is here, and I'm able to navigate through it. Other functionality that is available in the app is access to the metadata. All these APIs, as I mentioned, leverage the REST API on the non-GMS device. And you can see here that there is support for other features like adding permissions, sharing the files, getting the URL. All right. So now, and then this is the last one is versioning. The SDK also supports versioning across all these different providers. And right here, I'm modifying the file. I'm going to stop here. I think you get the idea of the capabilities of the SDK. On the GMS side, there is also, you can tell that it's using the Google Sign-in native SDKs. On OneDrive, it's also using the Microsoft SDKs. So we try to keep the native experience as close as possible by having separate implementation, even though you could use the non-GMS on a GMS device. Cool. So I'm going to switch. All right. So as Preston mentioned, we are releasing OMH 2.0 today. This has been the work of almost 8 months of releasing and implementing. It's not easy because even though it's a subset of the features, doing this across GMS, non-GMS, and multiple service providers, you can tell that it's kind of like a matrix where you have to implement this capability. So it's very complex. But yeah, so here it is. OMH 2.0 was released, but OMH 2.0, the 3 main modules, and we are looking for your feedback, how we can kind of like evolve these SDKs in a way that is integrated with the direction of the community. So we're looking forward to your feedback. And with that, definitely, on behalf of the OMH team and Linux Foundation, I want to thank you, CallStack, from the PM, the engineering team, the sales team, marketing team. You guys have been awesome. They deserve a round of applause, please. And that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
the party.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you all. Very cool work that you guys are doing. Awesome. Thank you. All right. We are heading off to our final coffee break. Sit down. Don't get up yet. Please, I've got a few announcements just very quickly, and I'll let you go grab your coffees. So, we've got 3 raffles. Who likes prizes? Okay, yeah, everyone. Fair enough. Stupid question. So, we've got 3 raffles that are happening in this coffee break. So, now, you're going to go to the CallStack booth, and there's going to be a raffle that's going to be happening there. At 4, you're going to go to Code Magic, and there's yet another raffle. And at 4:10, Ditto is doing another raffle as well. So that's 3 raffles: CallStack, Code Magic, and Ditto. Now, 4:10. Can you all remember that? Amazing. Go win yourself some prizes. Come back for the panel on time. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of interesting people on the panel, myself excluded. And I'll see you all then.
This conference is brought to you by CallStack, total software engineering consultancy.
and welcome back after all of the main talks are done. We are back in the basement, in the studio of React Universe Conf 2024. This is our last interview with the speaker from yesterday, Mike Domini.
Domini, yeah. You said it
from
right.
Klarna.
Yeah. Hi, nice to be here.
Yeah, what's your role at Klarna, Mike?
So officially, I wear the hat of a domain architect. Of course, I wasn't the only one to develop the app over a long time. There were a lot of really talented people, but I'm wearing that hat. And I'm a principal engineer, and I basically do IC work there.
What's IC?
Individual contributor. Sorry, maybe I'm using internal terms.
Well, that's okay. That's why we ask,
Yeah, the whole software development domain, we use a lot of acronyms, and often we don't know if people understand us or not.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you join Klarna. With this, inside the company, there's so many different acronyms that people had to create a dictionary.
Yeah.
And then
we
people
had
look
that in
it
the
up.
project.
We had the same thing. We had a Notion page with all the acronyms and trying to understand what the client was trying to tell us.
Yeah, otherwise it's like a foreign language. People are speaking about all these three letters, and you're like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, definitely.
So my idea for this interview is to touch a little bit on the subject of your talk from yesterday, but then expand it to the Klarna organization, to scalable apps, to apps that go to millions of users, to dozens of countries, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you have two-tier system in teams. So you have a platform team that you are on, and then you have your feature teams, right? So I want to ask you for an explanation. What is that platform team? What is the day-to-day of that platform team? What is the strategy for the platform team?
It's a good question. So in the slides that I showed, and I was trying to simplify it a little bit. It's actually not just one team. It's a group of teams that are fulfilling the role that, which I guess is more about what the question is. The platform area within Klarna. It tends to be responsible for anything that the feature teams need to use to be productive, to bring value to the company. So that means as a feature team, if I'm developing some new go-to-market feature, let's say, I need to have access to all the correct tooling to be able to verify that what I'm writing is correct, or the correct APIs, so that I'm following the standards within the company. And I, of course, want to smooth the developer experience. So for instance, one of the things that we deal with is the infrastructure around testing and verification. We have snapshot tests and visual tests and obviously code tests, all sorts of things. And then the ability to provide, let's say, one-off tests. So we call these single builds of our app that could be distributed within the company, one-offs. And all of this is basically saying that we sort of own the pipeline and core libraries of the app that feature teams use.
So that's mobile infrastructure.
Yeah.
And the part when you say we set up the tools, we own package.json dependency, stuff like that, I understand that.
Yeah.
So as a feature team, I don't just go, okay, I'm going to implement this new screen. We use Redux, but I like the Jorai better.
Yeah, so that's something I would like to ask. In a team this big, how do you take care of code quality and making sure that everybody follows best practices?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I think it's quite a hard problem.
Yeah.
Historically, we have been a bit more free with this, so teams had the ability to sort of do whatever was good for them within some reasonable bounds, so that they're not adding a ton of libraries to the app.
Yeah.
We tended to, if we noticed them doing something weird or non-standard, we would nudge them towards the correct way, but we haven't.
How do you nudge them? Do you comment on their PRs, or do you have internal chats?
I guess
or
it
meetings?
depends. It depends who it is, right?
Okay.
But in the most extreme case, we'll just say decline.
Okay.
But more often than not, you would actually talk to them and say, hey, by the way, I see you're using this. Is there a reason why you're using that? Do you know about?
That's a very nice approach. Starting with the question.
Yeah. I guess we try to have a good relationship. It's hard because as a platform team, you tend to take the role of gatekeeper.
Yeah.
All the time, you know, people try to do things and you always are saying no. So you want to, you want to say
You're building
no
your shiny
less.
thing, and
Yeah.
then they're trying to break it a little bit. So
Yeah, exactly.
No, but also like if you say no all the time, you might get siloed in like your closed-minded solution, and someone might be bringing something that you haven't thought of that might be useful down the road. So
that's nice. You're starting with the question, like, why do you need that?
Exactly. I mean, so a concrete example is we wanted to reduce the number of integration tests that we're running in our build pipeline because they were quite flaky. But then a team came to us and said, we really want to add new ones. We want to test this whole new thing. And this was like this difference in priorities. From our side, we wanted to reduce. From their side, they wanted to increase. So at those times, of course, I'll say, look, this is what our stance is right now, our direction. But since you want to add these things, let's examine like what are you trying to achieve with this? Because there might be a really good like business reason behind that. Maybe there's like a really key product launch tied to what they're trying to do. And in that case, even if technically, if it was just a technical hat on, I would say, no, let's not do it. But you need to, there's always compromises that you need to be able to make. You know, you can't only think one-dimensionally about these things.
So it's not only what, it's also like bigger question is why.
Exactly, yeah. And like if, in some cases the answer is, oh, we just didn't know that we shouldn't do this. Yeah. Oh, let's just think of a better way to do it. Oh, we can do that and that solves our problem, or it solves 90% of our problem. And so there's a lot of trade-off discussions around these things.
So you mentioned flaky integration tests. I think like every developer has faced that. Do you have at Klarna some tool that is not flaky for testing and that you can really trust that if that pipeline passed, then we're good?
So I guess I should answer it from Klarna's perspective. We
do you notice how she said like this is a good question? This is a good question.
And this is not a good question.
This one is tough one.
So this is
happy with this one.
It's a good question because I don't want to just say off the bat. My instinct is to say there's no such thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the real just to contextualize that, the real problem with flaky tests is that even if it only flakes one time out of 1,000, that's just for that one test. But if you add another test that also flakes one time out of 1,000, they can flake individually. Yeah. So it's not 1 out of 1,000 chance, right? It's everything multiplied, and it starts, and it's never 1 out of 1,000. It's actually more like 3% out of the time or something, 2%. So we try to measure this flakiness, and eventually you end up losing trust. If these integration tests pass, do you really trust that the code is fine? Or is it more of a signal? And I think that's the approach that we're taking now, which is it's not like an ironclad statement saying the code is perfect. It's more that we're getting a signal that it could be good or it could be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have like specific tools that, I would recommend. And I don't want to like come down on any tools that we're using that haven't worked for us, because maybe they work for other people. But suffice to say that I think that, this is an exact topic that we're trying to discuss internally now.
That's a great answer.
That is a great answer.
I have a last question to you, and also like last question of this entire interview sessions two-day marathon.
Make it good.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I promise. It's about your talk and something that you said. You expose to your internal teams some hooks into your application lifecycle. So you were speaking about on boot or something like that. Can you tell us more about this hook into lifecycle system and what kinds of other hooks do you have and how it works?
Yeah, I think that was the main one, to be honest. But we have since moved on from there and removed that ability completely. Oh. So that was the way that we solved that. In fact, the only sort of life cycle hooks that we provide now are everything is in a single file, and if you add a new one, we have to approve it. So this is beforehand. This was actually like, the feature exposed a function called onBoot, and that meant we called them. But then we couldn't know when a new one was added. So that is one aspect. I guess technically we also have like a on login and on log out, those sorts of things. But I guess there's nothing else in the app lifecycle that I can think of right now that that we expose. And in fact, we try our best, as the story of that one was, that we want to restrict it as much as possible and rather move towards like more standardized ways of doing things instead of saying everyone preload or anything like that. Let's rather think about the health of the app as a whole, because if you open up a lot of these hooks, that means one feature could have an outsized impact on the rest of the app. And that is even if no one is using that feature, or like as a user, maybe I don't ever use the feature that is hooking into these things, but they're hooking into them, meaning they are, every user who uses the app is paying the penalty of whatever code is running.
Okay.
So it's really thinking holistically about that is how we approach it.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
That was a great answer.
That was a great answer.
To the last
much.
question.
Yeah.
So I guess this is, we're wrapping up the interviews.
Yeah, this is it.
This is goodbye.
I'm touched, really.
I am.
Thanks so much for being on our live show.
Yes,
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you for the questions.
Right now, we will tune in into the video of the participants of the conference answering a few questions. We will unplug mic and then we will say a few words to you all.
Yes.
Have fun on the video.
I'm a React Native developer.
I'm a React Native engineer.
Partially, I'm working in React.
Mostly React Native, but I also do React on the web in the past year.
Definitely React developer.
Yes, I am React Native developer / product manager.
I'm based on iOS development, but for the past few years, I've been doing React Native development mostly.
I'm not a developer anymore. I'm an engineering manager.
I'm primarily a React Native developer focused on desktop.
I'm React Native developer.
Oh, in 3 words.
Tough questions.
I would say energizing.
Great, intense, awesome.
Amazing, for sure. Interesting.
Definitely a lot of new architecture.
Great coffee, amazing people, and I think the best architecture. Tasty food, interesting people.
Overwhelming, for sure. Pretty awesome, intense.
A lot of interesting people.
Great vibes, cool talks, and excitement.
Flexible, fun, informative.
Dramatic.
Motivating, connecting with people, and fun.
Interesting.
Breathtaking.
You're breathtaking!
It's my first time when I come to React Native conference. I really like it.
Probably the quality of the talks here, the energy of the people, the energy of community. It's really amazing.
I like the most lineup because here are really great speakers, great talks, awesome information, and also awesome community. The vibe that is here is like, wow.
Probably the announcements that happen here. A lot of interesting stuff is being announced and also in previous editions has been announced.
It is one-line talks. We don't have to choose between talks because all the talks are super interesting and we can participate in all of them. People are super high on energy and the food is amazing. And coffee is amazing.
The talks, the speakers, and the food.
I think people which gather around here, and also I believe speakers as well, very good.
I mean, React Universe is the universe of React development, not just web, not just native, but all of it. And I'm really excited that we're finally looking holistically at React on many platforms.
You guys bring a lot of great speakers, so yeah, I think it's the best panel I've seen for this year in Europe. We'll also get the party later, so we'll have to see later what was better, the talks or the party.
When I hear CallStack, I think community, engagement, and expertise.
Innovation, the support for the community.
Consulting, development, and nice events.
React Native, for sure. Great developers.
This energy.
Cooperation with community.
Innovative.
Open source.
Consulting, solutions, purple.
Probably the color purple.
After this conference, blueberry ice cream CallStack.
Thank you so much for all the kind words about the conference. And I want to thank you, my co-hosts, Alexandra and Ola. It's been a pleasure working with you for the past 2 days, and it's all very good. And I'm like very touched by this.
Yeah, so I want to thank you as well and Ola for organizing. Like, you haven't seen the bunch of work that Ola did behind the scenes for the last 2 months, I think. It was incredible. It was an incredible pleasure to work with you, to feel like everything is organized and ready for me. I can just come here and do my thing, and you do your thing, so it's great. And I think we should extend our thank yous also to Kuba, who wasn't here with us today, but he was here yesterday. So.
And he was here for the past 2 months as well, working with us on this. This is all so that you can all enjoy the conference live, and you can all enjoy just a little bit of interacting with the speakers and with the audience.
So we got all touchy-feely, but most importantly, we haven't thanked you, because that's because of you that this conference is happening, and that's because of you that we can be here. And we hope you will join us next year as well. And it was a pleasure to share this experience with all of you.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And see you next year.
Bye. See you next year.
All right, everyone. How are we all doing? Awesome. How's everyone feeling? Love the enthusiasm. We are almost at the end, as ominous as that sounds. And what a couple of days this has been. Come on, let's get more enthusiasm. I like whoever that was. It has been an incredible 2 days. I've had a blast, honestly, a lot of fun for me being here. So, it's not over yet, though. Oftentimes within these React Native conferences, the panels are where you really get people talking about the big ideas and the big problems. And so, you're all in for a treat because I think we've got a great lineup of people coming to talk to you about how they see React Native evolving, where things are going, and some of the challenges that there are. So, to tell us all about it, I'm going to invite all of the wonderful panelists to come on stage, and I'm going to hand it off to Chris Tragg from the Amazon team, who's going to be hosting the panel. Big round of applause for everyone.
All right. Guys, for our panelists, come on out. So we are in the way with what I've heard is the best after party a developer conference has ever had. I promise you it's going to be a good panel. All right. I have a loud voice. I'm just going to keep going. So the premise for this panel is, what does it take to actually build a great app experience, thanks so much, across mobile, webs, and TV platforms? At first, when we were talking about talk, we were thinking, okay, Amazon, you can build React Native apps for different TVs, Fire Sticks, and different devices we have. And I don't think that's interesting for today's talk. Because in reality, to build an app that works great across platforms, the thing. Hello. Okay, that's not. I'm just going with it. Oh yeah, that's a good call. Okay. This is a good call, Eli. Okay. Do you need anything? I'm so sorry. You're like the hero of the day here. Hello. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
We'll wing it. Okay. Folks, seriously, thank you for joining us. I think the premise for today's talk is, in reality, the last 9 years of React and the last 8 years of React Native has fundamentally changed our expectations of modern web and native development. And it's very typical in these conferences to have a panel of the platforms talking about what they want you to invest in, the new projects they have coming out. But I think in reality, the most interesting conversations that I've had at this conference, and some of the more recent ones, is just the challenges that you have as a developer to figure out how the heck am I going to have this app have a great experience, native experience across these different platforms. And so this is a panel of engineers, engineering managers, developers that have been through it. And we're just going to share some, the challenges that we face and what's working for us. I have had a lot of you give me some questions you want to ask. We'll have a little time at the end, perhaps for a lightning round. If you have additional questions, I will check them. I think on Twitter, I'm Chris_Tragg, and on LinkedIn, if you want to ask some more questions, I will check them near the end. But let's dive in. So, Mihao. Mihao is the Director of Technology for CallStack. He has been in React Native since 2015. I'm really excited to chat with you. I also want to welcome, we have Mike. Mike is the Senior Director of Engineering for DirecTV. He is leading the team that is building the app experience across many different platforms. We have Bart. Bart is the CEO and the tech lead for TWG, the Widlars group. He has been in the React Native space for a while. Bart and I got to know each other. He's one of the lead maintainers for React Native Video, which is a very popular open source library that you can integrate into React Native. And then Arushi is an software engineer at Meta on the React team. And folks, you might recognize the person on the end. So Mo, first off, before I introduce you, can we give a big round of applause for how hard Mo's been working this week? Mo is the Mo is the head of mobile at Theodo, and he also runs the React Native meetup group in London. And we'll talk a little bit about an upcoming React Native conference in London later this year that I'm very excited about. All right, let's get started. Michał, let's start with you. You've been building React Native apps since the beginning. I spent some time on your GitHub, and literally 9 years working on React, and 8+ years working on React Native at CallStack. And so for you and actually many of the folks in this room, you're OG React. You've been through it all.
Thanks, man.
And so as an app developer, what are some things that have changed since the beginning? What are some things that, you know what, it's still really frustrating? And I'm curious if there's anything major in these last 8-9 years that have surprised you when it comes to our little world of React development.
All right, so I think a lot has changed over the years. And first and foremost is the developer experience. Back in the day, I remember the red screen of death. I was literally perspiring with a cold sweat when I saw the red screen on my mobile phone, and I knew that there's going to be a lot of time that is necessary to kind of pinpoint the root cause of an issue. And it's way different now. We have a lot of great debugging tools. We have React Native debugger incoming. We had Flipper and many other great libraries that facilitates this process. So now when you are getting this red screen, it's nothing too serious.
The developer experience has improved so much.
Yes, a lot. And the other aspect of developer experience that has improved is the amount of libraries and ready-to-use solutions that are available out there.
Yep.
Right. So I remember that each time we had to write some specific logic, we had to use some SDK. We basically had to do everything from the scratch, write it on our own. And now you have React Native directory. You can just go there and kind of pick what you need from ready-to-use solutions,
right,
which is also a great developer experience. So these two things, I think, are the major changes in the developer experience. But on the other hand, what's changed is the business landscape as well. Because I remember at this 8 years ago, the kind of apps that we've worked on were very specific. Those were rather smaller apps, smaller businesses, maybe some fitness apps,
startups,
some dating apps, yes, yep, startups. And right now, React Native is used by all kinds of businesses. We always had support of Facebook, Meta, but now we also have Microsoft, we have Amazon, and we have a lot of Fortune 500 companies that do use React Native. And React Native is a safe bet now, and it wasn't back in the day, or maybe not as safe as it is right now.
It's a great point, and I think a good actual segue, we're going to do a little history lesson. Mike, DirecTV is a powerhouse in the media space. Actually, 30 years ago, it launched, 1994, as a satellite TV provider. And then the same year that React Native started, in 2015, it was acquired by AT&T, and now y'all are an independent company again. And I think when I look at the history of DirecTV, it actually is a look at the history of streaming video and how it's evolved over the last 30 years. And so I would love to hear from you. Tell the developers of the room about DirecTV, especially those that aren't from the States. What are the different platforms that you have an experience on for your customers? And what does it take to build the DirecTV experience?
Absolutely. So first, it's a pleasure to be here. Really appreciate being invited. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Ultimately, it's a challenge, right? The platforms we support at this point are N+. You can't even count them on one hand anymore, right? It takes, a team of unbelievably talented engineers. That's one of the ingredients, right? It takes a CI/CD pipeline that's, unbelievably well crafted by, again, another team of engineers. And then finally, it takes the collaboration across all departments, right? Our product department is amazing. We collaborate with our UI, UX design teams, plural, and we, collaborate across the entire organization to bring an unbelievable streaming experience to our customers, right? So on top of that, it's the transition, right? We started building this React Native application targeting, a subset of the platforms in 2019. And we just continue to add more and more platforms. And that was a challenge because which we'll get to next, there's specific things that tend to not really be cross-platform. There's not really a true solution to make it easy to just say, okay, I want to just do this. How come I can't just do this and make it work on all the different platforms? And, those are the type of challenges that get me excited. Those are the type of things that ultimately, make our engineers, want to come to work every day and solve those problems. And ultimately, it's not just about like delivering, like the best in class streaming experience. Like we have so many different content types that we have to support. We want to give a variety, right? We have everything from live content, which a lot of companies don't, like streaming companies don't support. We have live, and we go all the way to, video on demand and everything in between. We call it VOD, right? And we support all of those, and they're all different challenges, and we have to tweak them all specifically, especially our video player, in order to support it. So, lots goes into this, and it's a team of people behind me, supporting me, and supporting the organization to make it happen.
Mike, can you list off the platforms or experiences that you have DirecTV on?
Yes, we got Fire TV, we got tvOS, which is Fire TV.
Sorry.
Amazon, definitely great collaborating with you guys.
Shut up, Chris. Okay. So iOS, Android, any other out-of-tree platforms? Kind of curious, as a customer, where can they experience DirecTV?
Yeah, like iOS, Android, all the tablet variants, right? We're lots of things in the works, and Tizen is Samsung, if you're familiar with it.
Is there a web app experience?
And we have the web app experience as well. We do.
Powered by React or React
Powered
Native?
by React Native Web. Yes.
Oh wow,
Yes.
awesome.
Yes.
Incredible. So I want to shift over to Arushi. Arushi, you're at Meta, you're on the React team. I was gathering questions for this panel, and I realized there's more than I expected. Folks that watching on the live stream or here in this room that think the React team are directly building the Instagram and Facebook apps. I would love to have you have a moment to give us an inside look of what is the React Native team, what do you work on, and as an engineer, what is it like to be within the company but also the React mission? So give us a little look at, are you editing the like button, or is it a little different than some assumptions I've heard?
I think so. As a React engineer on the Meta team, we don't necessarily build Instagram or Facebook app ourselves. We focus more on building that React framework and the ecosystem to actually power those Meta products. I think it was mentioned at React Conf keynote as well that there are thousands of screens and like surfaces within Meta products that are using React. So we necessarily do build for them, but interestingly, our developers at Meta are very similar to the open source developers out there.
Similar needs.
Yeah, exactly similar needs. And our role also becomes very similar there. Like we build on those new capabilities, like performance optimizations, or ensuring that this framework like remains robust and scalable.
Mm-hmm.
So I mostly work on like the new architecture rollout, both to the open source as well as internal.
I was going to ask that, like in your bio and in your talk yesterday, you're talking about bringing new architecture to open source. Like practically for those in this room, like what does that mean? How is that applicable, and what does that mean for them?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of pieces to getting that new architecture out to open source, and I would like to have it in 3 buckets, let's say. One was the library migration piece of it, which is collaborating with all of those partners like Expo, Software Mansion, CallStack to get those libraries new architecture compatible. That was the biggest piece. I think the other pieces were backwards compatibility, like making all of those APIs that were working earlier make them work in the new architecture. And I think the third biggest piece that we focused on as a team is the interop layers. That's like huge work by my teammate Ramanpreet. I think he focuses more on the interop layers.
Of course.
Yeah, so those were the three major pieces of like involved in getting the new architecture to open source.
It makes sense. Bart, I want to talk about video for a little bit. So you are a resident video guy. Okay.
Hey, hello.
So I realize I've been guilty. I've built React Native apps, and when it comes to video, often I'm like, I'm reaching, whether there's payments or video, I'm reaching for a pre-built solution. React Native Video is a fully independent project. It has over 200,000 downloads a week, and it's not owned by some parent conglomerate. It is truly an open source project that you have actually jumped in to help with. There's an original maintainer, and you and a lot of your folks at TWG have jumped in to help. And so I'd be curious, when it comes to implementing video, what are some of the challenges that you and the developers you're working with in supporting when they send you a pull request or file an issue? Like, give us a little look at what it's like to kind of be focused in the video space.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we already mentioned some of the challenges that are there. Like Mike mentioned, having so many platforms out there, and each has some challenges. And we've got like new architecture, and we also having the rewrite in the process. So these are all the challenges that are there because React Native Video is a part of React Native ecosystem. So it inherits all of the things that are there. And when it comes to the challenges that are strictly for the video player, it might sound like it's an easy task, but to make sure that the video player is reliable and stable across all the platforms, this is like the main challenge. And if you add to the top of this that you need to have the content that's secure with DRM, and you want to have like offline DRM, or like you want to have like DRM for non-GSM platforms.
GSM being Google Services?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are like the platforms that don't want to depend on
taking for granted kind of pre-built solutions on other platforms.
Yeah. Basically, most of the developers basically take this as a for granted. These are just the standard way you build apps. You just use GSM. Yeah, but it's the other way around, and we also think of supporting this. And on top of this, you need to keep up with all the trends that are out there, like complex UIs.
And we'll touch on that in a minute. I think I want to also talk about some of the codecs in DRM you're handling as well. Mo, I want to shift to you. Mo, you're a busy person. You run actually an excellent React Native meetup group, a React meetup group in London. You lead mobile at Theodo. I always think of the BAM. I say Theodo BAM, but I know we're Theodo now. And you also have a very exciting upcoming conference happening. So kind of help us make sense of your mission and what you're focused on, because I always think of you as the TV React Native guy, React Native TV blog. But I know it also, like, help us tie together like the work you do for clients, what you're working in the developer community space, and kind of what's top of mind for you all over there.
Yeah, I don't know where to start now.
Do you ever sleep?
Here and there, a little bit. Yeah, so I had the mobile team at Theodo, and for those of you who've been in this ecosystem for a while, you might know BAM, which used to be our mobile-specific company. There we go. She's sitting in the crowd, yeah. And recently, Theodo's a large group of people. It's about 700 people across the world. We consolidated some of the brands because we had scaled massively and there wasn't the brand recognition, so we all became Theodo. And so we're now under one banner, but it's really the exact same company, the same structures and everything. Nothing has changed internally. And so being a part of BAM/Theodo or whatever you call it, there's been an immense amount of opportunity to go out and understand what's happening with the ecosystem. BAM's been very open in letting us, and Theodo's been very open in letting us go out and start our own communities. That's how the React Native London meetup was started. In 2016, there was 5 engineers around a laptop. Wow. That was the community in London. There wasn't that many people. This was before a lot of even the maintainers today, were doing React Native. There were just these engineers there. And then it grew and it grew and it grew. And now we have 100+ people coming to the meetup every month. So My job's a little bit of everything. You
Yep.
know, client projects, if there's something on fire, they'll be like, Mo, we need you for 2.5 days. And I'm like, cool, let's do that. And then working on some of these open source initiatives, you mentioned the React Native TV blog. For me, it was React Native TV, I feel, is very underloved and underappreciated. You know, there's so much potential for React Native on TV, because if you think iOS and Android fragmentation is bad, holy shit, you're in for a prize when it comes to TV. There are so many platforms, and it's tough. And so it was the perfect opportunity to leverage React Native, and yet there wasn't much info out there. Like, how do you build good TV apps? Where do you build TV apps from? What tools do you use? And so on and so forth. And so what we did was me and a few people from Trag's team, actually, we said, you know what, let's try to at least consolidate a little bit. Let's put something, so we very open source, like anyone can come in and add their talk, add their article. We just put a place where you can centralize information about React Native TV with the goal of trying to make it more and more extensible, and at least there's a place where people can go in to get introduced and familiarized. So there's a few stuff like that. You mentioned the conference.
What's going on with the conference? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's been in the making for years now. I found a document internally that says we've been talking about this since 2019. That's before my time at Theodo. So, but no, it's been a dream of ours and myself ever since joining the React Native London community and becoming an organizer to make it a conference. There's 100+ people that are coming every month. It's a big community.
Focused on React Native?
Just React Native.
Okay.
There is no React meetup that meets regularly in London.
Right.
There's an ad hoc one, React Advanced London, that meets up. React Native London, it happens almost every single month in London, and we get 100+ attendees every month, different faces as well. And so we were like, you know what? We're not conference organizers. We haven't done this several times. But you know what? Let's give it a shot. It's a community event. Let's get something out there. Let's start medium-sized and expand up from there. So yeah, November 14th and 15th in London. We'd love to host you, obviously, since Trag mentioned. So search up React Native London if you're interested, and it'd be my pleasure to host you folks.
Awesome. Mike, I want to throw it back to you because you're handling the DirecTV experience across a lot of different devices. I think it's safe to assume when we talk about focus management, we can get abstract, especially if web developers haven't dealt with the agony and ecstasy of having to control something on a remote control. When you have a tablet or a phone, focus management is wherever you touch, swipe, gesture, etc. Suddenly, you have a large 10-foot experience, and all you have is up, down, left, right, okay, maybe like reverse, pause if you're lucky. And so I would be curious, the modes of interaction are going to be different across platforms, and this is something that your engineering team has to think deeply about. And so I'd be curious, can you talk about your team's focus? Yeah, sorry, that was a pun. Can you talk about focus management across the platforms, and how does it affect performance optimization? Like, how do you think about those two? Because I'm assuming there's trade-offs you're having to make.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Anybody who has dealt with focus management can feel that pain, that challenge that you need to kind of approach and take on and think really strategically about to make sure that you're not going to impact performance. One of those things is, obviously, when you're using like web and you're using mobile tablet, like you said, it's point and click, right? And as soon as you have a remote in your hand, you're almost, if you think about it, like from a user standpoint, you don't have to worry about this. You expect it just to work, right? But from an engineer, you're almost wiring up a user journey, over and over again to all the different places for where you expect the focus to land over time, right? And if you don't get one right, focus could, quote unquote, disappear or go somewhere you don't expect. And that's weird as a user, right? I was actually watching my son utilize a specific streaming app, and they expected the focus to go somewhere, but when they pressed over, it took them somewhere else. And he's like, "Oh, I'm frustrated, Dad. Why is this happening?" And I was like, "Well, it's a product decision. Where should the focus go? Where do I believe the user should end up when they press right? It's a complex problem, right?" And then you got performance, right? Then you got to think about all these different user journeys where you're trying to wire up this focus management and make sure the most important piece, which is performance, stays fast. There's no latency in between clicks. And as you saw in my presentation, that can happen, that latency can happen, and it makes you feel as a user like, the app doesn't care about you, right? The app is, oh, what is this? You know, I'll just sit here for a little while the screen updates. That's frustrating, right? So we want to provide the best user experience possible. So we have to make trade-offs with that, right? We got to think again strategically. What is the most important thing to happen when the user presses focus? And it might be obvious. Get to the next item, get to the next place, get to the next focusable element. But you might want to show other things on the screen, like metadata associated to the given item that you're about to focus, right? That might be outside of your traditional React component subtree where focus is actually headed. So you got to build these utilities, these tools that allow you to kind of have that oversight of where focus could go, but also be able to propagate focus to other related components, right? And that's the architecture approach you need to think about before you actually start designing something. So you use techniques like context, right? You're passing it down to the leaf nodes that need focus, and then you're also using techniques like a lot of you obviously are familiar with throttling and debouncing, so that you can focus on just the pieces, pun intended again, just the pieces that actually matter to focus quickly, and then throttling the other pieces to come in later, right? So the user knows, oh, my focus moved there, and they might see the next piece come in or fade in after that, and then the experience is great. They got to where they wanted to go. They saw it happen quickly, right? But at the same time, you got the extra information afterwards, right?
When my son was 3 years old, I remember distinctly him like running around the house in a diaper, and he looks at the TV and it's playing, and he just walks up to it and starts slapping it, thinking it's a touch screen. And I had a moment and thought, like, the expectations of my 3-year-old, like, this generation assumes, why can this not? And it is really interesting when you think about, like, a TV is not a laptop processor. If you're watching something in a car, it's just everything's going to be a different form factor. Very good point. Arushi, I want to throw it back to you. So I think there's some misconceptions, and this is my opinion, that if you implement the new architecture, you automatically have a ton of performance improvements. And I think it would be really helpful to kind of reset, like, what is the mission? In launching new architecture, what are some of the value props that come with implementing it? And is there any correlation to performance? And what would you love developers to know? Even you can talk about Fabric or Turbo modules, but I really would love to get your take and the React team's take on the vision and the purpose of a new architecture.
Yeah, I think one thing to consider there is new architecture was not written with the purpose of performance. It was written with the purpose of like those enhanced capabilities, like content rendering, all of those capabilities. That's what it brings to the table. Of course, performance comes as a byproduct. That's something it was not written.
Second order effect.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to like all of these missing pieces of it, like turbo modules, the new native module system, and the new renderer, I think I mentioned it in the talk as well. They are all like the puzzle pieces of this new architecture, and they complete the rollout of the new architecture.
Mm-hmm.
So they are all part of it as much as other capabilities that bring with it.
Right. I think similar. I kind of want to have Mihal, I'd love for you to jump in this a little bit. Performance improvements in making sure you have a great experience for users is top of mind for you, for CallStack, for the open source libraries that you and your team maintain, obviously for your clients. Could you tell, I'm curious, like, what's your preferred tooling when it comes to making sure your app has a great experience? And for the folks in this room that maybe are React devs thinking about React Native, what are the must-have tools that they should be thinking about when it comes to having a great experience?
Yeah, so I think performance is still a challenge in React Native, especially in out of tree platforms, because we don't have as much computing power on some custom boxes, for example. And my key piece of advice for those who are developing the new apps is to kind of think about performance from the day one. So equip yourselves with proper tooling. And for those who have existing apps, make sure that you understand how the performance looks like on the users' devices. And for those who are looking for some optimization techniques, we did create the performance optimization guide, which is essentially a 100 pages book that you can download from our site. But you ask about the tooling. So if I think about the tooling for performance, I think about what tools do we need on a certain stage of the development process. And we need something crafted for production, we need something crafted for the testing, and we need something crafted for debugging in your development environment. And I would start from production, because I think this is the most important. So here you should invest in some observability tools. There's Sentry, there's Instabug, Datadog, many tools out there that you can simply integrate to your app, or you can create some custom solution for that. But make sure that you gather these metrics, that you understand them, and that you make them actionable. So this is the key aspect of the production monitoring. For testing, we do have Reassure, which is...
Raise your hand if you've used Reassure before. Okay, so...
Not that many, but I strongly recommend
Tell us about it. Yep.
You do. It's a tool built on top of Jest and React Native testing library, and it's used for controlling the performance regressions in your React and React Native applications. So basically, in the synthetic environment, you can tell how long does it take for your component to render and how many re-renders they were for certain testing scenarios. And what's also great is that if you already have some existing testing scenarios in React or React Native testing library, you can plug in Reassure and kind of start benefiting from that. So make sure to keep it under control, and you should be good. And for the development environment, you can also use Reassure. You can use React Native the debugger, and you can use Flashlight from BAM. It's also a great tool that provides kind of...
Mo, you got to give a quick plug, right? to Flashlight.
Thanks, Michal. Flashlight was originally created by one of my colleagues, Alex Moreau, who frequents a lot of these stages. Raise your hands if you've heard of Flashlight. Amazing. I wish Alex was here. He's not, but a big shout out to him and his team for working on it. The idea with Flashlight was to try to create a very simple way to think about performance in the way that web developers think about performance. So web developers have a very easy interface to go to when they think about performance. Lighthouse, right? So the idea was, could we create something similar to that with the right metrics in place for mobile? So things like your FPS, things like your RAM usage, things like your RAM usage, things like your CPU usage, and splitting that by thread as well to really understand like where are the problems that you're facing. And you pair that with a potential end-to-end testing tool like Maestro as an example, and you can see real user flows. Where do you have a spike in your CPU usage? Where do you have a spike in your RAM usage? And so on and so forth, and really start to understand, based off of how the user interacts, how does your app perform? So very similar, like you could throw in an APK and it just kind of works. And one of the beautiful things is it works across all of the different platforms that are supported by Flashlight. So we use it for TV. So we've used it for our clients on TV-based platforms, which is hard to optimize performance for, as everyone will know. We use it for mobile devices, and we also use it. We've set up a pipeline to test React Native itself and make sure that there aren't regressions in React Native, and we've shared it with the folks at Meta, and that's all of Alexander and his team's hard work, which is really, really cool.
So piggybacking on Flashlight, Bart, I want to talk about just live TV. Live TV, there's a lot of complexities. You were touching on it earlier. I think when it comes to live TV, broadcast streams, live sports, a phrase I've heard repeatedly from different developers is glass-to-glass latency, just the struggle there. So I want you to talk a little bit about even what the heck is glass-to-glass latency. And I think also, we probably take for granted the intense user expectations of live sports, TikTok, anything that is a mode of interaction that involves live video where if there's any delay, it's going to mess the whole thing up. And so I'd love for you to talk a little bit from React Native Video, from TWG, from some of your customers. What are the current user expectations, and where do you feel like things are heading when it comes to weaving live TV experiences into React Native apps?
Yeah, okay, so let's start with this glass-to-glass. So it's basically about first glass, which is the camera, and the second glass, which is the viewer screen.
So the full loop between the recording to seeing it live.
Yeah, end-to-end. This is the time, and the glass-to-glass latency is basically the time between one to another. And basically for the stream to be considered real time, it's basically up to, I don't know, like 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
3 seconds. I mean,
Wow.
it's going lower and lower, and we see things like ultra latency with like, I don't know, half of a second, things like that. But this is super hard to get. And when it comes to the streaming and streaming platforms like Twitch, you got like you got streamers who wants to interact with their viewers.
Live comments, live emoji, things that are beyond just video.
Yeah, kind of like having a chat or like having donations, or you want to buy something during the stream. You actually want to do it in real time, and it now seems to be more like a kind of like a video call when you expect to be real time again. So what are the other challenges over there? You mentioned like big events, streaming of big events. You really want to have you really want to cheer at the same time when your neighbor is cheering.
Yeah, you don't want to hear people cheering 3 seconds before you. Okay,
that would be
fair enough.
But other challenges down there are like challenges like expectations. You mentioned expectations. So the expectations are quite high right now. Like I've got brands reaching out to us and ask, okay, we want this feature from the XYZ app, and also we want to add something extra, so we know we're original. So like imagine the level of complexity we got. So the standards are high, and then they want somebody wants to have something new. So
real-time face filters with, I could imagine like the poor phone.
Yeah, like face filters.
Laptop falling over and processing.
You may actually do something like this in the video. Like you saw Mark Rosavi drawing on the camera. You can actually draw on video on each frame.
Right, like the audience is being part of the performance or the live stream itself.
Oh yeah. So basically, you can do it on device, and so only you as a viewer can see how do you actually customize the video you see. Or you can actually use, let's say, some data from the frame to influence the other UI on the screen. So you can actually decouple
upvoting. There's just so many different interactions.
Whatever, like you can actually sky's the limit. Like you can actually decouple the video and put some parts in on some of the UI, or like you can blur the view. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mo, I've observed you have been a long-time ardent champion of the concept of universal apps. Walk us through, kind of for the folks that have not thought about monorepo or universal apps, walk us through kind of what the value props are from your perspective. But also, I think a question I've heard several times in the last 2 days is like, how realistic is universal apps for TV apps, for the TV experience?
Sure. So I like to start this with quite a controversial statement.
Let's have it. Let's go.
Which is pretty bad when you say it to a room filled with mobile developers, but my belief is that the mobile-first era is over. There we go. Some claps. Okay, this is good.
I'm going to get cabbage thrown at my head here. Okay.
Tomatoes at mine.
Tough crowd.
But why is it over? Well, if you look at what the percentage is and the growth of mobile and all of this stuff, it's actually starting to flatten. Now, what that means is when you look at like the next era of front end, we're going into one where people are seeing more and more devices scattered all over their life. Everything is becoming very digitally interconnected. So you wake up in the morning, you open up your phone, you start looking at emails, then you go into your kitchen and you've got your Echo Dot device there, and you're listening to the news while you're there, and then you go into the living room and you open up the TV and you watch the news on the TV, and then you open up your desktop and so on and so forth, and all of these experiences are connected and intertwined for you as the user. And so naturally, as an app developer, you're going to have to start targeting a lot of devices. Have you folks seen the smart fridges that Samsung's been creating? It's got Android on a fridge.
Put it anywhere.
It's getting bad. And so the poor app developers are going to have to target everything under the sky to be competitive. And that costs a lot of money to do that natively for each platform. And you mentioned the product teams that you have at DirecTV. Like any organization, as they grow and scale the number of platforms, they're going to have a real tough time coordinating releases across these products, and the product teams are really going to be having a lot of gray hairs added to them. So ultimately, the vision with Universal Apps for me is that we have the technology that I think can solve the write once, run anywhere problem. Java tried to do it, failed. Flash tried to do it, failed. And the reason I think all of these frameworks and tools failed at doing this was because they thought that they could be better than the native layer. So Java had the JVM. So it was like, I'll run this in a virtual machine, and I will get better than native performance. Flash did the same thing. It had a Flash runtime, and if you folks remember Flash on mobile, it was bad. And then we have another technology that's cross-platform that's trying to do the same thing these days. It starts with F and ends with Flutter.
Pour one out for my Flutter peeps.
Yeah. But trying to create your own canvas that can resemble native UI doesn't solve the problem. It just really removes the nativeness of that feel for the user. And that's not something that is conducive to solving the problem. You need a technology that's architecturally created in a way where it can be native and tailored to each platform, and it can still have a common API so that app developers are not having to build it multiple times. Now, you mentioned TV, and I'll just go quickly through this. TV, as we mentioned, is far worse in terms of fragmentation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a whole bunch of different OSs that are out there, far more than 2. And we've actually started using React Native for TV on real production-grade applications. We've used it for public broadcasters across Europe now. And it's one code base that's targeting tvOS, Android TV, web, and setup boxes, and more to come at this point. And for us, there are challenges. Performance can get really difficult to optimize on each of these platforms, and you need to know what to share and what not to share. However, I really do think that it is the technology that will solve this problem, and I think we just need to align as a community and get there, and we can talk about that more later if you'd like.
For sure. We're going to do a quick lightning round in a little bit. Mike, I want to ask you a question before we jump into kind of the end part. I've noticed you've had several engineering leadership roles where a core part of what you were doing on that team was helping raise developers up, certainly teaching them React Native. Obviously, I can assume that also means everyone needs a piece of your time, and it's probably pretty hard in an engineering leadership role to stay sharp, stay on top of the tech. And so I'm curious, do you have any techniques or any things you do to keep yourself sharp, stay on top of the new trends, because folks are looking to you of what we should do next? And also, I'd be curious if there is any tech or any projects you're kind of hacking on the side as a way to learn.
Yeah, that's a great question. So for me, and this doesn't work for everybody, and so this is more exclusive to my views and my opinion. I think it's really important to stay relevant to what's actually happening and being written at the code level, the software being produced, right? I feel as though if you can stay involved, that doesn't mean you're writing code every day, right? If you can stay involved, whether that's a PR review or making a helpful little utility that you see your team struggling with and they need something and you know how to help, you should contribute, and you should. What I believe is important is leading by example, right? Again, it doesn't work for everybody, and it's time consuming but what I see is it really helps, at least for me, make sure I'm making the right technical decisions at that leadership level, because I see what's happening at the the software level, right? And if we're making good technical choices at that higher level, we can guarantee we're going to head in the right direction from a product standpoint as well, right? That collaboration with our product department, that's so important. So that's really near and dear to my heart. It works well for me. It's really important, and it makes sure that I'm staying sharp and make sure I'm making the right decisions at that one level higher. In terms of things that I do to stay sharp or side projects that I work on, disappointingly I don't have a ton of time for side projects, but one of the cool things that I don't know if it was coincidental or just the stars aligned is, a few years ago, I was really into trying to figure out the IoT thing, because IoT was just starting to be hot. I was like, this is really cool. I wanted to get my fingers dirty and try it out. And my love for JavaScript obviously prevailed. I'm like, writing in C++ is cool, right? And it just takes longer, at least for me, right? So JavaScript, I would just write really fast, and I could prototype, and I could try things out. And I was like, let's do JavaScript on IoT. And a lot of you are like, that sounds like a terrible idea. Like, we're talking about TV performance. Now target a microcontroller, right? So I really got involved with that. And again, this wasn't technically for my work. It was just like a side thing. I wanted to see if I can, try it out and see if it would work, right? And we have, if anybody's familiar with trying to do that kind of stuff, you had like Puck.js at the time, right? And I didn't want to go for that more open source or like, everybody's trying that one at the time, standpoint. I wanted to do something a little different. And this guy from London was implementing Esperino, right? That's another a JavaScript microcontroller, embeddable JavaScript engine. And I tried that out, and I was like, this is so cool. And it was on his proprietary hardware, and then like a month later, it was like, oh, you can also run it on, cheaper hardware too, not my hardware. And I was like, that's amazing. I'm gonna buy an ESP32, and I'm gonna try to get it to run on there, right? And that was like the most, this gratifying satisfaction experience that I've had, because I was able to build like it sounds simple, but like a whole registration flow and actual product, turning on and off a light switch with my phone, right? It was Wi-Fi enabled, right? And you could use the little web app, right? It's a web app. It wasn't even React Native, and turn your light switch on and off. It was really, really fun,
I love it.
And it kept me sharp,
I love it. Thank you. I want to do. We got a couple questions. We're going to do a lightning round here, and so let's see how we do. So a friend of mine who does a lot of panels. I'm going to geek out here. I brought a special bell. All right. So everyone have an open mind here. We have a fancy bell. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to say your name. I'm going to ring a bell, and just go for it. So let's do a test round. You have just spent the last week in Poland, and are now an honorary Wrocławian.
Wrocławianin.
Yes.
That was loud.
Mo, what is your favorite new dish that you're bringing home?
Pierogies.
Mike.
Guamki.
Bart.
Come on, I live in Poland, so yeah. Water, yeah.
Not beer. Okay, Michał.
Schabowy.
Arushi.
I think pierogi.
Pierogi, I would say pierogi too. Here's another one. This one's a stretch. Through some magical turn of events, you're stranded on a remote, deserted island, and you can only choose, or you can only bring 3 of your favorite React Native libraries or developer tools. What's your pick, Mike?
Reanimated, Flash List, and the JS Hermes profiler.
Mo.
You guys are not being strategic. I'm getting out. React Native maps, Expo location, Expo localization. I'm building an app to get me out.
Arushi.
I think Expo, it has everything.
All right, Expo. Bart.
Do you've got a video up there?
I see you did there.
Yeah, no video, no TV?
You can have a TV. I don't know if you have electricity, but you could definitely have a TV.
Yes, I would take it. Reactive video, yeah. Reactive TV OS and reanimated.
Michał.
Geolocation, because then I would have stuff to do, and just because it's fun.
Okay. All right. You're daydreaming about all the versions of React and React Native that have come before you. I want to know your first version of React Native, and do you have any favorites? Mo.
Somewhere in the late 50s, early 60s, and 72 is my favorite release so far.
Okay, Mike.
Early 60s and 73.
Bart.
50-something.
Michał.
20-something, and my favorite is always the latest.
Woo! Arushi.
Yeah, my favorite is 74.
Okay. Next question, and I am biased. I am clearly one of the TV guys. I wish I could give you all Fire TVs right now. I like this one. So what is a TV show or movie that you wish you could watch again for the first time? Michał.
How I Met Your Mother.
All right. Mo.
Better Call Saul.
Mine was Breaking Bad. All right. Mike.
Boy Meets World.
Bart.
Dragon Ball.
All right. And Arushi.
Yeah, it's cheesy. P.S. I love you.
I love it. Folks, we're all going to be at the after party, which I'm hearing. I have high expectations here. I'm very excited about it. I just want to take a moment, and I want to thank you all for being part of this. I loved just the conversation, and if you folks have questions, come up to all of us. Let's just continue the conversation. For any of you watching online, feel free. We all have social handles. Feel free to ask questions, and we're super excited about what you build. Folks here, thank you so much for joining us. Huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Mo, do you take it back over here?
Dang, I'm not leaving. I can't hear myself. There we go. Cool. All right. How are y'all doing? Come on. It's the end. Don't do this to me. I'm going to feel emotional if you guys don't finish this off with a high note. How are we all doing? Awesome. I just want to reflect for 1 minute on the last 2 days that we've had. I'll start with myself, actually, coming into Poland. I got a great haircut. I then was at the React Native Core Contributors Summit, which was great. And then spending the last 2 days with you lovely folks has been extraordinary, and it's topped it all off. I want to first off start by thanking the speakers. They put a lot of effort and a lot of work, and I saw behind the scenes a lot of them stressing till the very last minute about the talk that they're going to give. I think it meant a lot to all of them to get up on the stage and talk and share their learnings with you and just to talk with you all. So a big round of applause for all of the speakers. I also want to thank the team at CallStack. They put together a really cool conference. They spent a lot of time on this, a lot of effort. I know a lot of them didn't sleep for the last few nights, and they've been running around between the speakers' hotel, which is right by here, going back and forth, stressing out, but really trying to put together the best event that they can for you folks. They graciously invited me to be here. Gutek's sitting there. This man is a legend. All of the team's a legend, honestly. Ola's sitting there. I can't spot anyone else. They're everywhere, but honestly, every single one of them is lovely, and they put so much effort into this, and you can see that they care. Their efforts are very much shown. So a big round of applause for everyone at CallStack. And of course, I want to thank all of you. You had to bear through me, basically, through 2 days of listening to me yapping and stalling and making jokes that maybe I find a little bit funny, but some of the crowd doesn't. And it's honestly been an honor. I'm really sad that this is coming to an end. And hopefully we'll chat, obviously, at the after party. And hopefully we can still stay connected together. So that is my Twitter, if you want to scan that QR code, if we're not connected already. It's mo_Javad. And if you are in London or in the UK and you're looking for a React Native community, a meetup, or as Chris mentioned, if you're looking to find another React Native conference, shoot me a message, and I'd love to host you and see you there and stay connected with all of you. So it has been an absolute honor to be here. I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to everyone for having me. It is an absolute pleasure. Thank you. This has been Mo Kazali. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hold on, man.
Best MC ever. Make some noise, folks. Actually, that's the second time it has happened to me. First one was 2 years ago. You were the MC back that time, and it didn't cross my mind to approach you, and now Mo, and ask how you are actually going to say thank you. And because I prepared something, and then you said, what I prepared, and now it happened, so I'll try to improvise, right? Luckily, I can start from thanking Mo. So once more, thank you, Mo. I hate and I love this moment at the same time. I hate it because it's almost over, no more talks. I love it because it's so close to a moment when nothing else can be fucked up. It's only the after party that's left. And we're also going to be able to relax, so I'm seriously looking forward to it. And yesterday in the morning, I said that for the next 2 days, we would be in a business of action, of change, and inspiration. So let me know, are you inspired now? Are you feeling inspired? So speakers, that was actually for you. So if you are feeling inspired, that means that the speakers, you guys have done, and girls, an amazing job. So thank you very much to the speakers, to all the effort and all the heart you put into the talks. We really appreciate it. I think it was fucking amazing. Thank you. Thank you to you, participants. Thank you to the sponsors. I have to tell you that there is one very special company that I would like to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Lego. Thank you for Lego. Thank you for creating Lego, and especially for creating the R2D2 Lego. And have you seen what was happening at the quiz? And I think that next year we have to make sure that every person who is participating in the conference gets the R2D2 Lego, right? I did this last year, and I want to do exactly the same thing right now, because you've been enjoying the last 2 days, and I would like you to personally meet the people who've been working the last 12 months, working their ass off to make this work. And I'm going to invite them to the stage today, make some noise for them, and when you meet them at the after party, let them know that you appreciate their work. Let them know that you understand that they feel I was a real pain in the ass for them for the last 12 months. So give them a hug, right? All right, let's see them. Gutek. Wapa. Sonia. Justina. Ola. And one more. Some of you have met her. She's a force to be reckoned with. Basha. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope to see you at the after party. I heard something about high expectations. That's a correct feeling. It's going to be an amazing party. I'm also inviting you right now for React Universe 2025. We are cooking something very, very special. I've been briefed by our marketing teams 4 times to talk about it in such manner that I don't talk about it. Allegedly, I'm famous for leaking confidential information in our company, so I'll try to say something without saying anything. We are preparing something special, something very special, but we cannot say what it is. And it's so special that we are ready to change the date for the next year conference. So I'm here to tell you that we are starting with ticket sales on Monday. Whether it's going to be September or a different month, you're going to find out within the next 2-3 months. But when we hit it, you're going to know it's going to be big. So also within the next couple of weeks, we're going to send out a survey to you to ask you how did you guys like it this year. And there will be one question, very simple open question. What do you want for next year? And this is my personal request to you. I want you to know that I'm reviewing all the feedbacks personally. What do you want next year? Whom do you want next year? How do you like it? You want Wim Hof? Tell me. You want a superstar dance techno DJ? Let me know, right? You want any of the superstar speakers whom we had this year? Don't tell me. Tell them at the after party. But we really are planning something huge for next year. And if you tell us specifically what is it that you would like to have, we're going to do absolutely everything to make it work. Thank you. I hope I have not forgotten to say something I was told to say. Probably not. Thank you again. I'll see you at the after party and see you next year.
Wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up. Wait. Can you all hear me? Get up for a group photo. Come on. Everyone, get on stage.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, Total Software Engineering Consultancy.